Watch them remind the racing world where they are. It is the best in the world. Hello everyone, I am BowserJrXD. Welcome to the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona International Speedway. Finally, it's time. Final race of the regular season, meaning the final opportunity for someone. Took forever to get here, mainly because of freaking the rain delay, but we're gonna see if we get this race in. I'm gonna do the starting lineup really quickly. 37th, Noah Gregson. 36th, BJ McLeod. 35th, Landon Castle. 34th, David Reagan. 33rd, Cody Ware. 32nd, Todd Gilliland. 31st, Corey LaJoy. 30th, Bubba Wallace. 29th, Harrison Burton. 28th, Daniel Hemrick. 27th, Eric Almirola. 26th, Chase Briscoe. 25th, Ty Dillon. 24th, Brad Keselowski. 23rd, Ty Gibbs. 22nd, Kyle Busch. 21st, Austin Dillon. 20th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, Denny Hamlin. 18th, Justin Haley. 17th, William Byron. 16th, Ryan Blaney. 15th, Cole Custer. 14th, Austin Cindric. 13th, Martin Truex Jr. 12th, Ross Chastain. 11th, Eric Jones. 10th, Alex Bowman. 9th, Michael McDowell. 8th, Chris Buescher. 7th, Kevin Harvick. 6th, Tyler Reddick. 5th, Christopher Bell. 4th, Daniel Suarez. 3rd, Joey Logano. 2nd, Chase Elliott. And on pole, Kyle Larson. I'm also simultaneously watching the Belgian Grand Prix, which is boring as shit because the Red Bull is too freaking good. And the degree of separation between all the cars is ridiculous.
He has a 25-point advantage on Martin Truex. How do you race this race? Do you go get in the middle of that? Do you ride back a little bit? I think that this is a very difficult decision for Ryan Blaney. He's an aggressive driver. He wants to be in the front no matter what. But is that in his best interest?
I'm only gonna have a co-commentator today, but I'm gonna step into VC for it just in case.
It was supposed to be a night race. We're 14 hours later. How different is it calling the race now in the morning?
Well, when the lights come on, the grip goes up. So last night, this racetrack would have had a ton of
lights are at the pace car, so we're going to green.
The overall speed is what mattered. It may still be that case today, but I have anxiety. I don't know. It's now a day race in the middle of the summer. We have never done that with this new next-gen car, right? Back in February, it was cooler. There was grip. We're now 25
Kurt Busch.
later. Will these cars handle? One thing we will know, the drivers will let us know if they don't handle well enough. But as a crew chief, I'm nervous.
And Kurt Busch is opted to take himself out of the playoffs because of the fact he's missed 6 races and probably won't be in tip-top form. Hi, NASCAR fan, and hi, Jeffrey Giordano.
Affect the 47, Parker Kligerman. It seemed like they were on pit road a little bit longer than normal.
Right, Rick, and the team went in action quickly when Ricky Stenhouse got in the car because his radio wasn't working. So what they do, they changed the entire radio harness. You see here, they got it zip tied in there, put a new radio harness. It now works. He came on the radio and thanked his boys so he can go out there and try to win this race and get in the playoffs.
All right, Steve, let's break this one down as far as stages.
Yeah, 160 laps, 400 miles. First.
Better hurry, they're going to go to green in just a minute.
Then 60 laps, and then another stage of 65 laps. Fuel window just shy of 50. So pit stops in both stage 2 and stage 3 will be required.
2 by 2.
Here we go. Finally, save me from the boredom that is Spa. Which is sad to say. The drivers, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, leading the field to green. 160 laps to settle the regular season. We're going at Daytona.
How will he do in this one? He's won the most races. Green flag underway.
Good jump for the 5. Suarez coming up on the outside.
A lot of pushing and shoving. Trying to get up to the front and track position key here at Daytona.
But a good push from Logano to put Chase Elliott in the lead. The regular season champion. He wrapped it up last week at Watkins Glen. So he's going to get those 15 bonus points to bring with him into the playoffs. Inside line doing well. Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick coming through on that inside. Even all the way in the back, it's split into 3 wide.
No better way to wake up.
For decades, they ran this race in the morning.
A lot of learning going on right now.
This which wasn't on CNBC. I'm watching on the NBC Sports app, which means I'm a bit behind.
Drivers trying to understand what their car does well and what it doesn't do well.
This track was repaved years ago, had a lot of grip, really haven't had
Anyway, Chase Elliott has the adrenaline shot.
But in the Xfinity race, tons of drivers complaining about balance, about the cars being very, very loose. We had a lot of guys spin out without contact. Be interesting to
You
see
got
how
the
that affects
adrenaline
cup
shock
cars.
car. I have adrenaline shock watermelon flavor.
He left the bottom just a little bit. And Christopher
very
Bell behind
sweet.
him was looking to try to take that spot from him. Great angle here from the A-Shock energy cam. See, now Logano's got that thing pinned on the bottom much better.
A good way to wake up in the morning.
Christopher Bell a place to go.
Got the first 8 cars on the single file line on the inside. Then you got double file back there with Kyle Larson leading that outside line. And Suarez behind him trying to bring that outside line up. You see the momentum starting to build.
The inside line is doing a lot better than the outside line to start.
Right on the
Larson's even with McDowell, who's in 5th place.
What Daniel wants to be able to do right here down the back straightaway is get to that rear bumper of Kyle Larson. If he can get to it and push him down the back straightaway,
Camera kind of fucked up there.
it would accelerate them.
Slowly but surely, they're inching up, car after car, all the way alongside the 4th place car of Kevin Harvick.
Hi, Warlock. Oh, yeah, you're right. I just realized, yeah. I forgot to set up the leaderboard. That was bad. Hold on a minute. My mistake. I'm very sorry. I woke up like about a half hour ago or so. No, that's not an excuse. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. Un momento.
But he keeps exposing that bottom. Eventually, Christopher Bell is going to take it from him.
Steve, in the past, these cars have had to peak out to get a little bit.
Anyway, right now, outside line's coming back a bit. They got even with Bell coming down the backstretch.
They stay locked up for numerous laps.
No, they can't stay locked up. So the inlet to the radiators is the same location, but the other little nuance is it's also the inlet to the engine. So when you pull up really, really tight, you actually start to lose a
Alright,
little
so,
horsepower.
hold
which
on,
can
one
hurt.
moment.
Kyle Busch, we talk about agendas and strategies. I think this is a planned agenda. You see the hand out the window. You gentlemen go ahead. 5 laps into this race, he's going to fall back.
10 laps to go in the Belgian Grand Prix.
He has no problem keeping up with
come
only
on.
30 laps low going this stage. He just doesn't see the reason to have the risk.
Great, I can't find race. Okay, hold on a minute.
There, right? As you pull up into that wake, you know, the air pressure goes away and it pulls those hood flaps up.
There it is. Big up there. Man. Looks like Larson had to maybe get out of the
Yeah,
gas a little
big
bit
pushes
slower
from
than
Suarez to Larson. With the outside line doesn't seem it has the pace of the inside line.
Really often don't send you anywhere. It's kind of that, you got to ease up to the back bumper of that car and barely connect and then start pushing. Then drop the hammer and start shoving forward and driving both cars in the right direction. If you go up there and pop somebody, both cars just kind of stop. Doesn't really send the guy out front anywhere.
And Jeff, is this a situation where the 5 might not be a good car to be leading? He might be a good pushing car, but that high line is not moving at all. Now they're 6, 7, 8 car lengths back.
I would think that 5 car is a good car as far as speed. It's just sometimes the bottom lane works better than the top lane. We talked about it as soon as they dropped the green flag. There's a lot that you're going to learn today, and not every race is the same. It changes. The energy changes. You see now, as they enter the corner, you see a little bit of a run, and that's what has to happen. On that outside line, you hope to be able to kind of maintain a part of the racetrack, but then gain some advantages than others, and then just foot by foot get yourself back to the front.
All right.
Telemetry up to 190 miles an hour for Larson leading that outside line.
Almost got it ready.
Logano second in line on the inside. Following Chase Elliott, Logano, big news this last week. He signed a multi-year, long-term deal with Penske. That now matches what Ryan Blaney has done. So 2 of the 3 in the Penske organization with long-term deals as we ride along in the advanced auto parts.
All right.
Number 12 of Blaney.
They got a line on the top there for him.
There we go. All right, we're all good.
That should slow everybody down. Anybody that's 3 wide, they're going to be side drafting off each other whether they're trying to or not. It's going to kind of drag the cars down a little bit. The shot's so cool right there. Looking through the right rear corner of the spoiler. Looking forward. See how much he's out of the gas right here. You know, a little bit of hard throttle on corner entry. I assume some of that is really just to make sure his car is nice and secure. I would assume corner entry is where the handling would be. Entry and exit really would be.
We're 3 wide, 11th or 12th on back. About they're getting a little squirrely. 4 wide on the backstretch. Wow.
Larson keeping it in there, not spinning out. Being forced 4 wide at Daytona is never a good thing.
Ryan Blaney, we talked about him at the start of the show, what he has at stake, and he is in the middle of this chaos.
Looking at the top 10, McDowell and Jones have not won. Custer has not won. Austin Dillon has not won.
Early could really be detrimental to his playoff hopes.
You can see what 3 wide has done. All these guys have faded back outside the top 10. So the interesting one to me is Kyle Busch, right? So he lifts, weighs everybody by, and you see on the big replay right there.
Wow.
4 wide, if you look at the last car in that 3rd lane, it is Kyle Busch. He's now right up in the mess again. Can't help himself.
And contact, 17 and 5. Both kind of fighting for the same piece of real estate.
Junior, I mentioned earlier about aggressive driving and how aggressive are you early.
Yeah, obviously with the 3 wide, now everyone's going single file. Wonderful, yeah. Train.
Not really until you get closer to halfway. I think, you want, if you have weather in the area, you want your crew chief to kind of keep you understanding what lap is.
Because it's raining at turn 1 and 2.
Sure is.
Of course it is.
The track's so big, it can just start pouring on.
Wonderful. It's right. Yeah, you can see the rain kind of just in Haley's windshield.
Riding along with the lead pole, reporting one of Haley.
You see Haley, he had enough on that 3rd lane.
Kind of letting everybody go, got to get in line. It's a fight to the bottom.
Big single file lane around the bottom, right?
Chase
Great.
Joe
And the-
Logano, Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick, Mike
It's a
McDowell,
train.
top 5 here at Daytona.
Wonderful. Anyway, yeah, we got a train. Looking at the Belgian Grand Prix while we're under commercial.
This will upset Ferrari a lot if they don't get a podium today. They get beaten by both Red Bull. They kind of half expected that, but I don't think they expected a Williams to be chasing them down in the closing stages.
Max Verstappen leads by 14.5 seconds over Perez. It's a joke.
A big Mercedes on the side of it as well.
And for George Russell, what a day that would be.
There's no point in watching the rest of the season if the car is just that good.
Take consecutive podiums at the same circuits. Of course, he was on the podium for Williams here in his 50th Grand Prix start last year. And that is his first podium in Formula 1. Got the chance to do it 2 years in a row.
Ironically, that remains George's best result, doesn't it? That non-race last year. He's put in some tremendous drives since then.
Oh, very much so. Really out of the plane going home after Spa last year. I pretty much warmed up everybody who was still suffering from a bit of trench foot, quite frankly, because it was that wet and damp here. Albon, Stroll, Norris and Joe, 4 drivers, all in touch with each other in the battle for the one remaining points place here. Nearly 15 seconds, the gap out in front though between Verstappen and Perez. Nearly 2 seconds now, or just over 2 seconds, the gap between Sainz and Russell. That is getting much closer. Charles Leclerc a long way back from Russell in 5th. Fernando Alonso holding on really to the times of Charles Leclerc, but a long way back from Charles Leclerc in 6th on the hard compound tyre.
8 laps to go at Spa.
Sebastian Vettel running in 8th. Ahead of Pierre Gasly and Alex Albon, you can see leading this quartet for the one remaining points place.
It's a tough old fight, isn't it, for a
There's
world
a
champion
train
point,
for like
Russell's
10th on back to 15th. The 14th is a DRS train.
And we did have
It's
an
just
example of that, didn't we?
boring.
George
It's
Russell
no one can pass
Leclerc
because it's a
with
freaking
the
train.
DRS, so we know that in those circumstances, the Mercedes can get past the Ferrari. So we'll see how that plays out in what is becoming the closing stages.
It's only 8.5 miles an hour extra advantage, Martin. You think, does that make much difference when you're racing at about 195 miles an hour? But it certainly does for that Mercedes. It might do for the Alfa Romeo here.
Lando Norris.
Trying to get past Lando Norris, who had a little bit of 8.5 miles an hour extra pace of his own.
Joe's on softs? Interesting. Anyway, we're back.
But Norris once again, Martin, stuck in a DRS train as he has been for much of this race.
Yeah. So
The NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can always get
Outside Line's having some second win now. Looks like Blaney and Hamlin coming along.
All you have to do is just visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app.
Ooh, two cars hung up on the outside. Larson and Cindric falling all the way over the back. Maybe this was an intentional. But... Oh! Larson has a tire going down. Or some, no, water temp going down, excuse me. Where did I get tire from?
But the pace on this car is concerning.
We listened to it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, sounds like some sort of issue.
Remember at Talladega? No, I can see like right front looks smoking.
So
Water's going down.
Water's going down. Okay, so water's going down either because air is going through the.
Wait, it looks like it's raining on the pit road.
Has got in an area where the water's leaving the vehicle, right?
Yes, Steve, and they're coming directly to pit road, and that's what Cliff Daniels is thinking, that something has gone awry permanently with the car. The water tip just keeps going down. Now it's under 200, Steve. So what does that tell you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it will cool very quickly because the grill's completely open, running by yourself. But the sound of it, I'm going with the fact that there's some sort of break internally that's probably leaking water out through the exhaust. Unfortunately for the two of Austin Cindric,
We're 60 laps in. That's 20% of the way to halfway.
And absolutely nothing he could have done. He was pushing, trying to push the 5 car, and he just got drugged to the back, trying to keep from being in a wreck. And now, look how far behind he is. And with this car,
yeah, Cindric's in 30. Wait, no, Cindric can't be in 37. He's in 36. Larson is now a couple laps down from with his engine problem.
There's really nothing he can do. Stay wide open in the gas and hope he doesn't get lapped.
He's got 18 laps, and he's going to have to stay out on the racetrack and hope for that. The possibility of a caution is the only thing that would catch him back up right now. Parker.
As we ride on board here with Ryan Blaney, I just want to point out some masterful moves he's made here early on this race, considering that obviously he has to score stage points in this race, and he battles Martin Truex to make it in the playoffs. He was around 22nd place on the bottom when the top lane formed up. He chose not to move. He then stuck to the bottom. That got him to about the top 15, and then as things settled down, he was on the
Daniel Suarez moved up to I think to the outside lane. Yeah, that's going to help that outside lane continue getting a charge.
By Ryan Blaney, Marty.
The Toyota onboard will give us some views from Bubba Wallace today, currently in the 16th position. He has been committed to that higher line. It's crazy to think that over 8,000 miles of racing, over 17 or 27 weeks comes down to one race for Bubba Wallace. But he told me before the race, we shouldn't even be in this position. We've given away so many races this year, but when it comes to my confidence, this
Elliott moved a little bit to the outside, but now moves back to the inside. Bell trying to maybe push Logano. Just please be careful. Don't cause a giant wreck at the start of the race.
If you look on the inside line, though, back in the 2-4-6 position now is the red and black number 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Remember, 2 surefire ways to make it to the playoffs: end the day with more points than Ryan Blaney, or win the race. Both tall tasks here, but Truex, for his part, has moved from a 13th starting position all the way up to 6.
It was a 25-point deficit that Martin Truex Jr. had starting the race, but the 12 of Ryan Blaney right there could almost reach out and touch the 19. So those two are staying close to each other.
This outside line's making some good headway, Rick. Look at this 11 car.
Jones moved down the outside.
Eric Jones jumped up in front of him. So now Danny's going to have to try to push.
Every time it seems like one of the first people ahead jumps. Actually, no. What happened to Suarez? It looks like maybe he must have lost steam or something. He's back in the 21st to 30th.
Move forward to take the lead. Not enough momentum just yet to really trust it. So a lot of guys are watching this. A lot of guys are still weary about jumping in that outside line.
Looks like Larson's done for the day.
Engine issues. It seems as though that end of the day for potentially the 5 of Kyle Larson. Locked into the playoffs, though.
The other thing that's helping this inside line is Joey Logano being the pusher.
Larson was second in points entering today's race, so he might lose 1 or 2 spots in the points, which is going to hurt his playoff, which could lose some playoff points. Oh, here, good push from Hamilton to Jones. He rockets along the outside. He's alongside Logano now, but can he keep it going in out of 4?
It's not going to be as easy
Man.
to get up there and push Chase Elliott. Now that they're side by side, that's what that 43 car needs to do right now.
Elliott, Jones coming on the outside. New leader, the 43 at Daytona.
Are you surprised Chase Elliott didn't jump out in front of him and try to block?
But Elliott coming back on the inside.
You've got some exceptionally aggressive drivers.
Jones has to win to make the playoffs.
Eric Jones had coming at him.
Big push here.
Oh, man.
Both cars.
Joey is trying his hardest.
Yeah, it was like like Logano making me so nervous with his pushes.
Set to the right. The reason he's doing that is because if he pushes somebody on the left rear quarter panel, it can easily spin them out. If you push them on the right rear, it's much less likely, Dave, for them to go get spinning around.
And as fans
Because
know,
of the arrow of
there
the
on
car.
outside, he's one of the 13 drivers that must win, can win, and advance to the playoffs starting next week at Darlington. So there goes Jones to the lead. Crew Chief Dave Ellens was
Highest running must wins, McDowell in 10th, Burton in 11th, Bubba in 13th, and of course Jones, who is right now competing for the lead alongside Chase Elliott. 4 laps to go at Spa.
You see the drivers that must win to get into playoffs. Well, Eric Jones right now surging ahead, trying to make his way into the playoffs.
Here's to those with homework.
You might have heard of Carvana, and now we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and 0 surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Type 2 diabetes? Discover the power of 3 in the Ozempic Trizone.
Ozempic.
In my Ozempic Trizone, I lowered my A1C, CV risk, and lost weight.
Going on, haven't we, for the
Back to Spa. 3 laps to go.
bouncing of the porpoising, as it's called, and somehow or other, Ferrari. I don't think Ferrari shone there like we have in recent races.
Yeah, looks like Sainz gonna hold off Russell to get that 3rd and final podium position. Got a good run for Alpine, set 6th and 7th. Alex Albon for Williams in 10th.
And a pretty decent head started even before lights out this afternoon. And on this evidence, they're going to be impossible to catch. Another 8 races to go, and anything could happen, and it often does in Formula One. But this is a team that looks set for a driver championship for a 2nd year in a row, and a constructors championship for the first time in this hybrid era.
Yeah, that 7/10 that George Russell lost, we haven't seen it, but we're hearing that he ran a little bit wide of stamina, as you pointed out, David. That's been like 3 laps worth of catching.
Yeah.
And I think it was critical. He's catching again now, of course, but though he sort of wasted 3 laps, if you like.
Needed to get his tyres back into the working order. So it's 2 seconds with 2.5 laps to go for George Russell to try and chase down Carlos Sainz. So this could be the most exciting bit of the finish to the Belgian Grand Prix as Yuki Tsunoda gets past Joe Guan Yu and up into 13th place. Lance Stroll still very much on the tail of Alex Albon for that 1 remaining points place. We're on board with George Russell. You can see that Ferrari of Carlos Sainz ahead of him. Through the first sector on this lap, they were pretty much matching each other's pace, 32.4 for both drivers. George Russell taking a 10th in the middle sector out of Carlos Sainz's advantage. Yuki Tsunoda. That was either perfect.
And my TV froze. You gotta be kidding me.
To try and get past Joe Guan Yu, because that could have been all sorts of carbon fibre.
Really?
If
Really?
Yeah, you can soon whistle. There's a lot of real estate in those
Motherfucker.
to break those off with a nice lateral move like that.
F1 race is almost over, but what the fuck? Come on.
And 2 out of this race, Valtteri Bottas and Lewis Hamilton, who we heard from during the course of this race, made contact with Fernando Alonso's Alpine.
No video, Justin Clutch 2017. Hi, Brian Rockrail fan.
Confusing. Had to go to the medical centre. The bounce up in the air and return to ground set off the warning light in the cockpit. Didn't go to the medical centre.
Okay, lap 27. Elliott still leads.
As in comes Charles Leclerc for Ferrari to put on a set of soft tyres to go for the fastest lap in the race.
Jones still keeping in pace with the 9 up front.
Should be
be a bit tighter than they might have thought. Alonso makes
He finally pit Charles Leclerc again. Gets him 5th. Fernando Alonso right behind him.
Down the hill now, he's got a slipstream and DRS right behind the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc.
Wow, I mean, Ferrari's strategy just sucks, man. Why pitting them now?
Getting past Charles Leclerc and taking 5th place in this race.
Charles Leclerc is not even gonna finish top 5. It's embarrassing. Anyway, Eric Jones takes the lead as the outer line finally gets a good push. Jones, Hamlin, Blaney. And they slip right back down to the inside. Eric Jones needs a win. Blaney would like to win. Last lap of the race. Verstappen leads by 18 seconds.
This is the high-speed victory lap for Max Verstappen on the final lap of this race. Verstappen is in a world of his own this afternoon.
It's just no point in watching F1. It's just so boring.
There's no in-lap, there's no celebrating after the checkered flag and a long lap round Spa. So Anthony Davidson, race control, he can just drink in these moments. Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc porpoising, bouncing along behind the Alpine, trying to get past Fernando Alonso here. And I think he's just a little bit too far back to make that move into the bus stop.
And Cindric is still stuck on his own, and the field is coming up on him. So I just want this. I want the F1 race over. LaJoie's made his way up into the top 10, but I mean he can't win his way into the playoffs. He's not in the top 30. Right, top 5. Jones, Hamlin, Blaney, Elliott, Logano. Well, I'm looking for an edge on the top, right on the end, but he's gonna get railroaded. Oh man, now they gotta get past Cindric, who's stuck out. Now I can turn this off, finally. 9th victory of the season. Looks like Cindric might have hit the wall. And right now, it's back to Elliott and Jones. Oh, the 43 gets loose. And the 11th turn, the big one happens. Blaney, Bell, Hamlin. Championship implications. Oh, man. Blaney, heavy damage.
Damage to the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
180 degrees. Oh, no. 180 degrees. Exactly, guys. Look at the right front corner.
Right front tire is curved in. Truex is safe. Truex is probably safe on points now. Anyway, Jones might have taken some damage in that. Actually, no, he might have just gotten loose. So Hamlin and Blaney were the 2 cars that took the most damage in that crash.
See if it's just a toe link, which is a simple repair for the front or for the rear. But in the front, much more complicated because of the way the steering works. Whatever is broken on the right front, is repairable. The question is it repairable in 6 minutes?
Right. I gotta go see it.
Right here, he's going to go down right front, sticking out. Let's take a look at this wreck, though, and see how this damage occurred. Levicar's pushing the 43, just gets him loose. And then he gets very loose. Just chaos behind him. Guys trying to check up. And when you check up...
Not that many cars were actually damaged. No. Blaney, Bell, and Hamlin had the most damage. Looks like Harvick took some hits as well, because he plowed into Bell. McDowell, Ty Gibbs, avoiding the wreck.
Only tire damage on the 19.
Again, the 2 drivers fighting for points, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Blaney with damage to his car.
But then you got to remember, though, that with Blaney came in with a 25-point lead.
Hamilton received a warning.
This will be a great view. Let's take a look from Blaney's seat.
Really appreciate that. Yes, that works. Don't get talking. Still pushing in front. Still pushing in front. Still trying to check up.
Yeah, so Blaney better hope that there's not a new winner that wins right into the playoffs, because I think he was something like 35 points ahead of Truex. So long as Truex makes it through the race, okay.
or if it was a push that turned him sideways.
And gets a ton of stage points. He's right now, he's 4th.
We kind of saw some
I mean, he could be in a lot of trouble.
With Harrison Burton, Brad Keselowski just pushing in the corner. Yes, we are late in the tire.
Alright, so there are a couple drivers received a good amount of damage. As I said before, Hamlin, Blaney, and Bell received the brunt of the damage.
Then he sees he gets him loose. Then he checks up. 12 pops to 11. Turns him down across the apron. Dave.
And there is Eric Jones coming in. He'll get right side Goodyear tires and a fill of fuel. He'll take all 4 here, and they'll fill it up as we have 3 to go on the stage, Marty.
Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace also on pit road getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. A lot of guys saying they're a little more free than they expected to be. Bubba kind of left his stall maybe a little bit early. They wanted him to stay just a bit longer, but they did certainly get enough fuel here.
Some cars pitting. Oh, 3 laps to go in stage 1. I didn't even see that.
All these cars you see on pit road.
They're getting pitting for fuel.
They're agendas. Let's talk agendas. They're thinking they have to either win the race or they don't care about the stage points. On the racetrack, though, Chase Elliott leads. BowserJrXD Jr. trying to get
The stages are 35, 60, 65.
Well, they're letting.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get in and get away. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $239 a month, or Santa Fe for $289.
Leclerc speeding in the... Leclerc got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. He was already in 6th.
Minutes, data, and text, 6 hotspots, concert coupons, cable subscription, dental cleanings.
We need all that?
Do we need all that?
I wouldn't think so. You should use Consumer Cellular. They have everything you need, nothing you don't.
I'll throw in this tiny little fan. Car wash voucher? Ha! Light up soap dispenser.
I think you lost. Get the exact same coverage as the nation's leading carriers. All the talk, text, and data you need, starting at $20. Consumer Cellular.
Choosing T-Mobile is like expecting this, but getting that. And so much more. Like Netflix on us. And benefits that add up to more than $225 in value each month.
Oh, he passed Alonso at the end, but he lost it again.
I'm sorry I put you through the table. Sorry I tried to steal your lunch.
Keep it in the ring, boys. Get frozen peas, duct tape, sushi, and more reasons to rumble from your neighborhood.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet? It's beyond gig speed fast. And it can connect hundreds of devices at once. That's powerful. Unbeatable Internet.
Alright, let's see. Keselowski was involved and has lost a lap.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months after just 2 doses. Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your
The current top 10 right now is Elliott, Logano, Burton, Truex, Kyle Busch, Gregson, McLeod, Bubba, LaJoie, Stenhouse. There's a lot of cars pitted.
Talk to your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
All right, we knew there'd be wrecks at Daytona. Look right here, the 11 car gets into the back of the 43, but let's see what happens. 43 cars moving around, it's wide open. He lifted right there just a little bit as he got, just started to get a little bit loose. The 11 got into the back of him. Ryan Blaney could not react quick enough. Ryan Blaney and many others behind him got in this wreck.
Well, Ryan Blaney is on pit road trying to beat the damaged vehicle clock, trying to get off pit road. He'll do it. We'll see if he can maintain minimum speed to reset that clock on the bottom of the screen. Truex Jr. stays on the racetrack, currently 4.
Under caution means 2 to go. I don't know if we're going. It looks like it might be a 1-lap dash. So all cars that were involved, besides what we knew, Hamlin, Blaney, Bell, and then there's Harvick, Keselowski, Jones, and Ty Gibbs as well. Although I think those other, Keselowski has lost a lap, but the other 3 had rather minimal damage. Okay, so pace car is going to so 1-lap dash. Pace car's about to roll off. So we're going to see how these cars. So some of them did not pit. We'll see who's going to get the win and who's going to get those points.
great shot of this field here at Daytona. Back up through the gears they go.
Here we go. Green for one lap.
Stage one.
It'll be important for this 19 car to get in the back of the
A good push from Truex to Logano. Truex needs the stage points. If there's a new winner, he needs the points. He needs the security. Elliott bounces off of him just a bit. A good push from to Logano to the lead. Logano goes right down to the bottom to block the 9 as they head down the backstretch for the last time in stage 1. Elliott now to the back of the 22, looking for a move. Aggressive moves, the 9 on the outside. Ripping along. Here comes Harrison Burton on the bottom to 3rd. As they make it, oh man. As they come out of 4. The 22 out in front. The 9 and the 21 behind him. As they make it down the line, it's Logano winning the stage. Logano, Elliott, Burton, Busch, Truex, and I say Busch, of course, I mean Kyle Busch. He's the only Busch in the field. Then it's LaJoie, Bubba, Stenhouse, Jones, and McDowell getting the rest of the stage points.
Playoff points so important here at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brad Keselowski no longer in the race. That accident caught him.
Keselowski's out of the race.
It is the 22 of Logano. Aggression early here at Daytona.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knew.
The night race. It's as American as Uncle Sam deadlifting 350 while drinking a Busch Light outside his camper in a national park. It's as American as Earnhardt rattling Terry's cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there, September 17th. Go to BristolMotorspeedway.com and get your tickets before they're gone.
It's Bristol, baby!
There are those of us who earn our calluses. We choose raw materials over ready-made. It takes a special kind of person to build their world from scratch. And a special set of tools. Northern Tools are problem solvers' paradise. There's nothing we can't find, fix, or figure out together. We're made for this. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Really?
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy.
You can't drink and shock all day, otherwise you'll overload yourself with caffeine. Oh, hello, Chase. My VC.
Hello there.
This is a warning, because I'm back in college. I don't know if it's the college life or it's seasonal, but my voice chat will probably cut out for half a minute at a time, which is annoying. Anyway, what do you think of the race so far?
Well, I missed the first 10 laps because I was still asleep, but from what I have seen, it's been pretty good.
Yeah. Your VC might have cut out a bit there, but yeah, Spa was boring, so this is a good wake-up call.
Spa usually is boring, honestly.
But I was excited to watch Spa because it's got a long-ass straightaway going to, and then it goes to the turn called Eau Rouge, and it's another long straightaway. Anyway, top 5 are pitting. Elliott, Logano, Burton, Kyle Busch, and Truex. So with Blaney 2 laps down, oh, Bell's out of the race as well. I didn't even see that. Also, now I'm probably at where Dave is. There are a lot more cars on pit road. Elliott lost a humongous amount of spots, a lot of spots on pit road. Chastain took no tires. Briscoe took 2. Hemrick took 0. Castle took no tires. Austin Dillon took no tires.
Caesars. Try our large classic now with 33% more pepperoni. And start saving
Alrighty.
your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
NASCAR's best buds, what? We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited.
Alright,
For just
so
$30.
given that Blaney, okay, so Truex got 6 points. I need to check how many points he was behind.
I'm switching now.
I think he was he 25 points behind? Or is that from last week?
It's amazing when you can build on AWS.
For Truex?
Imagine creating cool stuff
Yeah.
that can make ordering tacos a breeze.
Okay, I'm just gonna check it now. Oh, he was 25 points behind. So Truex gained 6 stage points, so now he's 19 behind.
He's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement. So
Blaney's pretty much eliminated if we get a new winner.
Yep. Well, probably. Well, if Truex crashes out, he'll be fine.
Hey, Craig. Hey, guys. This is just my workout stuff.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico. You're still wearing your mask, Jake.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions. Baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Lead-Off, exclusively on Peacock.
Coverage will resume shortly. Let me check chat real quick. Hope you're all enjoying the race. Brian Rockwell fan left the chat. Right now, my thing says Corey LaJoy is the leader. Then Bubba, Stenhouse, Jones, McDowell, followed by Custer, Gilliland, Busher, Almirola, and Bowman.
I think LaJoy is the leader because he stayed out.
Yeah. What a top 10.
But if LaJoy wins, he ain't making it because he's 31st in points.
Yeah,
so.
and he can't catch Ty Dillon in points, or Todd Gilliland in points.
So I guess he could just race for the hell of it.
He wants to win. I remember last year, the reason that he ran so well last year at Daytona was that Spire bought a Hendrick engine. And they reused it at Darlington, which is why he got a top 15 finish as well.
I'm calling.
Yeah, now you're in this where it cuts out. All right, so Elliott. So wait, I'm trying to remember. Hemrick was the first person out. The pits, so they'll restart 24th. Good fan turnover from yesterday to today, considering they had to come back out early.
Wait, breaking news just released from the infield care center involved in that accident just before the end of stage 1. Christopher, what do you see from your point of view?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the 43 just got a little bit loose, and then the rest of it.
Bell's
was,
fourth DNF of the
ride,
season.
Really disappointed for, looking at just a stack up. Normal speedway race. Disappointed for our group. This Ream car was obviously competitive, started up front, was able to stay up there, and go on to start the playoffs next week.
Seen some really aggressive racing out there. Was it as aggressive from inside the car?
I mean, there's just moments, whenever you get out front and we are single file, everyone was taking it easy, and then the top lane starts going, and you got to start pushing to keep up. So, just
looking at the rookies where they're running, we got, let's see, Gilliland in 7th, Cindric in 15th, and Burton in 21st.
Came to pit road now to top off the fuel. The comment to Martin was, "We're in the back anyway," meaning that
they sent Kyle Busch for running equipment.
Of course he did.
So Truex will now have a full tank of Sunoco
fuel. Truex, like I said, now he's only 19 points behind Blaney. Blaney is in the 34th position right now. I believe he's 1 lap down.
That would be how this 19 gets her track position back, I assume.
All right, Corey LaJoy. I think he jumped it.
What, the restart?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm behind you.
Also among those cars who topped off, Steve, Alan Gustafson making that same exact
So now I know.
Yeah, Alan saying, hey, I want to
I'm
make
behind.
the next stop as short as I possibly can. How much would that even 1 lap under caution buy then, Steve, on the racetrack under green?
Well, it all adds up. It's not a whole lot, but tenths of a second.
Wanted to change my setup.
Plus,
you wonder if maybe that got a little bit crazy at the end.
Wish I had a television, a cable box, but
Steve,
beggars
just a
can't be
shout-out to
choosers.
Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief on this pole team, who's expertly guided this team through a very high-pressure scenario, though. After that crash, they were able to fix the right front. They went 2 laps down. They got off the DVP. Blaney had to do that on left side tires that are flat-spotted. They changed those tires.
Can't believe Blaney's car is still running, but my God, it doesn't look that good.
Number 12 car, yeah, that 1 lap shootout.
Also, wait, hold on a minute.
Geico restart zone as we're getting underway now with
Indeed Racing fan, what's up? Anyway, now we're going for stage 2.
completely different look.
Bubba, it's Bubba and LaJoy up front. A good push from Jones to Bubba. Bubba needs the win. Ooh, a little bit of an aggressive push from Jones to Bubba. But the 7 and the 23 are running side by side. Fun fact, the charter for the 7 is finished in the bottom 3 2 years in a row. So if it finishes in the bottom 3 again, which is not likely to happen, it would get revoked.
The moment he's trying to lead that outside line.
Mike McDowell jumps up in the outside line as well, right behind the 43 car of Eric Jones. That's going to push that line forward.
Good push again from the 23. He takes the lead.
Leads them right here. The inside line's trying to
Bubba leading at Daytona. Hugo Racist getting upset.
Not enough cars down there, Jeff. A little bit of space between them.
Rips out by 4.
So they're 3 wide from 6th on back or 7th on back. Now the outside, contrary to what it was earlier, having a good run. McDowell to 3rd. Ooh, 40, another aggressive push. But this is good racing right here. Truex sneaking up to the middle.
Here comes Christopher Buescher in the
All the way in the back. Christopher Buescher, I love it. You'll see it. Bubba going down to the bottom lane to protect the run from Jones. Now this is what we came for. Man, look at this.
A lot of times you'll get loose in the super speedway races.
Buescher coming along the outside. Bubba going down the block.
You got a lot of air on the nose. You got a car behind you taking all the air off the back of the car, lifting the air off the rear spoiler.
Oh, man. Jones back to the lead.
There he goes again. Eric Jones out front of the 43.
The other thing is, there's all these
Oh my God. Cars are so close.
and the track temp, it's
Not really not crashing.
Track temps keeps inching up.
It's incredible. Middle lane bunching up a bit.
It's pretty intense right here.
Oh my God.
Stage 2 and we're 3 wide in the 3rd row. All the way
This
back.
is so cool. This is great race. Alright, just this lap is so much better than anything that the Belgian Grand Prix was able to do. At the line this time, it's going to be LaJoy.
With Eric Jones leading, that knocks Truex out.
Lap 81 marks halfway, so if it rains,
yeah,
they'll call it or not. Oh, not. If it is, it is.
Yeah, we'll take what happens. We'll see what happens.
They repaired that car. They got back on the racetrack.
Okay, right now as they're running, Truex is 9 points behind Blaney. And he's not even in the stage point gain yet. Ooh, Buescher looks like he bounced off the wall a bit. Getting a push from Alex Bowman.
Oh, here comes Eric Jones again.
LaJoy is leading, but yeah, Jones on the bottom. This is like the run of the underdogs right here.
Oh, got Hemrick at the top 10 now.
He is. I mean, and Haley's not far behind.
Here's how you need to manage a race. Buescher told me before the race, only one thing matters to us today, a win. I'm not worried about stage points. I'm not worried about anything. If I'm in a position to keep it up front, I will do it. Right now he's doing that and making that high line work. But also remember, his teammate Brad Keselowski now out of the race, so he doesn't have that drafting partner to work with him.
See what Buescher's going to do. He's going to try and make the move. Well, this is LaJoy. Let's see the inside run.
Oh,
and we're getting a run.
Oh, out of the hole, out of nowhere in the top 10.
Oh, man. I'm going to see that when it comes up. Anyway, Keselowski, Bell out of the race. Larson's still off, but he's probably out.
Keselowski's out, and he'll miss the playoffs for the...
Yeah, he's going to miss the playoffs for the first time since when?
That tells you why this pack is so intense right now. These guys worried about the weather, racing to the end of the stage, racing to the halfway mark. 80 laps into the race.
Eric Jones leading that inside line. Bubba behind him, and Stenhouse. Outside line is led by LaJoie.
All bumper to bumper. A lot of cars moving around. Potential to have an accident any moment. Now that bottom
But they
line,
don't.
dim down
These
a
are the
little
best
bit.
damn racers on earth. Bottom line getting the real win now. Let's hope it doesn't go to a train.
Real major energy coming. The straight ride. The Coke Zero Sugar Camp. Joey Logano. You can see what he's trying to do. He wants to push Denny Hamlin, but there's somebody right there in front of Denny Hamlin. He can't push him into that guy in front of him and then cause a wreck. It's very, look at the visibility. And this visibility is much better than Joey Logano's got. It's higher than his eyes. You can hardly see. Once they get on the straightaway, you can hardly see who's in front of you. You don't know what's going to happen. Look at that. You have no idea what's happened directly in front of you. That's one of the most difficult parts about speedway racing. He wants to get up there and just push him, but he cannot push him into this wreck.
Drivers who pitted are still stuck. Well, they're trying to make their way up, but it's difficult. Truex is up to 10th, which puts him ahead in points. So as they're running, Blaney would be out of the playoffs.
All those guys in that line not to be able to figure out how to get that line moving forward.
Looks like it's starting to thin out. Looks like they're dropping down to one line a bit. We'll see if anyone pulls out.
Only 2 cars in front of him. Just felt like there wasn't going to be enough power.
We still need 30 laps to get back.
Yeah. About that. Wait, what lap are you on?
I'm on lap 49.
Yeah, I'm a lap behind you.
22-year-old Todd Gilliland has a chance to get into the playoffs with a win here in the black number 38, and he could do it. Seth Barber told me this morning, our only real strategy is to avoid all the wrecks and give ourselves a chance at the end. So far, he's done that, Parker. Avoided the early stuff, and the 38, if he's there at the end, could get it done.
Right, David. What a great run for Chloe Joy, as we pointed out. He was leading to last year. Remember, he did the same thing last year when he was playoff eligible, and I had a long conversation with him yesterday about this race and how he would tackle it not being playoff eligible if he won this race. He said, I'm going to evaluate my car, but if I've got something I feel like can be up front, I'm going to keep it up there, and he's done that so far in this race.
Eric Jones is on this list. He's out front.
Yeah, the top 3 need to win. The top 4th place hasn't won either. Neither is 5th or 6th. Have to go back to Daniel Suarez. Actually, so 8 of the drivers in the top 10 haven't won.
Great way for you to sell your car online in under 2 minutes. They'll even pick it up and pay you on the spot. So,
I'm gonna go get some
feel like a real winner.
real quick. I should eat something for breakfast since I'm missing the brunch options.
T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon.
I got this peanut butter granola bar from Trader Joe's.
Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Austin Hill, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together 2 great American inventions. Baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock. What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
Do you want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
I'm here to find my family.
Where the hell are we?
Welcome home.
You can't take away for granted.
It's great to be back.
This is my year.
We can do this together.
American Ninja Warrior, streaming on Peacock.
And now I'm waiting for coverage to come back.
Oh.
Oh, don't tell me what happens. Don't tell me what happens. You know, I'm a lap behind.
So basically what happened is when they come back, they're gonna show some cokes.
There's a wreck, isn't there?
No. Yet.
Okay. Thank you.
44 laps to go in stage 2 of NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Leader is Jones. Busher is leading the inside lane. Notice Byron snuck his way up into the top 5, which makes me happy. Let's hope he cannot get screwed over by something out of his control. Again.
Racing's been crazy. Usually we see them go.
Busher taking the lead now down the backstretch. Of course, that's subject to change.
Race and work that race, and I was blown away by how intense they ran through stage 1 and stage 2. Still doing it today here in Daytona, giving us a great action.
I believe Chris Busher now has gone 220 races without a win since he won at Pocono.
Trying to make it happen. Chris Busher, Eric Jones.
Second longest streak ever, rivaled only by Bill Elliott's streak of 226 races without a win.
Gets everything he can out of that 7 car for Spire.
Hamlin's already back up in like 8th. Wow.
Eligible if he could get up front, win this race.
Truex now only 4 points. And no, he's 4 points ahead right now.
Has a new sort of lease on his racing career, signed a new deal. Extend, he's going to retire, decided not to retire, coming back for a couple years. Dave.
And Junior, he said that Smithfield was excited about it, and SHR was excited about it, and the kids were even excited about it because they'd grown up here at the racetrack. The only downside is young Abby may not get a pony for another year or so. 16th season now for Eric Almirola in the Cup Series. Pony on hold, Rick.
Well, suffer through not having a pony for maybe another
Upper lane prevailing, Jones, Bowman, Byron. Then it's Busher, Hamlin, LaJoy, Logano, Gillen, Harrison Burton, and Almirola.
Watching his dad race. He buried the lead, man. Who won?
We're on lap 55 right now.
I don't know if you got to pick on the kid. I mean, okay.
Morning.
Alex Bowman up front, really pushing that high line. Earlier he was pushing Chris Busher. There he pushes Eric Jones out to the lead. He has been committed to that line and being aggressive all day long, which is something Greg Ives, his crew chief, has really worked with him here on the.
Oh yeah, Greg Ives, he's retiring this year.
I'm gonna hang it up after 2022.
The driver that brought Chase Elliott his first Xfinity Series championship. Then the guy who helped Dale Jr. Byron moves down to the bottom, ahead of teammate Bowman. He takes second spot. He's won twice already, including if you can count a plate race, the first race in Atlanta this year.
Those moments that you miss that you love what you do, but it gets to a point where you have to make a shift. I was happy to see
if we can get another W.
Stay with the company. Hendrick has so much going on. Sure, he'll be a very vital asset to that organization, even moving forward.
It's fading in and out.
The 22, Joe Logano got that outside line running. They're pushing Bowman up toward the front. Jones
Yeah, but the drivers that were running up front earlier are slowly making their way back. Hamlin up there, Logano up there.
We were talking crew chiefs there moments ago. A tip of the hat to Dave Ellens, crew chief for the 43.
Right, so far we've had 7 different leaders. Elliott's led the most, followed by Jones. Then it's LaJoy, then a tie between Logano and Bubba, and then Busher and Larson each led 1 lap apiece. Here comes a 24 on the inside. That Rainbow Warrior car. Pulsing his way. He made his way through the pack now. Looking to lead at the line. The 8th different leader of the race. Ooh, I think he got it. He got it. At the line, I think.
So much focus to push the guy as hard as you can without wrecking him.
Actually, well, the leaderboard hasn't updated, so I guess not.
The cars are going to start to have handling issues as we've seen in the first stage.
But we've had 13 lead changes so far.
This pack rocketing around the racetrack at over 193 miles an hour average. And now it's side by side for the lead between the 24 of William Byron, who's getting a push from Busher, and the
Christopher Busher.
Eric Jones getting a little help there from Alex Bowman.
2 wide all the way around. That's what you love to see.
Earlier in the race, but up the racetrack, and they actually drive a little better. You don't have to turn the steering wheel quite as much.
Oh, yeah, I love me that stationary shot.
And of course, they had a chance to make a chance.
I don't like the trick shot. Jones still leading at the line.
Sometimes your car just drives better when you don't get that thing on the
Okay, now they finally registered. So now we've had 2 more lead changes
for
for a total of 15.
Like it drives better than it did early. That's great for the guy pushing him, right? When you are lined up to the guy in front of you, and that car is moving around, you're very reluctant to push him.
Little antsy there with Jones, with Bowman trying to find his way around.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you're talking about the 24 there. No confidence moving up in the first stage, and now much better. They made an adjustment on that 24 car.
The 24 has come alive. The place where he won his first race 2 years ago. I think when a lot of the fans had given up on him. Oh man.
And the 43 as well. He won his first race. I think.
He did win it. Yeah, 4 years ago. The last 4 times here have, well, no, every year Daytona has had a first, since 2018, Daytona has had a first-time winner. Jones, Haley, Byron, and McDowell. And Cindric this year. Alright, Jones fully back in front now behind the 2 Hendrick cars.
If you look at these cars in the garage area, the bumpers are anything but square. They're very curved. So it's very easy to get offset while you're shoving and get a guy turned around.
The last time the 43 won at Daytona was 8 years ago. Here comes Bowman on the outside. No, because the inside line surges back. It looks like they're about to come up on a lap on a car that's. I thought I saw a car up ahead. There is a car up ahead. It's I think it's Blaney.
Yeah, it's Blaney.
So Blaney's gonna go a second lap down, which is basically that should screw him.
Is he the car? Is he in the car that looks like Allison's?
Well, oh, Davey's car, not Bobby. I mean, it's black and yellow and has a red number. If that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Work a plan. We want to see that more secure. We're not going to black flag you because it's been riding around. It hasn't come off. But in the draft, it's crazy. I think he's almost better off to be riding by himself, even though he's losing time.
It's Eric Jones out in front of Daytona again.
Lap 60, great race so far.
If you have COP,
there are those of us who earn our calluses. We choose raw materials over ready-made. It takes a special kind of person to build their world from scratch. And a special set of tools. Northern Tools are problem solvers' paradise. There's nothing we can't find, fix, or figure out together. We're made for this. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
What is this place?
welcome to Irish Spring, friend.
Where stinkiness is unwelcome.
Bad smells must receive their correction.
Irish Spring. Smell from a nice smelling place.
That's such a bizarre commercial.
Love it. Thunder Road? Love it. Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot with the most complete ball in golf.
You so love it.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
No, wait, what happened? The ticker is the ticker broken on NASCAR?
A good cruise.
Okay.
No.
No, the ticker's broken on the app. It shows Hamlin as the leader.
He is the leader.
Oh, well, I can't see it. Shit. Did Jones get railroaded?
Bet your sweet rump roast you are.
Language?
No, it's a freight trade right now. It's all single file.
It shows Jones in 11th. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he is. And then you got Logano second, Harrison third.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so yeah, I can't see what's going on, because they didn't go side by side on NBC Sports. Great, of course I talk about how great the racing is, and then it goes to a train with the drivers I don't want leading in the lead.
Near to the front, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. As we take a look at the Toyota driver.
Don't worry, you got Chastain just 5 spots below Hamlin. So. Oh wait, forget that freight train. Forget it. You got Chastain, but time to make it.
Daytona on this Sunday morning race, Marty.
Hey guys, Bubba Wallace got shuffled out. He is back in the 23rd position.
Well, inside line's still there.
Is on top of the pit box. Once Bubba got shuffled out, he said, hey, I'm going to ride back here until the end of the stage, or at least until our pit stop. Hey, Junior, by the way, Michael Jordan...
Ty Gibbs is now actually ahead of Ryan Blaney. 2 laps. Wait, what happened to Ty Gibbs?
Was supposed to be the fastest car and didn't qualify so well. So Michael's
Why is he 2 laps down?
I don't know if you do as well, but Michael doesn't come to the pit box until...
I think Ty Gibbs just lost the draft. I think that's all it was.
He's 2 down.
Right now for his driver, Bubba Wallace.
Was he? I mean, he was involved in the crash, kind of. Did it hurt his car that badly too?
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, but I think he only went 1 because the crash, and he lost another one because he lost the draft.
Yeah, well, that sucks.
It
really sucks for Blaney if we have a new winner.
One of the fastest cars we're seeing on the racetrack right now, at least as far as gaining position, has to be Harrison Burton, running in the 3rd position right now with the 21. He had a great first stage, finished 3rd in stage 1, and now running in that 3rd spot up on the high line as the low line's starting to get some more momentum.
It is, creeping up to 3rd, and Ross leading that inside line.
Things got mixed up.
And then look, he's gonna meet his best friend, Denny Hamlin.
This is how it all started. Now they're Chris Buescher.
Oh, Ty Gibbs he slipped out of the it was earlier. Ooh, Buescher got way loose and it ruptured that line.
Just get out of the way. Hang a left. You know it's safe.
Looks like Gibbs almost scraped the wall.
Buescher had nothing to do and just nice smart.
Blaney is now 3 laps down. According to the ticker. He must be on, I think he's on pit road, trying to get the car fixed more, because NASCAR lightly suggested that they do so. Logano pushing Hamlin. Reminds me of 2020.
Has other ideas. He's bringing Bowman. All those guys along with him. They're inching back forward to make this 2x2 fight.
Ty was possibly blowing
up.
Okay.
A little bit of gap between the 1, the 48, and the 43 on the inside line. They're starting to close that back up. That'll create a little energy, and they'll move forward a little bit. But it is a slow process with this car. Side draft's a little less than with the traditional, the older car. Can't really use, you don't see as much guys moving around to side draft each other as much as we used to. Yeah, check this out as you ride along with Daniel.
Why do they show us miles per hour? Unless it's just from the last lap. It's useless. And it's really useless on a super speedway. Jones getting shuffled back even farther. He's back in 27th or so.
And it gives a great range. It's mounted on top of the roof, facing backwards. Look how much you can see to the left and to the right. A lot of drivers are using this on super speedways, and they put it right there because they don't have to look up. They can keep their eyes on the racetrack all the time, just a little glance, and that mirror gives them all the information that they need. That inside line is falling apart right now.
It is, yeah. It's the Senate. Byron is bailed.
Emmerich dove down to lead that line. You see him right there.
Emmerich moved down. Oh man! Almirola stuck 3 wide. He's gonna fall back like a pinball. The pinballs bounce off of things, so maybe that simile was not apt for the situation.
Going to jump to the top. Yeah, it's interesting when a car that nobody really knows well or trusts as far as the pace or speed starts to lead a line. Everybody bails on that. You can see this outside line now with 4 cars in it.
I've had enough of that camera angle. Give me the stationary shots.
Daytona, Harrison Burton saying, "Nah, not so fast." He started 29th today. He is up in the 3rd position. Once he got to the top 10, he has been able to stay there. I talked to him before the race. He said, always a 50-50 shot. But remember how well he run in the Grand.
Okay, finished top 10 all 4 of the Daytona Xfinity races. Top 10 all Xfinity races he was in. Remember the 2020 summer one in the Xfinity Series where no one survived, where basically no car survived.
Today is that 18 car of Kyle Busch. He restarted on this run back in 31st, up 27 positions, up to 4th. He says the race car is just a little bit tight right now as they ride in that top lane behind the 21, but obviously got some speed in that 18 and able to make passes here at this track.
We saw Eric Jones up toward the front most of this race, but the last couple laps pulled over on the back straightaway, lifted, dropped all the way to the back of this pack. Let's listen to this 43 radio.
Wow.
I'm getting way too loose off the floor. I'll let Brandon know.
Man, it's wild. And this is, you know, we just never hear about cars having handling issues in Daytona. With the repay, we had a lot of grip, but now
Blaney gets lapped again.
The surface is aging, and running this race during the day has been a challenge for these drivers, Parker.
Another driver that's up in the top 5 that sort of crept up there, Justin Haley in that 31 car for College Racing, one of those drivers that if he were to win would put himself in the playoffs. So we know how good he is at super speedways in the Xfinity Series. Obviously won this race.
It's also been 22 years since Jeff Burton won his only Daytona race.
What makes you so good at super speedways? And he said, to be
That
honest,
popped
I
into
don't
my
do
mind.
anything. I let the lines play out for me. I let the moves happen. I'm not the one that you're going to see making those aggressive moves. Those lines play out for me, and I just find myself at the right position at the right time. The exact opposite, maybe that 22 car of Joe Logano there, who will be very aggressive, making those big moves. You'll see that 31.
Lap 73 of 160.
When it matters right now, find himself in the top 5.
Yeah, Parker, a lot of guys are sort of kind of hanging out right now, Steve, and I think the reason why is we got green flag pit stops potentially coming soon, and we see almost every super speedway race, green flag stop. People get themselves in trouble trying to get on pit road.
Yeah, 10 laps until pit stop. Splash of gas if you want to win the stage. 4 tires if you're preparing for the end of the race.
Vance here, and get up, people.
Wonderful.
For a new Sunday tradition, because Peacock's bringing together 2
Yay, side by side for the
and front. MLB Sunday leadoff exclusively on Peacock.
Join Jimmy Fallon and Kiki Palmer as they play on words. A lot of ways to go with this.
Urination.
That's a way. Password, streaming on Peacock.
I'm Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane.
And we wait.
On USA.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner! Are you ready for some fun? Let's do this! Let me hear you.
Now we wait again. We got pit stops going off. The Toyotas.
NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 Toyotas coming to pit road. Parker.
All right, Ricky, you see just fuel going in that 18 car of Kyle Busch as these Toyotas try to have the minimal time on pit road. Dave?
Looks like it's going to be the same for Denny Hamlin, Sunoco fuel only, and for the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., who was back on the grid, but it was such a tight pack, he didn't lose much time. He got right with his Toyota teammates, Marty.
Willie Parker saying 5 seconds of fuel for Bubba Wallace, who ride on board as he goes back out on the racetrack to see the Toyotas coming 1 lap earlier than everybody else. We do expect several teams coming down pit road on this lap.
Yeah, the Toyotas have now shown their hand, right? They took gas only, which tells me they are trying to win the stage. So hit again at the end of the stage. We jump back to the pack because I thought there would be another wave of cars to pit right there, but they stay together, very organized.
So Blaney's only 3 laps down, not 4.
This group right here is running way faster than these 3 little Toyotas, right? These 3 guys are organized.
That's 4. That's 4.
With
3 and Bubba, because he's a little bit behind, slightly behind them.
Cars, right? You feel like you can get on the pit road very clean. We'll see what this
Gibbs on pit road.
They come right now. Oh, here we go. Hands out the window. You see all the left.
Cars going to
The
pit.
end of the backstretch.
See right here, Bubba Wallace, he hasn't been able to catch the pack, so they're having to slow down to drag him to them so they can get a drag picked up.
Now here they go. We saw the hands out the window. How many are going to turn left?
Some of the
5,
4, well.
10.
Ooh, Elliott has the block up. Man, holy crap, look at the action on pit road. Is that what you said, Will4?
And guys, Joe Logano leads his
Holy crap, most of the field, everyone pits except BJ McLeod. Oh, Lordy. It's going to be the...
Chaos on pit road, Marty. Boy, this is what happens when everybody comes on pit road. Nearly a wreck. Chase Elliott coming in.
How did they not wreck? You know, but that just shows how good they are. After completion of this lap, it'll be official.
They should that Xfinity didn't know what they were doing.
I don't know what you said. My God,
I said this shows
here come the
that Xfinity didn't know what
Toyotas.
they
They're
were
roaring
doing.
around the outside. They got Bubba with them. They're cruising. But it's not like the gamble paid off exactly. Most of the cars that all pitted coming out single file. They're even with Burton.
Steve, one of the things that I said there was that the
Top 4. Ooh, here comes Elliott around Logano. Logano held out to dry. Here comes the 9, the lead with the 8 behind him, as well as the 47. Logano stuck in the middle, but all the cars are back up to full speed, it looks like. And the cars have kind of separated into multiple packs as a result of the pit stop.
Wide open nose to tail trying to be efficient. Well, we talked about cars sliding tires on the pit road. One of those cars that had a lot of smoke was that 8 car second in line on the inside.
So this goes back to, I don't even know. I think 13 cars in the main pack plus Logano.
A few more laps left in this stage.
Yeah, 15 to
Yeah,
go.
14 cars to count Logano. He's trying to latch on.
Just in front of the Toyotas who pitted earlier.
Rick, a little surprised. A group of cars.
But the back pack is catching back up. They're single file on the inside. Blaney's back in the pit.
They wouldn't have been able to keep up, maybe lose a lap, but surprising
I think Blaney should just park it. He's done.
Reddick jumps into the outside line. Now that allows Stenhouse to come up there behind the
Yep. The only way he gets a chance to Truex DNS.
Now he's just got to hope that
outside line.
you got to hope that there's no new lead winner.
The push from the 18 car right there in the middle of the corner. Kyle Busch pushing Tyler Reddick down the back straightaway, a big run.
Push park still, the tires on. Push park still, the tires on. Push park
My
still,
thing's
the
looping.
tires on the 8 of Reddick.
Great, my feed just looped. I'm gonna reset the race stream or reset my NBC app. It broke. It sputtered 3 lap times. I saw the same set of frames
with America's
like 2
best
seconds,
warranty
3 times
and
in a
up to
row.
3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get in and get away. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $239 a month, or Santa Fe for $289 a month, or get up to $500 bonus cash. Hurry in.
his hands full, mainly because of Kyle Busch right on his back bumper through the corners. We've heard drivers complain about being pushed in the corner. I don't think Kyle's actually making contact.
All right, new leader Tyler Reddick.
Really
Okay.
upset this safety car how close his 18 is.
I really love not another Reddick, but I want more winners or a Hendrick
close
car.
enough to make that car really loose. And a little look into the future right here. Tyler Reddick announcing he is signed with Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan's team, their Toyotas, for not next year, but the year after. Look who's lined up behind him. All his
Toyotas.
future teammates.
And in the now, not looking in the future, you look at the 19, he needs as many points as he can get, so he's not in the bottom of the point situation as to getting into the playoffs. And
Blaney,
right now,
fine.
it's Martin Truex Jr. who is fourth back in that outside line, needing every point he can get.
Guys, you can feel the intensity picking up. You know, as we tend to go in this stage, laps keep winding down to the end of this race. You can just feel the intensity picking up. You can see it in the moves the drivers are making.
It's past the halfway point of the race. It will be official if there was weather that came in the area. Right now, everything's looking good on the radar.
Reddick is clear now and to move down to the inside line in front of Chase Elliott.
All right, Elliott back to the second.
Denny Hamlin pushes
With Reddick leading, trying to block the lines.
Reddick back to the top to try to block that. Momentum on the top. Back to the bottom, trying to block the inside.
Behind Elliott is the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse.
Up in front, you're going to see
Hasn't won since 2017. Hasn't won since this race 5 years ago.
Cross lanes quicker than anybody, make moves quicker than anybody.
Got a big push there from the 18. Tyler Reddick on the outside. On that inside, it is still the 9 of Chase Elliott.
This is super. In a word, it's chaos. You have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other. And a track like no other. And after it's all over, you still don't believe it ever happened. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
You might have heard of Carvana, and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying cars should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right. We'll put you in control. And all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana. What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
There aren't words to describe this season.
This live show can make you or break you.
You've got a real shot at being in the finals. AGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
Are we ready to go back? No, apparently not.
All right, 5 to go.
In the stage? Oh, dang.
And guess what? Just leading, baby.
Well, I'll see.
Never.
Kyle Busch, wonderful.
The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date with the latest race.
Martin Truex making his way back up there.
Search
He's in
NASCAR
third.
Tracks in the App App Store to download for free. Coming up right after the race, it will be the NASCAR America post-race show here on CNBC, and then plenty more racing to go. It's the IMSA Weather Tech racing from VIR. It's the GT-only weekend. VIR, that means the GT Daytona and the GT...
Say, oh wait, yesterday was the IMSA race, right?
Porsche,
where did Jeff Gordon finish?
GTD Pro, but a lot of fun. The IMSA Weather Tech Series, again, that'll be coming up right.
That's a good question. I forgot all about that.
Me too. I'm sad. I
Four
should have
Toyotas in the
watched it.
top line there. The 1 in line, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He needs stage points as we come to the end of this stage. Listen to the 11 radio right in front of him.
Yep, I'm aware.
Oh, it's next month, not next week. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, there you go. Denny trying to do as much as he can.
Reddick back to the lead.
Truex Jr. Jeff Burton, how hard would that be to quote-unquote give Martin a spot there coming to the checkers?
Well, it'd be really hard because everybody else doesn't care. And the fact is that all these guys, with the exception of these Toyotas, they want track position. And even Bubba Wallace, he's in a situation where he needs to win.
On the line now, it'll be 4 laps to go.
Lane, so, yeah, it's easy to say. It's another thing to do. 4 laps to go to the end of stage 2.
Lap number 102.
Denny Hamlin trying to push Kyle Busch out front, trying to push him clear.
The drivers need to win to get in. Stenhouse is in 5th. Burton 7th. Bubba 8th. Gilliland in 12th. 11th.
Yep. Here they come.
That's the line coming back around.
See what happens though. One line will get a run, then it'll slow that other line down. Then they get bunched back up and get a big push.
Hamlin has 48 wins. Kyle Busch has 60. Truex is 31.
Decided against it. Gonna stay on top. Get back here. Get his.
Yeah, 31.
Kyle goes down there.
I wish I had a list of how many list of winners at Daytona in total.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, he tried to jump to the outside of Kyle Busch. Kyle wasn't having it. Now that puts the 9 car leading this inside line of Chase Elliott. With Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to push him.
An interesting dynamic. Right now, Tyler Reddick racing for RCR. He jumps up into the Toyota line.
And I never thought I'd say this, but a stage win, I think, would build some momentum for the 18. It has been a rough summer for Kyle Busch.
Yep.
Contract negotiations, a big storyline. Just a stage win, I think, could be enough to at least turn the news cycle better for this 18 car.
Inside line's lost all of its momentum right here. Look at the outside line.
Yeah, top 5 from the outside, and they've broken away.
And that was all because of Reddick moving out of the inside line. It really disturbed everything happening there, took all the energy out of it. And Reddick, a Chevrolet.
Hamlin looking to make his way around the 8. He's stuck outside. Toyota dominance at the
And
front.
Logano just puts Elliott in the wall because yes.
What?
It's 4 Toyotas once again. 1, 2,
Don't.
3, 4.
Oh, dude, don't spoil it for me, man.
Doing Chase Elliott things. He's never one to ride in line. He's always trying to push the issue. He jumped to that outside, trying to be the leader of that line. We never see him just content. He's always changing.
He is falling like a rock.
So is the 22. Logano jumps out of line on that inside.
Why'd you tell me that? I'm like, you know I'm a lap behind you.
This 22 right here. Trying, now he connects, pushes.
And I mean, it's usually the other way. And
Lap.
who would?
Unless you were just lying.
Kyle Busch decided not to try to go up and block
It's Logano and Kyle Busch up front. Let me. Now I see what you meant. Oh man. Yeah, I see. Elliott's gonna fall back because he's stuck on the outside. Hamlin and Kyle Busch up front. Truex behind Kyle Busch, looking to get as many points as he can. I think maybe he slammed him into the wall. Anyway, Kyle Busch with some gas on the inside, goosing the throttle ahead.
What will they do for the 19?
Joe Gibbs running 1, 2, 3. Who's gonna get to the line first? Okay, well it's pretty up to this point. As they come to the line, Kyle Busch will win the stage. Truex second. He gains none other 9 points. Now he just needs to finish 11 spots ahead of Blaney. Or 10 spots ahead of Blaney. I don't know. I don't know who wins the time position.
That's 5,167 days ago. It's been that long here at Daytona. If you look at the hood of the 12 of Ryan Blaney, it is very difficult for him in the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Alright, Kyle Busch wins the stage for the first lap. He's... Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Stage 1 Busch this year.
Yeah. Hold on 1 minute. Okay, Blaney's best finish has been third, which is at Nashville. Truex's best finish was fourth at New Hampshire and Richmond. So now Truex needs to finish 11 spots ahead of Ryan Blaney, which at this point is 23rd or higher, in order to pass on points.
NASCAR drivers. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
There aren't words to describe this season. This live show can make you or break you.
You've got a real shot at being in the finals.
AGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
I need to find my family.
Where the hell are we? Welcome home.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
NASCAR on CNBC is brought to you by New Coke Zero Sugar. Now even more delicious. Credit One Bank, a credit card company. Applebee's, help us crush childhood cancer. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Parker.
Stage 2 winner Kyle Busch will take 4 tires here. He says a little free out front, so don't touch it when I pull back the pack. I like that turn. They're going to fill it full of fuel, Dave.
9 more stage points for Martin Truex Jr. He has to wait on the fuel, so they will change 4 Goodyear tires. Noah Gragson is going to pit right in front of him, so have to be careful leaving pit road, Marty.
Bubba Wallace coming to pit road as well. 4 fresh Goodyear tires are going to hold him and wait on the fuel here. They do release, and Booty Barker told him there is...
First out of pit road is just McDowell with no tires. 16 positions gained as a result.
Big pickup there for the 34 of Michael McDowell. We'll be back for the
I got a word from Bob Hawkins if you want to hear it.
Oh, hey, buying a car from... Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together 2 great American...
Kyle Busch speeding on pit road to the rear.
Oh
Again.
my god, bro.
They got a penalty. Sorry, dude. That's just the way it happens.
He just won the stage, so it's a positive.
You can avoid it.
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
I need to find my family.
Where the hell are we? Welcome home.
There aren't words to describe this season. This live show can make you or break you.
You've got a real shot at being in the finals.
AGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Alrighty, now we wait and wait and wait and wait. It's gonna be 65 laps for stage 3.
Oh my god! Look at that.
Ty Dillon stayed out hoping for rain.
Oh wait.
Because rain is building just east of track from 13 minutes ago on Punkers. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, the rain is in the area. It's not raining, but it's coming.
So
it's a black cloud.
It looks like BJ McLeod did the same thing. In other words, he's trying to pull a Justin Haley. That'd be so stupid, though. Winning like that is just dumb.
Yeah, well, McLeod's a part-timer, so it wouldn't mean anything.
I know, but it'd be a new winner. And right behind those, right behind Ty Dillon McLeod, Chris Buescher and Michael McDowell. Okay, never. Well, now it's up for the round. Michael McDowell leads.
Advanced Auto Parts is there for all your car needs.
But presumably the rain would end the race. Wow, yeah, those clouds are threatening.
See that inclement weather? That is to the north and a little bit to the east. Close to the beach, and we've heard
that's building.
What do you say about rain over there in 3? It's raining hard now.
Oh wait.
Yeah, that's Ty Dillon. And he's out front.
Great, in my eyes, great strategy by those guys. Ty Dillon, McLeod, McDowell, Buescher.
I don't know why my thing said McDowell was leading. Ty Dillon is.
What's going to happen?
Well, Ty was running 19th.
Okay, now he's pitting
He's
because he has
we
to.
start talking about him. The rain's not here.
Kyle wasn't in the. So Michael McDowell is in the lead.
Remember, it's not just rain; it's that electricity thing. We saw Justin Haley do it before.
McDowell, he pitted on lap 97, so he's pretty much on the same sequence as everybody else. But I would like to see those guys play that strategy out.
Yeah, but now with one to go, they bailed off the strategy, which I guess would be the time to change. But you see that dark cloud right there, right?
Oh, yeah.
It could be raining any minute.
Yeah.
Any second, it could start raining.
McDowell's going to be racing for his life.
You all have played How It Started, How's It Going? Listen to these 2 radio transmissions from Martin Truex Jr.'s crew.
Thank you, Denny Hamlin. You did a good job there. Good job. Yeah, man. Not look good at all. So just stick with the program. Just stay up on it. If it gets stupid and we think the rain ain't going to come, then maybe we'll go back. Just keep with it. So we're at the beach right now. Before.
How It Started, teammate Denny Hamlin going slow a couple of times there to help Martin Truex get those 9 stage points. How it's going? Well, right up front for right now. We'll see what happens next.
All right, so the thank you on the 19 radio to Denny Hamlin. All right, Dale Jr., we watched this. Take me through it. We have Hamlin on the bottom lane. How does he work this so magically to help his teammate, the 19?
Well, he's lined up with his teammates, and he gets out of line. He says, you know what, I'll pull up here, and I'm just going to ride right beside this 19. I'm going to sit in front of this 22. And he's a little push that he probably wasn't expecting from the 22. So he's like, hey, let's go. Let's go to the front. But then he's like, I'm not going to do that. A little side draft right here surprised me. But then you'll see right here, he kind of moves to the middle. Joey sees what's going on, goes to the outside, then he starts to throttle back.
That is so well done, right at the line. I mean, it's easy to say, hey, help your guy out, but then being able to make it look that easy, pretty impressive.
Leading the field with, of course, this look back on the field.
Oh, man, that cloud looks so ominous. Man.
And now the field.
Only a few non-winners running up in the front. Here we go.
McDowell in the 34 on the inside.
It's 34 and 22 and 11 and 23. Here we go. 60 laps to go. Uh-oh. Curb your enthusiasm.
My bad.
What? Now I know
keep forgetting.
I'll just be prepared for it.
Running strong with it. Let's see how
McDowell leaning down.
That are teamed up here, if they can help push that 34.
Damn.
Toyota's organized up top. One Toyota missing the 18.
Cindric running third on the inside line. Ooh, a big push from the 22 to the 34. Kyle Busch was too fast entering pit road when he went for his.
Okay, I'm. Not gonna spoil it.
Man, Logano aggressive
I'm not-
push. Is he gonna wreck McDowell?
Is that the 11?
Yeah, that was Denny Hamlin.
So the last thing here.
Ooh, Logano coming to the outside.
The Fords not going to stick together.
Logano to the lead.
That outside line with his teammate Cindric. They're going to bring the Toyotas with them.
Ooh, that's a rough angle on Cindric from the push from Hamlin.
Car. Look at the two cars.
Ooh.
Got his hands full. Parker.
And guys, as we saw them get rid of that Ford of Mike McDowell, the two.
Oh! Around goes McDowell! And he tags another car. Truex involved, Byron involved, LaJoie involved, Chastain involved, Buescher involved. Oh, not again. Why does the 24 always get tagged?
If someone in the top 30 and points below him.
With 59 laps to go, Martin Truex Jr. had fought to within 10
Truex should be fine.
Why is it always the 24 that gets so screwed up? I swear to God.
Again, the two fighting to be
Well, it looks like Truex now is the one who has to worry about a new winner.
Yep. A big push from the gate. 34 got spun out.
Why is it always the freaking 24, man?
I think Truex would be fine. He has way less damage than Blaney.
His right front is blown.
That's how it was. But he was really good up front. I mean, if he goes back to 15th, he's out. He's behind people behind him. Yeah,
Blaney's 5 laps down, but Truex is going to be lagging behind the rest of the field unless.
Either way, he's wrecked with the right front, but at this point,
Every time.
This is what every crew chief and driver does in the field.
You heard Truex. He said it. We shouldn't have been up there.
Reddick just clipping the back bumper. But McDowell turns him into the outside wall.
Fuck, man.
It was Ross Chastain in the one that was right behind the 19. You'll see it right here as the seas kind of part and it becomes 3 wide.
Yeah, it's Daytona. It's that whole debate we just had, this whole wreck we just had, it is Daytona. It's what the situation you get put into.
See Chase Elliott doing just a nice job slowing down, luckily not getting run over from behind. Unfortunately for McDowell, that is going to hurt.
You know, look at Corey LaJoie. Yeah, Corey's always runs well. I don't have much damage to that car. Intensity picking up. Just weren't lined up for the junior when he started pushing him.
Let's watch the damage on the 19.
The right front's blown.
Coming out tearing up more of that.
Trying to go as slow as he can without
Yeah.
having that right front tire. You see the tire trying to. All right, if you mentioned, let's find Warren. Take a second here. The 19 is right here. So he's about the 4th.
Let me see if
live, they look pretty good. So let's take a look at where he gets in this accident, Jeff.
Yeah, he just, he like we showed earlier, he can't see all this starting to happen. So he starts seeing right now, drivers are slowing up. He tries to get slowed up, just got hit just in the back a little bit, shot him to the right. He tried to get slowed down to keep from hitting the wall and came back across the racetrack.
Look at that tire pop and blow that right front fender off. I was like, did he make contact with the right front fender on the wall, or what happened there? Right here, watch this right front fender. Boom, boom. That's loud.
So Steve,
I was wondering where the fender came off. That's crazy.
So Steve, the great thing for Martin Truex Jr. is he said the steering's fine.
Yeah.
So right now that means they've got body damage, and if he can get himself, if the steering is indeed fine and the car drives okay, if he can get himself in the middle of the pack, he can keep up with this pack with that right front fender off.
It would have been just fine there. Same 1 car ran you over.
So they're fine.
You always dissect the wreck.
Yeah.
And we had a debate on whether you should be there or not. But listen, this debate we had up here, we have a heated debate, and we have really no chips on the table. That's
Bubba is listed by NASCAR as being on the DVP, so they must have seen something. I have no idea why. Chastain looks like he's done for the day.
We've seen drivers ride around in the back, find a way to win. We've seen drivers ride around in the back, find themselves in a wreck. There's just, you don't know what's going to happen. You have no way of predicting it.
Ross Chastain involved in this one, and looks
William Byron 3 laps down.
Dave.
Anyway,
By the way, if you talk
I
to
can't
James Small, the
speak.
crew chief, about
Chastain,
that
Byron.
at this point in the race,
Okay. 4 of the
going
winners
for
are out
it
of
and
contention.
racing up front has worked better for them than hanging back in the past. Although I don't know with that bucket of points if that's debatable today. As far as the car goes, you heard it. Steering is good. He thought the quote left rear might be out a little bit, so they'll come back down here again. It had a vibration, but Martin attributes that to the left side tires, which have not been changed yet. They'll come down, work on it some more here, and see what they can scrape together. Remember, 16 stage points earned already today. That was the good news. This wreck, the bad news so far for Martin Truex.
Truex in 28th right now. He needs to gain 5 more spots.
And to Jeff's point, they can't add a fender.
To assure his position back.
Once you get back green, you can kind of stay within
Assure his spot.
So another big one happens. The 4th caution of the day at Daytona.
When you hear best in class, there's a buzz in the air in Kansas. Maybe it's the roar of the fans or the anticipation of the playoffs as drivers fight to move on to the next round and keep their championship hopes alive in the Cup Series and the Camping World Truck Series. Maybe it's the pulse of the heartland or grills sizzling in the campgrounds. Whatever it is, it will be a memorable weekend showcasing 4 races. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at KansasSpeedway.com.
You might have heard of Carvana, and now we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and 0 surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right. We'll put you in control. And all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Ooh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Meet Crexy Intelligence. Evaluate properties and markets. See important insights specific to your search criteria. Explore our interactive maps. View trends from the data center and track high-level CRE activity. Get started today.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together 2 great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
I'm Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fascinating, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
NASCAR on CNBC is
We're
brought
back.
by Propane, environmentally friendly energy for everyone. And by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious.
So, Rick, we just saw the second multiple car wreck here at Daytona. So I think it's time. Let's talk about this next-gen car. There's been much made about the wheels and different things. So let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. Talk about a safety aspect of this next-gen car when it comes to aerodynamics. When these cars get backwards, the goal is to leave them on the racetrack. We don't like to see them get up in the air. And much like the old car, this car has hood flaps, which basically open and take the high-pressure area up from underneath the hood. They also have roof flaps, much like the old car. One thing that's very different, though, for the next-gen car is this right here. You're going to see this green cable that is connected to the right side flap. What happens is, when that right side flap opens, it pulls this cable. And it actually also releases a flap down in the diffuser. So
Really?
the bottom of this car, very, very,
A
very
rear
smooth.
flap.
So the right side flap opens, cable pulls, boom. The flap goes down on the diffuser to try to slow the air down with the whole goal
I see.
of
That's
keeping these cars
interesting.
on the racing surface. We saw this example back in February. We've seen it a couple times today. This is the Daytona 500. Tyler Reddick spins around. We're going to take a quick look at this. As he spins around, we freeze it right here, right? Roof flaps down and right there, the diffuser. Everything looks normal. As he spins around a little bit further, both roof flaps comes up, and bang, there comes that trap door. Now it's down, below the bumper, slowing the air down. That matters. Because when this 8 car hits the wall, watch it start.
When was that?
Truex pushes him. That car is trying to leave the ground. Those flaps kept it on the ground. Now, unfortunately, they are designed to help, but the
This
risk
is a 500.
still
I think that's Villeneuve's car.
Contacts with other cars will get you upside down. Harrison Burton got to experience it back in February. Basically, an arrow situation with contact with another car, a quick flip over, landing directly on its roof. The young driver climbs out. The roof stays intact, so it did its job. Another perfect example today. Look at the 7. He gets up in the air, spins around, and now these flaps come up. And you see the right rear of that car tries to leave the ground. When the flaps basically pop up, the car sets back down at 160, 170 miles an hour. Race cars are great, but they are great on the racing surface. Safer for everyone if they don't get in the air.
Yeah, Steve, remember, a commercial airliner, which weighs tons and tons and tons, it actually lifts off the ground at 170.
Byron and McDowell are both out of the race. Pain.
And they're keeping them on the ground.
And just to clean up the whole story, so here are the roof flaps on the 9, right? Here's one, here's the other. Basically, the idea is there's 2 of them. They're not open to the inside, right? That's a carbon box, and that's a carbon box. This has nothing to do with, like, letting air out of where the driver is sitting. They are purely changing the speed. If you sit on an airplane and you look out at the back of the wing, when those flaps go up and down when you're landing or taking off, it's the same idea. These are designed to change the airspeed of these cars when they're backwards. You can see the cable actually right there as well. There's the cable that's in there. So this whole system was a addition to this new car, and it's worked very well.
Back underway. And
there we go.
Logano and Reddick leading the field now.
53 to go.
53 laps to go.
Gonna be an insane push to get to the front, just like before.
Again, a new winner inside the top 30 in points could win their way into the playoffs. The 2 drivers that are fighting for points right now, Ryan Blaney.
Ross Chastain's also out of the race, so now Truex needs to finish 20th or higher.
2 guys on the bottom, they cleared that outside lane. They're opting to stay in the bottom, no lane
Stenhouse, Bubba, Burton, Custer, all in the top 10.
Bowman closing up on the back of the 22 of Logano. Those 2 trying to get that inside line going once again.
Really good push from this 47 car into the back of Reddick. Clears Reddick. Reddick goes to the bottom here.
Stenhouse now leading the outside. Reddick kind of dropping up to block the run. Or no, he isn't. Not yet, at least.
Flying at 22.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., that 47 car, remember, he was leading the Daytona 5.
Until he got wrecked by Keselowski.
So when Brad Keselowski was trying to push him from behind, they ended up spinning him out, getting him wrecked. He knows how to get around this racetrack. See all the pushing, how the cars are moving around. Wow.
There's so much contact down that back straightaway.
Logano back to the lead.
These words on national television, but I'm going to say it. I think Jeff Burton was right, because now that the field resets, 4 points between Truex and Blaney, so the argument of not being in the pack for Truex might have been the wrong argument, but that'll be the only time I admit that in the public. That Jeff was right.
It has been recorded too, so the problem now is he can hold it against you forever.
Well, rarely does such an event have to happen.
The 22 of Logano leading that inside line and leading here at Daytona, but the outside line now getting some more momentum. Here comes Reddick in the 8.
Good morning.
One of those front 4, Logano, Reddick, Bowman, and Stenhouse, Cindric right behind, as well as Bubba. It's like those turns before getting darker and darker.
What they are worried about is lightning from that storm. If it's
8
miles from the track, they would have to shut the race down.
And that would probably end the race. Stenhouse, aggressive push. He needs to find his way up front.
The 22 right there down into turn 1.
There's also Bubba behind.
That weather concern is what caused that last wreck. These drivers aren't looking at 50 to go. They're concerned this race could end at any moment. That means the intensity level is going to be picked up.
Ooh, Logano looks super loose, swerving around the inside of the track.
Was able to catch it before he got into the side of the 8 or the 47. And once again, Alex Bowman giving him another shove as they go through 3 and 4 and knock out one to the front stretch here at Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has won at this racetrack.
Truex still stuck in 26th. Stenhouse now to second spot. LaJoy pitting. He must have the car very damaged. He must have a problem.
Enough drivers to invest in this out in the upper lane to try to get to the front.
Drivers see that big dark cloud, so they believe what they're hearing on the radio.
Yeah, the breaststroke.
Logano coming back around on the inside.
Kyle Busch just in front. Look at the fan back out 3 wide back here.
Yeah, see, they're trying to get that third lane going.
Stenhouse gonna drop down.
Dave.
I'm probably going to mute myself just so I don't end up spoiling anything.
Okay.
So I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay. Alright. Stenhouse drops to the bottom and then comes back up. Reddick doing the same.
Drivers, you know that. If he didn't have that drivability in there, he'd been in trouble today.
It feels like a wreck any minute.
Baba dropping down on the inside line. Reddick goes to block. Now Stenhouse leads the outside line. Oh man, it's going 3 wide now. Now Reddick has 3 lanes to block. And Bubba Wallace, one of the best plate drivers, is running in the second spot. But the inside line got some momentum from that.
He was loose. Really, really loose. And you see how many laps it took for that third lane to get generated. Some guys in the back had to try it, and then people kept bailing in the front, and now it's there.
Man, this is close. Bubba going down, so does Reddick.
Moving around here right on the nose of that 48. Oh, they're up again.
Ooh, Logano looks like he hit the wall. So did Briscoe. But they keep going.
They're loose. They're not comfortable at all.
Truex's car has lost its ability to really stay up in the draft that well. So now he's got to hope for no new winner.
Once again, that's the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's trying to see some momentum work that high line. Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace running up front 1, 2.
Bubba's finished top 2 the last 3 Daytona races. Or top 5 the last 3 Daytona races. Or I can't even... no, it's top... I don't even remember. Point is, he's run really well to play tracks. Oh! Bowman to the lead! Inside line generated the momentum. Outside line generated the momentum, excuse me. Stenhouse right behind. Bowman has only won once. That was at Las Vegas. Once this year, excuse me.
Once again, it's Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace. They're lined up on the inside. Austin Cindric in the 2.
Push from Stenhouse to the 48 of Bowman.
He sees the 9 of Chase Elliott and wants to jump in front of that car.
LaJoy's off the track. Blaney passes him, getting another position. Truex is in 24th, but he needs 5. He still needs 5 more spots to guarantee us position. Cindric's falling back.
Wild racing here at Stage 3 in Daytona.
Custer in position to get his first top 5 in 2 years. Can you taste the anticipation building?
Love it.
Love it. Love it. Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot with the most complete ball in golf.
You so love it.
TB5 and TB5.
This is where I pay attention to freaking Pockris.
Can't take away for granted.
It's great to be back.
Oh my goodness! Flying high as ever.
This is my year.
We can do this together.
American Ninja Warrior, streaming on Peacock. I need to find my family.
Bubba and Stenhouse driving that they need to win for a playoff spot, which they do.
Where the hell are we?
Welcome home.
NASCAR driver. It's a lot of
Geico, we're still failing.
Oh, man.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
No, I just want to watch Race of the Championship.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock. What's Peacock to a Premier League fan? You want me to tell him? It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
Bowman still leads.
It's NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona.
Inside line is kind of petered out. 42 laps to go.
And how do you stay out front? Let's have a look at the Roth Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane.
At the end of the race, coming to the checker, you're going to get a push from somebody. Whoever wins this race is going to need help. Getting that push at the right time is going to be critical.
And Mr. Rex, we've already seen multiple wrecks take out multiple drivers with real opportunities to win. Be a big car going into this, further into this race.
And you got to use that mirror and your spotter. So looking in the mirror, you're going to look in the mirror at least half of the lap. Maybe on the last couple of laps, you're looking in the mirror maybe 75-80% of the lap. Hey, I'll take a little luck. Maybe I'll just be leading when it rains. I think there's a lot building down here in Florida. The radar is pretty covered with some little spotty showers. If one hits this track at the right time, Marty, it could determine who makes the playoffs.
And look at that bottom line. The Toyota starting to form up. Kyle Busch leading it. Bubba Wallace right behind him. And behind him, his co-owner, Denny Hamlin, who is coaching his young driver from behind the wheel of the 11. Listen.
Denny's saying, drag back off of the corner. Drag back off the corner. Let us get connected off the street.
So that little lesson from Denny Hamlin trying to do everything he can to put his driver into the playoffs. One owner sitting on the pit box in the form of Michael Jordan. The other owner right behind him on the racetrack trying to get Bubba Wallace in the 2022 playoffs.
And remember, the Toyotas that haven't been involved in accidents are the three that are together, because there's the 19 and the 20 that have been involved in accidents already. They're fighting for points, at least the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. is.
And it's that line working its way toward the front, though.
Yeah, well, that caught up really quickly.
Bubba Wallace, they're not quite as tight together. Going to lose a little bit of momentum here.
It becomes a little bit of a difficult scenario for Toyota, because if Bubba Wallace wins this race,
Truex is
he
knocked
could
out.
knock Mark Truex Jr.
He
out
will
of the
knock
race.
Truex
So
out unless it ends in a crash. And
Rick, but a lot like last week, we saw two Hendrick teammates duel for the win into turn one, and there was question marks. You know, you don't want to help another manufacturer, another team in, but when it comes to Toyota, Bubba or Truex, you know, may the best driver and team advance, and I think that's why the fans are here. That's why the fans tune in.
yeah, this ain't for F1, you know?
Dylan, the Brest Street camera. I can't tell if that is a broken glass on the camera. Looks like it's had a little contact with something. There's been enough debris flying around in these wrecks. A couple of cars up here on the inside, much slower than the lead pack.
Blaney and Ty
These
Gibbs
cars go to the top of the racetrack.
getting lapped again. Middle lane coming through. Here comes Kyle Busch. Had to go to the back for a penalty. And now he's probably going to making his way back up to the front.
That's what I love to hear.
That was pushing the 12, 45. Ty Gibbs again filling in for the driver of the 45, Kurt Busch, who was injured at Pocono.
Stenhouse going to make the move? No.
As you see there, Mike McDowell.
No, where did the rain go? We're at 30. We're on lap 1. We're now on lap 124.
What happened there? Yeah, you know, with the weather, you know, right around the corner, we could kind of see that this was going to be an important restart, and didn't want to give up the lead. But
McDowell not making the playoffs.
You know, the Horizon Hobby Ford Mustang was pretty fast, and felt like we had a shot at it.
And I couldn't tell, I had a run on the 22 trying to get back to his outside right when the 8 hooked up to my bumper. And I think their 8 was a little bit too far right and got on my right rear quarter, kind of turned us into the wall. It's super speedway racing. We're all going for it there. Obviously, I could have rolled out of the gas and stayed behind the 22, but if it had been raining right now, I'd have been second. I've been really upset with myself. So, super speedway racing.
What a lovely. So NASCAR called security to Christopher Bell's pit box for some reason.
What happened there? Wow.
That's how much it means. And again,
dang, that's great practice.
I can see.
Hopefully nothing.
Pockrass, now I know there's a crash coming up. Thank you, Pockrass. No. Well, this ain't gonna go well. For those who are behind, it's gonna be pain for people.
14 behind him. Chase Briscoe going to the middle.
Wow, Briscoe making his way to the top. He swerved to that line. How'd he make his way through that?
And now he goes to the nose of the 48 of Alex Bowman, hoping for a push.
What a move. Oh, he can't get that push.
Ah, there we go. Briscoe, Bowman, some damage to Stenhouse, Custer, Dylan, Bubba, all wiped out. One car plowing through the grass. That might be Elliott, although it's turf. So
watch those guys go around turn 3 and 4. The 14's driving up the racetrack. He is sideways. He's loose.
And Dylan backing down pit road. We'll see how many cars are actually sustained heavy damage.
Spins the 14 car out. We've seen that so many times.
Briscoe's done.
Drive up the racetrack because they're so loose they can't turn the wheel.
Briscoe out of the car. He had just made the move to get in front of the...
Great move. And now look who's in second now, Justin Haley.
So the 41 dies in the middle, the back straight.
Ho.
Take the lead, but look at him up the racetrack. He's loose, and he starts coming back down the track. Right into the left rear quarter panel. Goes to 48.
Bad race for Hendrick Motorsport.
48 wants to push him, but he needs to push him to the right side. But the 14's driving.
I saw a car skirt to the grass. No, that was Harrison Burton I saw.
And
that 14 car was working its way upside down. Take another look at this right here. Watch when this thing gets backwards. It turns around and it climbs a long ways off the ground before it comes back down.
Wow! Holy crap! Freaking pirouette on the 14 car.
And Bubba is in it, so that's just fucking terrible.
Insane race.
Why does Logano always gotta be leading during the big one? Why?
Think about this. We talk about
no idea.
Wrecks and the dilemma with Martin Truex Jr. All the wrecks today have started from the second position. So in the front of the pack, just it's so aggressive.
That 14 car. I'm so thankful those flaps work with that car back on the ground. So thankful this 3 car backwards on board with Austin Dillon. See how he gets turned around. Oh, man.
Jesus, where's a times someone here?
So, who are we blaming this wreck on?
I mean, Bowman kind of gave a big push.
Briscoe got loose. I call it a racing incident.
You feel a pretty safe distance away, but the speed is obvious.
Stenhouse doesn't look
Cody
too
Ware
bad,
on track
although.
for his best career finish.
Have to win if they want to advance into the next round of the playoffs.
48's damage is heavier than I initially thought. Man, that is... And then how about Chase Elliott right here? I think he's going to get through it clean. He's on the brakes.
I think Eric Almirola in the 10 also an evasive move down pit road.
Which you can use. That's legal. You just have to continue to slow down. Let's see. The 38 hits the 10. Right there at the top of your screen, kind of. And he's now going to turn left and miss the 23 just barely.
Yeah.
Wow. And
But do
now
we have
he's
any
watching
damage?
The 3 spin out in front of him. Not sure where he's going to go.
Does the 23 have any damage? He's...
yeah, he does.
I'm trying to see where he's on the pylon. Oh, he's a lap down. Alright, well, Martin Truex Jr. is now the right number of positions ahead of Blaney if we have a new winner.
And Briscoe continues to get involved in shit that's not his fault.
So,
but
Dylan, Briscoe, Burton, Bubba, Gilman, Custer, Stenhouse, and Bowman were all involved in some way.
Yet Stewart will find a way to boot Briscoe out because, Stewart.
Now, a lot of the cars that were involved
consistent runs down here.
don't have as bad horrendous damage. It looks like Custer 2 down, Briscoe 3 down, Bubba 1 down, Austin Dillon 1 down. Bowman is somehow still on the lead lap.
You see the issue, but the guy behind you doesn't see the issue, so you just kind of get pushed off into the wreck.
So now Truex is 15 positions ahead, so he might be fine if we have a new winner.
And he's trying to throttle back too, but he's getting...
Justin Haley in second, Jones in third, Almirola in eighth.
What's about to happen here, right? And there's nothing you can do. So helpless. But the 14 being so far up the track really gave the 48 no opportunity to get to the right rear quarter panel, right? So Jeff and I talked about, hey, be in the pack or not in the pack, but take me into this. You know, it's so easy to say, well, just lift. But how many times does that happen and they don't wreck? Like, we watch these guys going around there and we're oohing and we're on. It's like, as a driver, I don't want to say you get numb to it, but you just have to be committed, right? Just like every time a guy gets a little out of shape, you can't completely just check up. You just have to keep rolling, and then, 1 out of 10 ends up with a car backwards.
Yeah, correct. And we keep talking about a particular line going better than the other line, whether it be the outside or the inside. And the reason that line's running better is because they're all closer together. They're pushing each other. They're close to each other. So that's the problem. You're that close to somebody, and something happens, you can't get slowed up quick enough. Let's hear what Joe Logano and his team are talking about.
Everybody's in a window here, so you sure with the weather? What do you mean, am I sure with the weather? I mean, it stayed the same. I can't predict it, but if it goes green, we're going to have to pit.
Everybody's a weatherman. I mean, the driver's like, are you sure? Because he's looking out of the window, and he's like, I see dark clouds. And the problem for the crew chief is he's been watching his radar, and it's kind of stayed the same. It really hasn't changed that much.
Probably just use Peacock TV next time.
We're going to
I
stay
have
Alex
the,
Parker. It looks like
I have it.
All right, Joe Logano decides to do fuel only here to get them through the end of the race, but a lot of teams were told that rain was about 7 minutes out, and that was about 5 minutes ago, Dave.
Martin Truex Jr. is going to pit the 19 car. It's really, the front end is really too far down on the track. So they're going to make adjustments here to try to make it a little more drivable for Martin Truex in case he needs to grab just a couple of spots, a couple of points, which could get him to the playoffs, Marty.
How good is your weather forecast, Dave? Chase Elliott coming down pit road for fresh Goodyear.
There's a small chance we could get all this in. If, we don't have a wreck
We're on
test.
lap 129.
It's getting interesting with 32 to go.
The points battle between Truex and Blaney heats up, but win and you're in. That's the goal for these cars that stayed on the racetrack. Justin Haley, he's won here before. Could he repeat and punch his ticket into the playoffs?
Oh, Spa will remain on the calendar for 2023. I mean, after today's dreadful race, I'm actually kind of
What you
shocked.
probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be
Wait, new leader, Justin Haley, he stayed out.
whatever you want. And that your new car.
Could you imagine if it happened again?
And zero surprises. So we promise
That would be pretty funny.
It would, no, I'd be pissed off. Cody Ware running in 14th, which is like, I would rage, man. I don't like the man. Like, he's the luckiest driver in NASCAR history. Which makes me question how good he actually is.
Bowman?
No, Haley. Thing of like Truck Series, he wins at Motorsport at the top 2 wreck out. Texas, he wins after the guy runs out of gas going down the backstretch. Going to the Xfinity Cup Series, his only win is stupid. Going to the Xfinity Series, the Daytona, his teammates wrecked out in the last 2 turns. And at the Talladega race that he won in 2020, the second one, what happened there? The two leaders roughed each other up again.
Although technically his first Xfinity win was rightfully his, it got taken away though.
The yellow line roll.
Yeah. I will die on that hill. Haley won that race.
Well, it resulted in the 15th closest finish in NASCAR history, so. Or 15th or 14th. Because of the margin between Sadler and Larson.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
I'm sure some fake hypocrisy thing is going to say that it's caution for rain. Radar shows rain still around, but nothing for sure as if or when it will hit. It all seems to be dodging.
Back to Justin Haley and what he was.
All right, Coach Ware in the top 15. The race is on now.
Yeah.
They make the decision when so many cars come to pit road to stay out, including Kurt Busch. And just moments later, lightning in the area, and then rain. And it ends up
It's the stupidest way to win.
Victory lane celebrating.
Well, the teams are getting smarter. That was kind of at the front.
I don't.
We always do rain.
It's so fucking. I like to see him win a race. Not, I mean, obviously, yeah, he's won at Gateway, I think, in the Truck Series. I just like, for once, not something stupid to win like that.
Give up a good finish, but I think this is our best bet to try to win this race. Yeah, where you're from corner, you just
Base car is, caution lights are off, so we're going to restart.
And then so they give us a hold in the rain to get here.
We're going to restart on lap 131.
Trent, you got to take the sunglasses off if you want it to let. You got to at least look the part. Like the rain is coming. I like this call from Trent. Guys, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, calling in the Xfinity Series and their jump to Cub. And perhaps about AJ Allmendinger at the road courses. But Justin Haley, in my opinion, is having a very quiet but very impressive first full-time year at calling, right? He runs well. He runs inside the top 20 quite a bit. When you look at it, right, he has a couple top 10s with only a couple DNFs. He runs all the laps. I think that helps him as he moves into his Cup Series career. Junior, I know you love him as a drafter. I mean, 4 times in the Xfinity Series.
Yeah, so as they run, here we go. Time to restart. I can't even keep track of what the lead change is. Let's do this. Bad push for Jones. Logano behind Haley. Inside line, though, has a degree of separation.
Joey Logano. Eric Jones back up into the front of the 43 as well.
Whoa! Haley goes super high. Managed to block the run of the 43. Ah, Jones around! He hits Logano! Caution's out again! Well, I'm not complaining that Logano was taken out, but damn, Eric Jones. Is Cody Ware running top 10? Unbelievable. And now Ware's now have to survive another restart. There are only 23 cars on the lead lap right now. I'm just going to point this out.
Which is why that block, that extremely aggressive block is happening right now.
Briscoe is now behind Truex, is now behind
43 trying to get around the pit road on these flat tires without any
this is unbelievable. Truex, Logano has a I think his right rear is flat.
Flat tires and a toe issue. I agree.
Oh, a toe link issue on the 22. Oh, that would make my day. So how many winners?
I saw the wreck, but like I kept quiet about it.
Yeah,
so
thank you. Larson, so it's from leaders that have no chance. Larson, winners that have no chance. Larson, Bell, Byron, Chastain, Briscoe, Bowman, and now look on 7. So that leaves 7. So only 8 of the 8 winners, but really 7 because no Kurt Busch. Of all the winners that are still running, we have Suarez in 3rd, Elliott in 5th, Kyle Busch in 6th, Denny Hamlin in 7th, Reddick in 9th, Harvick in 11th, and Austin Cindric in 16th.
This race 25 points behind Blaney. Blaney was in an early accident. They made repairs, but with Ty Gibbs being multiple laps down, Blaney hasn't been able to get any of his laps back. He's back there in 30th.
Is Logano stuck?
He has a toe link problem.
6 positions on the racetrack.
Oh, that would be
in front of Blaney in points. That only matters if we have a new winner, but oh, by the way, that's what we have, is currently a new winner leading the race. So, very complicated situation. It'll be an emotional week for Blaney. Remember, this all really kind of started with the Kurt Busch news, right? Like at what point
is Blaney really going to miss the playoffs? My
removes his
goodness.
medical waiver because of his concussion. Said, "I'm not going to come back." Now the 22 is.
Oh my God! How are you stuck over there? Yo, Logano, you didn't win the race.
Still got 30 laps there.
Yeah, Logano, you didn't win the race. Logano.
He's wanting to push him from behind. NASCAR's built these new rigs where they hook them to the wheels. Actually, put this apparatus to the wheels, pick the front of the car up.
And look at the clouds just over
Man, those clouds look nasty.
What these drivers and
Cody Ware, where is Cody Ware now? 12th. That would still be his best finish ever.
Haley out front at Daytona, 28 laps to go. Regular season finale.
Welcome to Subway's biggest
285 covers that bunker.
Love it.
Bumper run? Love it.
Checking Twitter now.
Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot.
Justin Haley needs to be nicknamed Lightning for the rest of the time if it happens again.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
There aren't words to describe.
Bowman got a 2-lap penalty for too many people over the wall under the DVP.
Great, Keith. You've got a real shot at being in the finals.
AGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
So now there's another driver who hasn't won that's going to be restarting up front, and that's Eric Almirola. Chris Buescher also has recovered up to P4.
Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a startup! Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions. Baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff exclusively on Peacock.
Clockers, if Kyle Busch pushes Haley to the win, we know where he's going next year. Lol. This is on the main Twitter account. That's hilarious.
Stay with us right
Jesus,
after the race.
those clouds.
America post-race show followed by IMSA WeatherTech Racing again from VIR. 5 different manufacturers have won the last 5 GTD races at VIR. That's going to be a great one there. Dave.
Rick Trent Owens is a crew chief for Justin Haley. We just saw him hold the pack off there. Can he do it again, or does he need the weather, Trent?
Yeah, we need the weather. I mean, this is our shot to win and try to get in the playoffs. So,
relying on weather is not a strategy.
Wind would change a lot of things for us. So that's what we're trying to do. Good to have Celsius on the cars, primary, and we're just having a lot of fun right now. But it's going to be tough to hold these guys off. I mean, you know how these rain delays are. And it's time to go for everybody.
Okay, Pace car has the lights off, so we're going to be restarting this lap.
We took, so we'll see how it shakes out.
Alrighty.
Trent Owens called the shots today for Justin Haley.
Mike Let Cloud is so ominous.
I'm telling my driver, every lap is the white flag.
I'm telling you, it's so close to turn 1. It's right behind me. It ain't even a mile.
3 of the top 4.
They gotta hurry.
Have to win to get into the playoffs.
Restart. This could be the last restart. Hell, it might even be the last lap.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Geico as we go back to green flag racing. 26 laps to go. Haley out front says he doesn't have enough fuel. He is banking on the fact
So
that
he has to rely on the weather.
that's going to halt this race.
Moving up to block Almirola. That leaves Suarez on the bottom.
Turn left and try to get underneath Haley, but he stayed behind him. Haley is really being
He's racing for his life.
Saw that cause trouble the last restart. The 10.
Ooh, really squirrely. Oh man, Suarez to second. The inside lane coming in.
Haley jumps down there and he covers it up.
outside tries to regroup here. Chase Elliott pushing Busher pushing out.
Truex 2 positions ahead of Blaney right now. Points ahead of Blaney right now, not position.
Look at 2 points, Truex to Blaney. Blaney can't really go anywhere, but Truex is in the middle of this pass.
Suarez going for the pass on the outside as they enter one. His teammate won the last true plate race, which is Talladega. 18 getting squirrely. Here comes Almirola behind the 99. Suarez takes the lead.
Haley right in front of that inside line. Now it's Suarez.
Almirola, Busher second and third. A push from the 10 to the 99.
He needs a win to make it into the playoffs.
Eric can't do anything by himself. He's hoping to pick up somebody from behind. Now he's got the 31 car of Haley.
In the sunshine.
Here comes Hamlin to the outside.
These drivers see the ominous.
That's going to put him in 5th.
Hamlin jumps in front of that.
It's so dark in the tri-oval. The car is drifting up to get the drift to the top. Haley keeping the top. Ooh, Kyle Busch looks like hung out to dry. They're scrambling out front. Hamlin to 4th.
Now the 4 have separated themselves. Haley moves to the outside.
Ooh, Hamlin coming around on the inside to take 3rd and maybe 2nd spot. Hamlin, that's a plate racing savant. Oh man, he moves up to 2nd. Busher and Hemrick right behind. Hamlin to the lead, coming around on the outside on lap 137. The winner of 3 Daytona 500s.
Oh no. Rain. And I guess who's leading? I won't tell you.
Suarez on the inside. Hamlin on the outside.
Hamlin back around. Here comes Hemrick.
He's got some help with him.
I see rain now. Oh, we got a crash. Holy crashola. Almost the entire field crashes. And there's oh my god. And Austin Dillon sneaks his way through. Oh my god. Most of the field crashes out. The 3 car in the lead. Oh my god. Where was Dillon in that? Oh my god. How did that happen?
I've never seen races that intense in Daytona.
Austin Dillon, Cody Ware.
Is going to gain some spots here.
Holy shit.
So many.
Austin Dillon has not won since Texas of 2020. Since the first Texas race in 2020. And now it's raining. The rain has come. It is picking up. And this is going to end the race. For the first time since 2018, the 3 car looks like it will head to victory at Daytona. There's Mike Dillon in the pits, former driver in the Busch Series for RCR. Right now, Truex is scored in 6th, Ryan Blaney in 29th. Landon Castle looking to tie his best career finish in 4th. BJ McLeod looking for his best career finish in 7th. Noah Gregson's put in the 10th position for his best career finish.
Look at that radar. Yeah, you see the weather cells that are starting to pop up.
Holy, how many cars crashed? Okay, where was Dillon in all this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the top 15 all crashed out or so. And it looked like it was going to go to Chastain, and he scoots right by. Oh my god.
I was with you when we started there.
Austin Dillon pulling a James Busher.
Take a look from the 3 right here. I want to know how he gets through it because he's the only one on the apron.
Still 3 bottom. Stay bottom. Keep coming. Way bottom. Easy. Bottom. Good. Keep coming.
The camera's pretty clear. Let's watch this right here.
Oh my god. And that was like literally the heavens opened. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There's only like 20 laps left. There's really no
13,
point wasting 2 hours driving the track.
Oh my god. I cannot believe what I just saw. Harvick, no, I think Cody, no wait. Now it's been rearranged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, this is like, he went, this is like Earnhardt at 14 cars, 15, 16, like 15 cars ahead of this. He went from 16th to 1st. The 47 went airborne. Oh my lord.
Like, 21 came just a bit
Are
lower.
you kidding me?
Now that makes sense, Dale, because all three cars, the first car bottom, first car middle, first car top, you see the rain falling.
The heavens parted. My God.
They're the first ones in there, and we don't know if these guys have grip. The 47,
Everyone.
He's 7 feet in the air. And the 3 gets to the apron.
And it's such a, it's such a tough call. I mean,
That is insane, man.
We're right here next to the NASCAR tower. I know they have spotters out there, but obviously.
Oh my God! Yeah, I can see the rain. There's Elliott's car. Man, Elliott would be scored in 24th. My Lord. Anyway, are we under red flag?
No, we're still on the caution. For me,
So Dale, you and I.
Unbelievable. How is Harvick being scored in second? He was in the wreck. So I think that would mean Cody Ware and no, never mind. Okay.
Whole front of the field.
Cody Ware is fucking third out of it.
The NASCAR app has him as 4th. It's nuts. Oh man. Haley went from the lead to 23rd, basically. BJ McLeod in 8th.
On the short chute heading to turn 1.
I know. Rick, well, it's like the rise of the underdogs.
So many cars collected. And again, the 3 shoots through from down on the apron.
Man.
So 2 drivers that would have a shot win this race. They move into the next round of the playoffs, but on top of that, get their first win.
So 16 cars were ahead of Dylan was in 17th position. The exact same spot that Earnhardt was with 4 laps to go at Talladega. Ain't that crazy?
Get through this, but the track was wet, and Ty just couldn't keep the car underneath him.
So we've seen this. Let's just watch this all the way through, right? The 3 of us, Dylan. Here's the track.
17 cars on the lead lap.
I'm imagining that the driver doesn't have time to listen to the spotter.
Okay.
Reaction at that point.
So is Truex above Blaine or Blaine above Truex?
You mentioned it. Bad breaks for those.
Truex is above Blaine.
There had to be a moment
Oh,
where that 3 car
the all will not make playoffs.
The what?
Yeah.
Are we going down the pit road now? Is it over? Oh my God, he is in 3rd.
It's red flag.
Red flag for rain. I think this is gonna settle it.
You're going to be scoring where you finish right here.
Yeah, here comes the rain now. It is a heavy downpour that is coming right now. And they'll pull onto pit road and red flag this race.
Unbelievable.
21 laps to go.
And what do you do?
Harvick with a busted up car is in 2nd. Anyway, so here's the top 10 as they're scored right now. Except it looks like what I have here. I'm gonna check the NASCAR app because the way they're lined up there and the way that's on the app is inconsistent with each other. So the way the app has them is Austin Dillon in 1st, Kevin Harvick in 2nd, Landon Castle in 3rd, which would be his best career finish, Cody Ware in 4th, Austin Cindric in 5th, Kyle Busch in 6th, Martin Truex Jr. in 7th, BJ McLeod in 8th, David Reagan 9th, and Noah Gragson in 10th.
And right now, that was not decisive in turn 1 and 2. This, what we're seeing right now, is very decisive.
Like.
So that would be 4 drivers with their best career finish, no ties.
When they were going down that front stretch, we had
Harrison Burton, Harrison Burton finished P3. I forgot it.
Until they got right there, and
I
just don't know how in the world you could make that problem go away. They drive.
And Blaney, second. Probably. Blaney did not get any stage points. He would be, after this race, he would be 3rd in points, and he's going to see the championship and he's going to say his playoff bid get away from him.
Whitney, an ace, right there.
There's Paul Swan.
Make that mistake before. I tell you, some drivers also that.
It took, so I compare everything to, I like to compare to 2001, the year that NASCAR had its most winners in a single season. which was 19 different winners. In 20
Reagan driving the 15 car in ninth.
I think they'll have to call this race. Oh, so Cody Ware's ahead of Castle. But so back if you compare to 2001, we winner number 16 was Ricky Craven at race 30. Or this is race 26, and we are set to have winner number 16.
And there are still few wildcard tracks like the Roval and Top 8, so it's set.
Yeah.
And plus, Blaney trucks haven't won yet, so that's guaranteed.
You know, it might not be guaranteed.
It's sunny. It's pouring down rain at the same
Right.
time. Austin Dillon trying to.
Are they going to call it, or are they not going to call it? That's what we want to know.
Happened here in the last 5 minutes. So walk me through how the world.
Called it yet.
I can see your hand shaking right now.
Yeah, good Lord above, crazy faith. Hopefully all the glory goes to him. I mean, for where we're at in this race, no matter if we go back or what. I mean, a minute ago we were a lap down. We got the lucky dog. Our Bradstreet Chevy's out front right now, so it's just crazy. You never know what happens at Daytona. It's just one of those things. We'll see what happens and how it plays out. But
Rossi, so should we revert back to the prior timeline before the rain?
It's clearly not over yet.
Jeff Gluck, that is the most deflating and depressing way to decide the playoff race. It was raining, destroyed the field, absolute stream.
Got a pretty good race car for how many things we've gotten caught up in today. So she's pretty healthy.
Someone saying, don't tell me of all people the reality star will make the playoffs.
How crazy the racing has been, especially when everyone knew the rain and the lightning was close.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. I mean, you're going to put yourself in constant bad positions trying to get to the front, and things are going to happen with Daytona being the last cutoff race. So you're just, praying that you put yourself in good positions, and the good Lord got us through to this point. So we'll see how it goes.
People are complaining.
You guys were a lap down. I'm sure it's a
so even if you look at the cars, they might not have known. Haley's camera had roof camera had rain on it. Dylan's did not.
Give yourself another shot. Give it another shot.
So.
He was raining on the outside part of the track, not the inside. I don't know, bro.
I believe so. Yes. If you're looking, no Hendrick cars in the top 10. What a shame. The best finishing one is Elliott in 24th. So the worst Hendrick day in another.
Like 2002 all days.
It's working right now.
As it starts to pour harder here on pit road, what are you going to do for the next maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes until we get a word from NASCAR?
Just hang out with the guys and pray a little bit.
There you go, and I believe pray as well, Dave. His dad, Mike Dillon, is hanging out. Now his brother Ty has come over, and they don't want to celebrate quite yet, but boy, what a day this would be for the Dillon family.
No, we are not celebrating yet with Mike Dillon. He's seen this movie before, and you just don't know until it is.
Are they going to wait it out like they did at 2012?
Well, it's raining a lot, so I'm not sure. I think it's pretty dangerous out here for these folks that are in the rain and all, but yeah.
How long do we have to wait at Talladega before they finally called it?
Then we'll get happy about it, but God got us through that one for sure. So we're blessed, and maybe it'll happen. We'll see.
You were watching that, and when all the cars were spinning, all the cars were wrecking, and Austin's came through. What'd you think?
Again, the seas parted, man.
Yeah, the heavens part. It's like Moses and the Red Sea.
Can't never quit, man. That's one of the things. And they got the car back there. Had a little damage to it, and the guys fixed that. And we had a car that was still pretty decent.
Okay, so now the finishing order has now been switched around. Dillon, Harvick, Ware, Castle, Cindric, Busch, Cindric, Truex, McLeod, Reagan, Gregson. So now Castle would tie his best career finish instead of beat it. Ware finishing third. Oh my God.
It turns out only the front stretch.
It's the front stretch raining and not the back stretch?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Bizarre.
So,
entertaining guys in the garage area.
And Truex above by 12.
Quite a few laps turned and races run by Mike Dillon. And a lightning strike in the area, and so
lightning.
Have been put on a
now we have a lightning halt. End the race, NASCAR, please.
Okay, that's a guaranteed 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Because of the heat and the temperature in the track itself, so where it would take 2.5 hours to dry this entire track, we're probably looking at a little shorter time, maybe half of that time. Since the whole track, to me, the back straightaway, I believe, never got any rain. At least hasn't at this point.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? I mean, it was pouring in 1 and dry in 3. And look at the points right here. So we have that new winner that we discussed. If it does get called, Austin Dillon currently leads, and it basically turned into a points battle with Truex and Blaney.
Okay, Logano might actually have passed Blaney in points as a result of getting just by winning the state. Okay, so Blaney would have fallen to 4th in points, and then Truex passing him.
Think about the week. Right, leaving Watkins Glen.
Chastain was 18 points behind him.
Kurt Busch, unfortunately, has to.
So I think this would settle Blaney in the 5th position at the end of the race in points, with Truex 4th.
In the playoffs, I'm going to give somebody else a shot. That opened the opportunity for 2, and yet we still have a new winner. Yeah. Truex was probably below the cut line, and then the 48 and the 14 crash off of turn 4. A couple cars dropped below. Behind Truex. They're kind of all locked behind Truex, a lap or 2 down, and ahead of Blaney, who's 6 laps down, and then we have this crash as well. You were talking about it, Steve, just before this wreck happened. Truex was 2 points up.
So, you might have to change the top. Chase. NASCAR app updated it. It's Ware 3rd, LaCastle 4th, and I think Busch 5th, Cindric 6th.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, Toby Swindle, it is raining.
Ryan Blaney would perhaps miss the playoffs with the 5th most points accumulated by anyone in the garage. So,
exactly.
You know, in 1993, he would be sitting here 5th in points with 10 races to go. Welcome to the playoff era. Wins. You have to win. That's the only thing you can really hang your hat on. This proves being good at points is just not enough to build comfort as we get close to the end of the regular season.
Under a rain and lightning delay here at Daytona, the last race of the regular season, and the possibility of a new winner could change that playoff picture.
In the future, everything...
Now we're just going to wait.
There's a buzz in the air in Kansas. Maybe it's the roar of the fans or the anticipation of the playoffs as drivers fight to move on.
Haley very unhappy. NASCAR had a whole lap to call the rain. He was the leader. It was unacceptable. Well, of course he's the leader, but I understand the pain.
Whatever it is, it will be a memorable weekend showcasing 4 races. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
You might have heard of Carvana, and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness.
While we're here, I'm going to update the views. The views almost certainly surpassed what I was going for.
And all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you
658 views. Nice.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ruby's A1C is down with Rebelsis.
My A1C wasn't at goal. Now I'm down with Rebelsis.
Mom's A1C is down with Rebelsis.
No progress updates.
In a clinical study, once daily Rebelsis significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer, or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if allergic to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
Ask your healthcare provider about Rebelsis today.
285 covers that bunker. Love it.
Bumper run? Love it. Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot. With the most complete ball and golf.
I so love it.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
I'm Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver.
Possibly a 2-time winner at Daytona.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Zero Sugar 400 under a red flag condition here for rain and lightning in the area. How have we got to this point right here? Let's take a look back. Early on, it was Ryan Blaney in the 12 on lap 31 involved in this accident.
Yeah, big contact right here in the left side door of the 12. Then he hits the wall very hard. I thought their day was over. I mean, watch this hit from the 12 car. He comes across and hits this outside wall. The safer barrier moves. That is a big impact. The crew, though, keeps his car on the racetrack. You see it beaten and battered, but survived. Currently riding around 6 laps down. That almost opportunity opens up. Lap 102, the 19 of Truex gets into this accident right here. Doesn't get much damage from other cars, but watches this right front tire explodes right here.
We're Austin Dillon is 19th in points
We thought this could spend
before this race.
For Truex, not so much though, Rick, because then right here on lap 138.
Yeah, he's up there fighting for points, and the big one happens again with rain in turns 1 and 2. And the 3 of Austin Dillon, right place, right time.
Dillon, no rain on his camera.
Jets out front and could be another first-time winner here in the 2022 season, at least first time this season.
We gotta get the camera crews rolling.
Could potentially win his way into the playoffs. Let's go to Parker.
And one driver that was trying to do that at the front of the field as they headed off into turn 1 was Justin Haley. You were having a great run. You guys took the risk on strategy, but as you went off into 1, was there just no grip?
Yeah, I mean, it was raining for a good lap before we got down in turn 1. My spotter said coming out of 2, the previous lap that it was raining, and we just lost traction. So pretty unacceptable, but thought we did a good job all day with our self-assist Chevrolet, putting ourselves in position. Brett Griffin, Trent Owens, my
rain is lightning, as in lightning, letting up, but there was lightning in the area.
Yeah,
and they're trying to
for my ride, fighting for my life every day. So
no calls yet.
And try to make something of it, but yeah, you see as we went to turn 1 there, I mean, it's just no grip. Track was wet, so.
How would you compare the level of rain to what we had earlier in the race, where there was a little bit of sprinkles? Was it more intense?
Well, we all didn't wreck earlier, so yeah, I mean, it was pouring. It was pouring as we went.
Oh yeah, it's just on the upper side of the track.
So,
wow.
You would think that we'd be a little more on top of that.
Yeah, front stretch. We could go back racing, but I mean.
Yeah, and Justin Haley. Their strategy was be up front if the rain came, if lightning came, because they said they wouldn't have enough fuel to make it all the way to the end. Their strategy was hoping that the rain would come and end the race, or at least stop the race, but they were caught up.
Hocevar, to be fair, the cloud had been there for 25 laps. The guy controlling the yellow button is in the tower, not feeling the weather. It's going to take a little before a guy in a corner relays info, and then before they're going to probably confirm from another worker.
They're building.
What do you say about that?
Parting, and so right now, this is typical Florida afternoon weather. The possibility of a rain shower is constant. It could come up at any time. We saw.
Meanwhile,
taking out so many cars instead of.
Today's the ARCA race at the Milwaukee Mile.
Involved in an accident today. There's only 6 drivers that haven't got damage today. The 2, the 5 had an engine issue.
Castle still listed as running in 3rd.
The 15, the 62, the 77, and the 78. Those are the only 6 drivers that haven't received damage today.
Most of them running in the back.
All right, so let's go. You heard Justin Haley say that his father was saying that it was rain the lap before. This is his in-car camera.
There's nothing.
Not seeing it.
Yeah, like even the lap before,
racing right there.
there was no. There's no rain. There's no rain through turn 1 the lap before Haley, before the crash, and Haley had been running up top. So wow. Now you can see the rain kind of a bit on the tri-oval and more pronounced as they enter turn 1. And there you go.
There is when it really starts. That's when the wreck happens.
People very upset. Todd Gill in the lap down, so only 16 cars on the lead lap.
For any reason, and that's the mentality, right?
Man,
that's what you have
this
to do.
is Yes, I know, it was crazy
I did not
NASCAR
see
YouTube.
anything on that in-car camera until he got right there where it started raining. And then, as you said earlier, Junior, once they got the turn kind of halfway between 1 and 2, it wasn't raining there anymore either. So just a very odd thing. And it is a problem with, obviously, how do you fix it? That's the question. How do you prevent that from happening again? And everybody's got to just look at it hard and figure it out. This, to me, is not like New Hampshire. You know, a couple years ago where early in the race, the rain there, this to me was much, much quicker and been a much harder call to make.
And you have to remember the size of this facility. This is 2.5 miles all the way around. We could have a downpour in turns 1 and 2, which ended up happening there, and the sun was still shining in turns 3 and 4.
It's still dry. That's even the back straightaway. I don't think it ever saw a drop of rain yet.
So the 2022 season has, I think the correct word has been crazy. And you look at 15 different winners in the first 25 races. The possibility exists it could be 16.
They're drawing the track, which, oh my God. We're really going to get going? So looking at the field, the drivers on the lead lap, Harvick has won, Kyle Busch has won, Tresindrick has won, Reddick has won, and that's it. 4 winners out of the 16. 25% of the drivers still in the lead lap have won a race.
Stays up front here, and the weather continues to stop this race from continuing.
13 of the last 17 races at the plate tracks won by drivers getting their first win of the season.
Been around a long time though, because his interview, I don't know every year, but if we get back racing, like Junior, he wasn't ready to accept this was over. He is still locked in. Even in his interview, he was looking forward if this thing restarts. He knows what he has to do. I appreciate that approach. I mean, you see the sky looking back at the beach.
Yeah, it looks good that way. Look the other way, it does look real good.
And off of turn 1 and behind the main grandstands is where the cells and the rain is continuing to move in this direction.
You can see it. It's just building on the west side of the racetrack.
Slowly, radar, once again.
Slowly moving west. The biggest concern is the stuff we can't see, and that's those lightning strikes. You know, we've sat at many racetracks during practices and qualifying and not being able to run due to lightning strikes. Yeah. Those cells, though, they build and then they'll disappear and then they'll build somewhere else. It's really hard to predict. I thought for sure we were not even going to get to halfway today looking at the radar and all the forecasts. Thought we'd have rain earlier.
Well, a lot of people were questioning if we'd even get the race started because their cells were building just before 10 o'clock this morning here at Daytona, and thankfully they did not build to this magnitude yet. But under a red flag condition here for the Coke Zero Sugar 400.
Miss Justin, a giant robot has landed.
She's doing it, and she is too. Everybody's getting birth control online from NurX, with prices starting at $15 a month or $0 copay with insurance and fast free shipping. NurX is the best way to get birth control these days. Go to nurx.com to get started.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
Jim Utter, I'd like to see a replay when the caution came out. I'm sure the floor is looking at one.
Tradition, because Peacock's bringing together 2 great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
I need to find my family.
Where the hell are we? Welcome home.
Talk. Whisper. Join Jimmy Fallon and Kiki Palmer as they play on words. A lot of ways to go with this.
Urination.
That's a way. Password. Streaming on Peacock.
Under a red flag for weather at Daytona. Here's the accident in lap 138. Martin Truex Jr. trying to gain the points on Blaney to enter the playoffs. Look at this, down into turn 1. A rain shower causes this big wreck. Veteran move on the brakes, heavy. Wants no part of what's going on in front of him. Gets down on the apron. Has to climb back on the racetrack. I mean, carnage in front of the 19 car, but he gets through this accident, and he currently sits inside the top 10.
Today cost the teams collectively about $4 million.
Points in front of Blaney, and in the last playoff spot, if the rain does come back and the race does end, he would make the playoffs. And look at the accident, a huge accident. I think Martin Truex, though, has stepped aside, and Dave Burns hasn't.
The impact, Denny Hamlin says the impact made his jaw feel like a boxer that had been hit. His whole body hurts, and other drivers say about hits in this car is true.
Did you do it?
Slow down a lot.
Hand on the brakes.
I seen the 99 in the front row turn completely sideways, and I stood on the brakes, and everybody just was still wide open. And then just kind of looked for a hole to get through. So yeah, Bass Pro Toyota's pretty beat up from that first incident through the grass, but we're in right now. So just see what happens here.
Let's talk about your day, because I heard you say to someone else when you came in, car had speed. So did you feel, and you showed it obviously with the 15 stage points that you got in stage 1 and 2. Did you feel like you're having a good Daytona day?
Yeah, it's typical Daytona. You know, had good speed, was around the front. You know, got some good stage points, and then in the middle of it. So yeah, just kind of the way it goes here. You know, wrong place, wrong time, and now maybe right place, right time. We'll just have to wait and see. So it's just, this place is wild. You never know. You know, if we end now, we'll come out on the good end. If we go some more, who knows what'll happen.
And I was just going to ask, what would the handling of your car be like? Because you didn't hit anything there. So what were you dealing with while you're riding the back of the pack there?
Hamlin's car towed back into the garage.
I don't know what's bent, something suspension-wise. It's really, really bouncy. Doesn't drive great. And right front fender's, you know, destroyed. Hood flat, all that stuff. So it's not driving great, and it doesn't have much speed left, you know, like it did earlier, but heck, nobody does now. So there's only 3 or 4 cars that haven't been beat up.
And most of them are the back markers.
You know, they separate the pack or slow the whole pack down, and we'll be just fine. So either way, we'll see what happens.
The goal from the start of the day was gain those stage points, pile them up first 2 stages.
So right now, Blaney in the 29th position.
In the first 2.
Pretty good. Not great in the first one. I made one bad decision and lost potential of, you know, maybe 5 or 6 or 8 more spots. But good decisions in the second one, and worked with teammates and got in a good position there. So yeah, it's all you can ask for is, you know, try to make the right moves at the right times, and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and sometimes everybody crashes and you're in it, and sometimes they all crash and you make it through.
And if you make it through to the playoffs, if things end well for
and through all this, Chase Elliott has still led the most laps, despite having not led since lap 81.
But really kind of fighting the last
87,
few weeks to just try to make it a sure thing.
Well, we're fighters, and, you know, I don't know that it makes any kind of statement other than we're going to have a chance to go do something special, and hopefully we can take advantage of it.
Because you've had speed this year, and you know that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we've been consistent.
While you're watching, don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Times, great speed at others.
Who knows, we might get it going again.
You know, sometimes as well. But looking at the playoffs, you know, a lot of good tracks for us, and you know, hopefully we can step it up. And we're consistent enough to go far. You know, if we can get hot and win at the right time, we can go all the way. So let's see what we can do.
We wait now with Martin Truex Jr. And I think you said you looked over at Austin Dillon. You said you'd do the rain dance for him, probably for you too.
Well, I mean, for both of us. This point, you know, I mean, it'd be a good day. I know Johnny Morris is happy running around right now, so it'd be a good day for him as well.
We'll see how it ends up.
Johnny Morris with Bass Pro Shop. Obviously, you see that logo on Austin Dillon's driver's suit as well. And so, under a red flag condition, a weather delay here at Daytona.
We're still waiting. Am I the only one in call right now? I can't see.
You're at the age now where you may
I
start
got
feeling
racing
certain
fan.
urges
Yeah, so
to buy things at full price. You read my diary? But honey, you should really think about practicing safe spending with Amazon. You get low prices on everyday essentials.
I also just realized
plus
both
free
Rick Ware
shipping
racing
on
cars in the
items.
top 10.
Do you have any
Unbelievable.
questions? What is bang for your buck? Learn all the ways to save with Amazon.
2 other drivers have now said it wasn't raining the lap before. They all had it for the first time in turn 1. Okay. That was Jeff Gluck a minute ago. Truex says he's still in the interview room. Didn't you just get the lucky dog? I thought it was a lap down. I just got the lucky dog. I'm gonna scroll down a bit. Yeah. So Austin Dillon was a lap down before the caution, before the last restart, and now he went from a lap down to winning the race from 1 restart. Ain't that nuts?
damn.
Rich Childress is going to be celebrating this race and then realize he will never see the 3 actually win a race properly again.
The new NASCAR docuseries on USA, Race for the Championship, will give you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen it before. It premieres Thursday at 10, 9 Central on USA. Again, the craziness of what is taking place here at the racetrack, a lightning strike just in the area once again, and so it's making it difficult, obviously, for us because of our cameras and such on pit road to be able to interview different drivers. But if we can get them back into a separate room,
Looks like it's raining harder on the front stretch. How much longer are they going to attempt this? I want to do something else today, man.
Yeah, Rick, we're actually just looking at some of the replays.
With Kyle
here,
Busch
trying to
now.
evaluate maybe where you
Talk
are
to
with
Ware.
We'll figure
Talk
all
to
that out later.
Castle.
But what happened as you went off at turn 1 there with the rain?
Honestly, it just was the previous lap. There was nothing there, and then that lap it was just
Yeah, Kyle Busch even says nothing there the lap before, and then it came upon them and
check out that fast. You just got to try to drive through it. Thankfully, I was on the high side, and I just
where the rain was. Kyle Busch before this wreck was in, I think, 11th. He slammed into Hemrick, and then Jones hit him.
Everybody's coming up.
He got stuck, but he didn't take a ton of damage.
I was then just trying to figure out everybody to slide back down and get out of the way, and then for me to continue on my merry way. But yeah, there's just really nothing you can do in that situation. It was way too late to call anything, and overall, I felt good about our car though all day long. The Interstate Batteries Camry was fast. We had good speed. Ran up front, led some laps, won a stage. So I'd love it to be over right now. Like rain hard.
Oh yeah, I just realized David Reagan has finished in every position except 9th. And so if the race gets called like this, he'll have completed the all 43 challenge.
About the racing, that was intense from the drop of the green flag. Was that some of the most intense super speedway racing you've ever been a part of?
Yeah, I don't know if it was just the lack of practice where we fired off and everybody was like dancing around and getting after it. I was like, why are we doing this right now on lap 2, lap 3? And so I rolled out and I went to the back and I'm getting my footing and everything right and just kind of watching everything progress. And then I made my way back up towards the front and we were able to collect some good stage points today, which was good. So did have a fast car, had some lucky breaks, saw some holes, made some gaps that filled some gaps that opened up in order to make sure we got through some positions.
Who'd have thought running a part-time schedule for Rick Ware is how he'd get his 9th place finish?
I don't know. I think I said it already, but would love to see this over.
Yeah, of course. And I want to talk about that because you had such a fast car. You went from the back to the front multiple times. I mean, a lot of drivers were saying it was tough to pass. How were you able to do that?
It was tough to pass. Now, that's not wrong. You know, when the lanes are stuck side by side, there's really nowhere for you to go. But once things start to maneuver around and you get those 3 lanes going, then holes start to develop and you kind of start working your way through and snaking your way in and out of traffic a little bit. And that's when it gets a little bit dicey, too. Sometimes the wrecks start to happen. But majorly, I would say wrecks always happen.
Based on the ticker, Ty Dillon would be leading at the time of caution.
Do you think some of that could be the drivers that came in here knowing that they
Ty winning his first race would be even more insane,
just
I think.
making moves that are maybe low percentage moves, just trying to put themselves up front?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we knew going in, right? This is the perfect race at the perfect time on the schedule for the unknowns and for just the opportunities for others that are on the outside looking in. And so I think we're kind of seeing that right now, obviously, with the 3 at the top of the pylon. And then, you know, some unfortunate circumstances for some other guys, obviously, that might transpire here with and if the race is over.
Let's talk a little bit, just looking ahead for this 18 team in terms of the playoffs now coming up. You guys are in that. What is this, you know, a day like today where you showed so much speed? What kind of momentum does that build?
Well, I mean, you look at the season as a whole and the Toyotas, and so we've been really fast at 1.5 mile, 2 mile, 2.5 mile racetracks. You know, we struggle a little bit when you get below that mile of a racetrack. So feel like Darlington can be good for us. We ran well there in the early spring, so would like to get back there and have another strong run like we had there and start off our playoffs with a good roll, and then we'll see what happens from there.
We know he wants it to finish because of the state of his car right now, but had a lot of speed.
In my honest opinion, this is too tough of a situation for NASCAR, so they should just put Jeff Gordon in the playoffs.
Again, Austin Dillon being scored as the race leader right now has him in front of Martin Truex Jr. And of course that bumps Ryan Blaney out, who is 12 points back from Martin Truex Jr. if we have another new win.
Turn 1 in the center of 3 and 4 already. We're really going to wait this out.
The night race. It's as American as Uncle Sam deadlifting 350-pound drinking a bush light outside his camper in a national park. It's as American as Earnhardt rattling Terry's cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there, September 17th. Go to BristolMotorspeedway.com and
Dillon
get
was
your
16th,
tickets
not
before they're
17th.
gone.
It's Bristol, baby! You might have heard of Carvana, and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and 0 surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
285 covers that bunker. Love it.
Bumper run?
Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble,
Love it.
or anything in between,
Love it, Mom.
love every shot with the most complete ball in golf.
So, love it.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
Hey neighbor, you switched to T-Mobile home internet yet? Trim your hedge. It's $50 a month with no price hikes. Damn! Son, it runs on T-Mobile's wireless 5G network, so all you gotta do is plug in one cord. T-Mobile 5G home internet. Just $50 a month. No price hikes, no hidden fees.
I did it. I switched to T-Mobile home internet, and I am loving it.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Why didn't you tell me to switch earlier?
Still under a red flag condition here at Daytona as we're waiting out the weather. And a reminder, the IMSA WeatherTech Racing from VIR, that's coming up directly after us. Some great racing there from sports cars. Again, IMSA WeatherTech will be right after us. As you see, the 3 teams.
Scott Miller says he didn't think they could have done anything different when the track was dry. They can't predict when it starts raining.
We have Senior Vice President of Competition, Scott Miller, with us for NASCAR. And Scott, obviously, these are difficult situations with the weather and the rain, the lightning in the area. The accident happens in turns 1 and 2. We just heard Kyle Busch mention the lap previously, there was no rain in that area. And then when they came in, it was a downpour. So in this situation, do you think NASCAR could have done anything different than what you did?
Well, I really don't. We were on top of the weather, monitoring it with all of our turn spotters, in touch with the spotters up top, the pace car, and we had all the information that we thought. We'd been dodging a little bit of weather, obviously, for a little while. Nothing had hit, and all of a sudden there was that shower that I guess. Pace car was sitting down there on the inside. It was still dry when they wrecked, and if you watch the in car, you could see that some rain definitely started right before they wrecked. But we really couldn't do anything like that about that, and it was it's not something that you can predict when it's going to start raining. So just a super bad situation for everybody.
Yeah, that process is basically,
So, STEP basically estimates based on spotter audio. NASCAR had 5 to 10 seconds to throw a caution flag.
It's 2.5 miles around. I want to talk about
before the wreck started.
So,
I think your mileage may vary on how, if that's enough time to make the decision.
From my understanding, if you're in the wreck in any manner, you basically are then in the accident. If anyone works their way through the wreck, like as I see, there's so many cars, so many accidents. The 3 is determined to get through clean without an issue. But because the race is still continuing, use loops, not cameras at this point. We get the 3 down here looking good, and then the 4 kind of drives off into the wreck. So the 3 looks like the one that gets clearly through it in my mind. But how does that explain to me how you set the running order in chaos like this?
So the first thing we reference is the loop, the scoring loop on the racetrack. That was the last one that they passed before the caution came out.
And that's electronic, right? When you hit the button for the yellow.
That is, yeah. And so everybody will have passed that loop, and that's the first thing we look at for an order. But then beyond that, you have to maintain speed. So everybody that was wrecking and all of that got in the wreck, kind of gets placed in the order how they kind of came out and sort of maintained speed. So the 3 made it through there clean, and that's who's leading right now. And honestly, they're still over there sorting out the rest of the field, but that's how we came up with the 3.
Yeah, and thankfully in this situation, I think it's very clear to me that the 3 of Austin Dillon went through unscathed, and Truex just told us, he goes, I just stopped. Everybody was wrecking, so I just stopped. So, and now you see the cars pulling off out of the accident. So, fortunately, I think the race winner and the guy that we're looking at in points, to your point, kind of both got through clean.
And Scott, the question now is, with 20 laps left in this race, and as you mentioned, you can't predict the weather, how long do you wait? What is it that you do as far as to determine if this race gets called?
Well, I think it's our responsibility to, make sure that we give a fair chance to get back to green flag racing. A lot on the line here, and we're gonna watch the radar, watch the lightning, and put in our best effort to get back going under green.
I feel bad for you. It's been quite the week. We have Kurt Busch removing his waiver, come to one of the craziest races of the year. Weather in the area, it's been busy over in the NASCAR section.
It's been busy. It's always busy over there.
Yeah, no, it is for sure. When we come here...
All right. Austin Dillon leader based on the scoring loops and who kept reasonable speed. Those in the wreck are placed pretty much as they get going after being involved.
The goal is to try to finish the race. Cars that are on pit road, how does the DVP and all this work? That's all electronic, right? If people can fit... We saw the 12 earlier get off the DVP, the damaged vehicle policy. That's how he can continue. But now with 21 to go, these cars that are out of the race, they just continue to lose laps. Other guys can move around. That's how the whole scoring process works.
Yeah, that's right. And the ones sitting on pit road with damage will have to leave pit road if they're able, and then come back to pit road, and then the DVP clock will start, and their 6-minute cycle of trying to repair their car will start then.
A lot of details, Rick. It's crazy with the stuff we discuss, and then it can fall somewhere between these crazy gray areas that we never could think of when it comes to some of these rules.
Yeah, and Scott, we appreciate you spending time coming over here and explaining all this to us. The weather behind us, as you can see, just over our shoulder, it continues to get worse. And so you've got people that are watching the radar, the lightning strikes, and you mentioned, you want to do, because there's so many things in play right now, you want to do what's best for the entire competition, but it is official once you get past halfway point of this race. So you do have an official race in front of you. It's just how long you want to wait to see if there's a possibility of getting the last 20 laps in.
Absolutely, and we're gonna make our best effort to try to get back to green flag racing.
Well,
busy times.
Yeah.
Busy times.
Thank you, Scott.
For sure. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. We'll let you get back to the guys over there that are making all these decisions. I know that Steve O'Donnell is probably waiting for you to come back to chat with him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I really appreciate Scott coming over. It's a great opportunity during a red flag with a lot of things happening to kind of educate the fans on the rules and how this sport works. And I'm a huge fan of Scott Miller. He was my crew chief. I worked with him at RCR. We won some races together. Just a solid guy. And this is a complicated sport, and it's really hard to understand and know all the rules. And when we have these opportunities for NASCAR to come over, take some time and say, okay, here's how it works. I really appreciate that, because as long as we've been in this sport, we still get a little confused sometimes. Just a great opportunity to just remind us, but all the fans as well, exactly how these rules work.
Yeah, it's we don't know when they mash the button that brings that yellow out. We see at points Cody Ware's ahead of the 3 car. There's there's differences in the running order, and we just have to take their word for when they mash that button and that caution is out, they go back to the loop before, and that's the running order. It's not they're not over there writing that running order. That's spit out by a machine. That's digital, and so we just kind of have to trust what they're telling us, and sometimes that's difficult, especially.
Ryan Ellis saying, here's a replay for those who missed the last accident. It just makes, and then just, it's a pile up in NRO 2003 on the Roval course.
We watch it on video, we don't see anything, we got a driver saying other things.
That's funny.
But in his mind, he believes it, that they should have thrown that yellow. They had time to do it, and I'm angry. And I've been in that position too. I didn't lose that spot to that guy. When the caution come out, I was ahead of him. I've had that same argument, that same fight as a driver. You see it a whole lot different.
Yeah, and when they do push that button, it's a timestamp. So it's a digital recording of, okay, here's where everybody was locked in. But then it gets complicated, because then, if you're a Kevin Harvick fan, you're like, he was leading when the caution came out. But yes, he got in the wreck. He couldn't maintain pace. So it really isn't that complicated. It's kind of a little bit of common sense. If your guy's leading and he gets in a wreck and he can't maintain speed, you have to maintain a reasonable amount of speed, and it's really no more complicated than that in regard to all that stuff. But this has been a trying week for NASCAR as far as trying to get all these things done. Weather has been in the area all weekend long. We've seen some great racing. I mean, the Xfinity race yesterday was great. This race so far has been really compelling, a lot on the line. And they want to see that through. They want to give every competitor a chance, because we talked about the championship.
Austin Dillon chatting it up with Matt Collig and Chris Rice. I think Justin Marsh is in there as well. Or someone with a beard.
Difference in money from being 24
that isn't Austin
26.
Dillon.
That's a major difference. Those guys are racing for that too. So there's a lot on the line for a lot of drivers, and they want to give that opportunity. So they're going to stick here as long as they can. There's a lot of lightning that's building. I don't know what's going to happen, Rick, but they're going to try to get this race going, but it's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, as you mentioned that behind us, the rain is definitely settling back in. When you look at this wreck, the other thing we want to talk about is we keep saying maintaining speed. The other thing you can't be is in the wreck. People say, how do you determine somebody's in the wreck? Well, listen, forget finishing order. That's determined because we have this damaged vehicle policy. So they know every car that they feel was involved in the accident. That's determined. That is how the damaged vehicle policy goes through. So really, I think the 4 of Kevin Harvick had the chance to win the race because he kind of misses the first wreck.
But he got piled up in another one.
I'm going to watch this 4 car. They all start to wreck. And then a gap opens up. We freeze it right here, right? The 4 car is going to get in the gas.
But Ty Dillon slides up.
I'm going to tell you, if he gets through that hole,
he wins.
The 4 car of Kevin Harvick is perhaps
the first win at Daytona since 2010.
And was ahead of the 3, but unfortunately he wasn't, right? He ended up getting into the wreck. It was a great move by Harvick that didn't work out. So, there is this process to determine who's in the wreck and who isn't, because it goes to the damaged vehicle policy, and that is important because it eliminates cars all the time in races. So, as opposed to this, right on board, right? So he sees the wreck, and he has a pretty good chance to be involved right here. Unfortunately,
that is a great
slides back.
That is a great camera shot right there on the roof of that car, because I was wondering about Cody Ware in the 51. And so Austin goes by Cody, as you see the green light still blinking right here. Green light, another green light up there. So that tells me that NASCAR hasn't hit that button yet, hasn't spit out the running order just yet.
even the 4 car. You know, so see the rain, everybody's wrecking. Looks like Kevin Harvick's going to win this race, but he ends up getting in the wreck as well. It's just a mess. I mean, there's no other way to say it. I will say this, guys, and I appreciate Scott coming over here, and I do agree with him. I don't know what they could have done different, but that doesn't mean that we as the industry don't need to look to make it better, right? I mean, we can say, hey, don't know what we could have done different, but we got to figure a way to do it different in the future. And we got to always learn and be willing to make things better so that this doesn't happen again. This isn't good for anybody. Nobody wants this. What technology, what is it out there that we could use in the future?
Is there a sensor that could be on the racetrack somewhere where it says, hey, you've got this much precipitation that's there? But even then, things happen so fast in this sport, that would have been a split-second decision if a caution would have come out even just before they got to this.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. I mean, if you're driving one of these race cars, you trust, don't even think about the track being an issue, right? And even in practice, when they drop that green flag, you leave pit road and you are going. You're not riding around looking for the track to be okay. They've told you it's okay because they opened it, and drivers can't think any different and shouldn't think any different.
The last shot we showed there was a great shot because where they wrecked and then where they were in the sun was literally 100 yards. It was 100 yards from where they all wrecked until they were in the sun, which was in turn 2. So it's so difficult to predict things like that. You still get a look at Austin Dillon. He's sitting back there. It's alternate victory lane right now, but he's sitting in there waiting out because he is currently the race leader if this continues.
Yeah, with the lightning, you know, some of our movements around the racetrack are restricted, but it's we got a good update. All the drivers involved have been released from the infield care center, so it was great to see. That 99 takes a big turn up the hill, and you know, I mean, there's just so much going on right there. You could watch the wreck 100 times and find another hit or another spin or move. So, hey, we talked about this before we came here. We knew something could happen. Well,
Rain is picking up. They're losing any progress they made in drying the track. Also, for reasonable, the thing that is complicated is that reasonable speed is a judgment call. Vehicles must maintain under their own power a reasonable speed considering the conditions that exist. Determination of a reasonable speed is a judgment call. I would think not getting involved in the crash or not, at least not meaningfully involved.
And prevent my next attack. Treat and prevent all in one. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec. Most common side effects in less than 3% are nausea, indigestion, stomach pain. With quick dissolving Nurtec, I can get back to normal fast and prevent my next attack. Treat and prevent all in one.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people. It may sound cheesy,
but we like it that way. What's in your wallet?
What's it like having Xfinity Internet? It's beyond gig speed fast, and it can connect hundreds of devices at once. That's powerful. Unbeatable Internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Hitting the road, not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
Tech Series racing from VIR,
Virginia International Raceway.
For the GTD. Win last race at Road America, and yeah, the sun's shining there. And even though they don't need sunshine for that race in the midst of WeatherTech Series, so that will be coming up next. here on CNBC. Take a look at the points once again. This is the final race of the regular season before the playoffs get started for the NASCAR Cup Series. Everyone in yellow locked in. Austin Dillon, current leader. If the race gets called, he would be locked in. And Martin Truex Jr. currently 12 points ahead of Ryan Blaney. Again,
Jim Utter saying on Twitter, but the 4 came out of the wreck still leading. And now everyone's roasting him because he was not leading. Because with people screenshotting the race and putting the picture, he's just an idiot.
Very confusing, but very cool right now. Austin Dillon just sitting there waiting it out, and right now it is pouring rain here all the way around the racetrack.
I've always thought this is super hard. I can't imagine what it's like to be a driver, but being a crew chief,
he's a
you're trying to
freaking moron.
What are you allowing your mind to do, right? Because can you leave the moment? Can you imagine what this win could mean for you? Because if you do that and then we restart, are you engaged, or have you kind of wandered, at least mentally, out of what was having to be accomplished today? So it's so awkward, and you have to sit there on camera and look kind of, polite and polished, and but you can see the rain is picking up very, very hard.
I can hear it.
Yeah, there's a big old cell now over the top of the racetrack, and I think the entire racetrack's getting rained on. It doesn't look too good.
Okay.
Well, let's do what race fans are doing all around the country right now. Talk about who's going to win this championship. So, it seems to me, Junior, I think that Chase Elliott going into these playoffs, he's probably the favorite. He's the guy that seems to run well every week. They've gotten on a roll, kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field. To me, from their back, it gets a little cloudy. I'm not real sure who the second, third, fourth favorite would be. I just think the competition this year has been crazy and it's been unsettled. One team will get going, and then all of a sudden they don't run well for a few weeks, and just think it's going to be a crazy playoffs.
Yeah, this has been the most unpredictable season in terms of, you usually get an idea that this guy's good at the short tracks, and this team's good at the intermediates, and boy, this is our road course hero, and it's kind of been moving around. It's been a moving target all year. Trackhouse looked like the best team overall, consistently week in and week out, all the way through the first half of the year. For whatever reason, they haven't been able to
Chase Elliott's jet took off from Daytona Beach.
Half of the season. I don't know
He's
if they've
already gone from the track.
or had the advantage that they've had throughout the year, but I don't. I think that the rest of the series has caught up to them. That typically happens in the garage. Teams get hot, but they don't stay hot forever. And you need to peak right now. And you're right. The team that's been peaking here lately is that 9 car. We also see a little bit of flash out of the 5 team and Kyle Larson. I know they had a bad day today, engine issues, but he's been running a little bit better. And a lot of these teams sort of save a little bit of their best stuff for the playoffs. When it really, really matters, some of these teams can really improve in performance.
Well, speaking of Hendrick Motorsports, the 2 drivers...
Justin Haley said they lost all traction in the wet. Hamilton should have thrown the cautions off the race earlier. Suarez says there's nothing a driver can do, and the driver should be put in a situation where the system in NASCAR since when the track is wet.
Until a few weeks ago, I think
Sorry, let me re-say that one. Suarez says there is nothing a driver can do. The driver should not be put in a situation with the systems that NASCAR has to determine the track is wet.
Joe Gibbs Racing, where are they? They confuse me a little bit as well. There's times I'm like, okay, they're getting ready to bust out, the Toyotas are rolling, but Rick and Steve, I'm really curious what you guys think about Joe Gibbs.
Well, I think to handicap the teams, you have to talk about where we're going to race, because you heard Martin Truex Jr. right there say already, he was like, I'm looking forward to the playoffs because the races I think we can run at. And it starts at what I'll call a variety first round, right? Darlington, high speed but very odd. William Byron was very good there. We saw Joey Logano kind of get into it and move him for the win. Kansas is I would call that a standard 1.5 miles, which have been crazy. To Jeff's point about Joe Gibbs Racing, the Toyotas at the last 1.5 mile track or 2 mile track in Michigan were untouchable fast. I know they didn't win. Will they bring that speed again? And then Bristol. I know we've seen Bristol, not this Bristol. We saw the dirt version of Bristol. Now we're going to go to high banks, and then so on and so forth. Like you see Talladega and the Roval in the next round, and then that Miami, Martinsville to finish it out. So I think the schedule is so interesting because I can make a path for a lot of drivers to the round of 8. And once you get to the round of 8, Rick, good luck, because who's going to show up? The early year track house, the best we've seen from these other organizations.
And just reminding you, the 16 drivers will all get ranked. They will start off with 2,000 points, and then the playoff points that they've been able to earn all throughout the regular season gets added to that. So every point, every position matters once again. At the end of each of the rounds, they take the bottom 4 in points and eliminate them. And so that's a tough scenario for some of these drivers who may have just got a win or maybe one stage point that was able to put them in this position to run for a championship. So you've got to do well right in that first round.
Well, you have to do well, and you know, I hate the other drivers don't want to hear this, but the non-playoff drivers, they're just not going to lay over. And I think that's going to be even bigger this year, just because the garage feels different. We have the chance to have 16 winners.
Yep.
Right? The depth is there. The cars that can go win, you know, I mean, just today, with what was on the line, who was up front, right? We saw the 31 leading, the 47 leading, you know,
the 43 leading.
Right, so who is thinking, I know we didn't make the playoffs this year, but we still have 10 more races with this new car. What can we learn? What can a win mean for a driver organization? We're hearing a lot of drivers being re-signed. You mentioned earlier, Blaney and Logano extended. Who else in that garage area is looking for that extension? Looking for that long-term deal at their own home, their own race team, you know, winning in the playoffs.
Oh, as far as the Dillons that won if they call the race. We'll see.
Gordon did it way back when. We have seen non-playoff guys win. So I don't think this
still,
race is going to be anything easy.
Are they going to call it or whatever?
Still, it looks to be calm and collect there for Austin Dillon. Is that what you're seeing out of this team?
Keep checking
He's
Twitter.
staying pretty cool, trying to keep his mind off what could be. In fact, I just asked him a moment ago, I said, what's going through your mind right now? And he's staying in race mode. He's asked me how many cars would continue when, not if we go green, when we go green. So he's staying in the mindset that he has to finish this race off today. I said, are you allowing yourself to think about it at all? He said, nope. I'm going to stay in race mode, and that's what his thought process is right now. But raining harder. He did point that out. It's raining harder here in alternate victory lane.
Yeah, tough situation for Austin Dillon.
And we're still waiting. Oh, Lord. I'm not going to get any work done
to
today.
celebrate it. You also have to stay a little bit calm until it's actually official.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were creative.
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana?
Yeah, Ma.
It was so easy. I found the perfect car. Under budget, too. And I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me. But Susan from Carvana had all the answers. She didn't try to upsell me. Not once. Because they're not salespeople. Where do you guess who just checked in on me? Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
285 covers that bunker. Love it. Bumper run?
Love it.
Love it.
Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot with the most complete ball in golf.
You so love it.
Alright, who's up for some trivia while we're waiting around? I gotta find some good trivia questions, though. Let me see if I can find some good ones.
On USA, exactly what we have been talking about all day and all season, the race for the championship. It's the new NASCAR docuseries on USA, giving you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR. Again, that premiering Thursday at 10, 9 Central on USA. Here is a small sample of what you're going to see.
Everyone's excited. NASCAR drivers are some of the best race car drivers in the world.
This is what everybody came to see.
Gotta find good questions, though.
That's the goal, right? Is the big trophy at the end of the day. I just want to win.
We've all got those couple of crazy friends that do crazy things. Well, this is 40 of us.
When I think about gladiators, NASCAR drivers are very much in that vein.
I want to be the one that steals the show.
Your husband, your father, be a race car driver.
Let's start with this one. I'm trying to think of it. Still trying to think of it.
Who I can get hurt. I got life insurance policy for that. It's up to date.
Where did Dale Earnhardt win his first race?
You don't win. I try not to have many bad days.
It's time to meet your brother.
It is nice disconnecting from.
All right, let's start with relatively simple ones. So where did Dale? Someone tell me where did Dale Earnhardt win his first race? It happened during his rookie season in 1979.
It takes everything that you have.
But can you tell me what track he won it at? We got D Racing Fan in the VC trying to figure it out too.
Race with somebody wheel to wheel, it's inevitable to piss somebody off. You guys.
They're at it again. All the way to the inside.
Our livelihoods are made by beating that guy.
Sometimes I feel like people are better when they're pissed off.
Please bless Chase today. Please keep him safe.
Death is my biggest fear.
Racing scares the crap out of me.
According to Chris Knight, he said that NASCAR's intention is to see the race all the way through. Which is unbelievable.
I mean, I get it's still pretty early, but still, come on. Bless you.
Really looking forward to that. The NASCAR docuseries on USA Race for the Championship. Again, it premieres Thursday at 10/9 Central on USA. Austin Dillon continuing the waiting game on the weather and if this race will get called.
Hold on, let me check. Did anyone guess?
In that incident, the driver
Randy Bowman, yes. Bristol 1979 was where Dale Earnhardt won his first race.
We were just discussing that moment there, Kevin, where you.
Harvick says it. Let's listen to this.
Position there. What happened from your point of view?
Well, it was raining.
Well, yeah, but in terms of like what you were trying to make it through.
Yeah, well, we made it through
All right,
the
your
first
next
part
question.
and obviously, there was a lot of carnage, and I saw the bottom two cars starting to come back up the racetrack, so I gassed it.
Where and in what year?
So close, but car maintained
Bill
plenty of speed.
Elliott won his first race.
And so I guess it's all kind of you have to be subjected to what is minimum speed, because when the caution comes out, we are the leader when the light comes on. So if
you got involved in the wreck which is what's the.
I don't know.
Is this something you want to discuss with NASCAR about how they just make that decision?
Well, I think they're making it up as they go. So I think it's
shots fired.
It's just one of those deals.
I mean, for Harvick, he got wrecked. Yeah, he was leading caution, but he got wrecked. So for me, that wouldn't make sense in my mind to have him as the leader, considering he got wrecked.
Yeah, we had a good Mobile 1 Ford Mustang, and
in that regard, I'd also wish Brendan Poole.
I think when we missed part of the fender
won
there,
2016, but where and what year did Bill Elliott win his first?
Took the ability to lead well away from the car, but our car would still push, and they did a great job of fixing everything. And all you have to do at these places is keep it rolling and give yourself a chance.
You guys definitely were doing that. So let's look ahead here. If we get past this race. You guys have been on fire as of late. We're going to the playoffs. Is the peak at the right time for this 4 team?
Yeah, our team's, the best thing is we've had some good luck. I think just having some things go your way is important, because you're just, fast cars or slow cars, you have to have momentum and things on your side a little bit to be able to go through,
24 hours of Daytona.
Our guys are doing a good job. The cars have been running well, and we've been able to run up front and do the things that we need to do. And if we can keep that up, you never know. It's just it seems like such a wide open championship picture, because it's just a wide variety of racetracks, and seems like you can hit or miss, and the momentum.
The drivers of the 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 31, 38, 47, and 99 have been evaluated. I have to read that off again. The drivers of the numbers 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 31, 38, 47, and 99 have been evaluated and released to the infield care center. That's Elliott, Almirola, Hamlin, Hemrick, Busher, Haley, Gilliland, oh, he's out. Wow, Stenhouse, and Suarez.
As to how the weekend might go, because you just really don't have any idea. And,
they don't. So Parker says they don't want the race to end like this, so they might make them wait longer.
Middle of the racetrack, all over the place.
So, you really can't read into anything how you think it's going to go
Unbelievable.
and
We're
what you
only
think
gonna
is
sit
going to
here
happen
the
because
entire
it just seems to
time.
be so different every time we go somewhere.
I think one of the coolest things about your race team, and speaking to your crew chief Rodney Childers, was just sort of what that win, that first one, did for you guys to sort of prove you could do it still, right? Prove you could get back to victory lane. You said you couldn't believe how much it changed everyone at the shop, the engine shop. Did you feel that and sense that in the team after you guys got that win?
I'm pretty confident in our ability to win. So I've been through longer dry spells than that one. And I think as you look at the guys on the team, they all do a really good job and have all been in position and won races and championships. And, it's nobody ever pointed fingers. Nobody ever said, you're the problem or you're the problem. It's like, okay, what do we need to do to fix the problem?
Okay,
and,
one of
I
the
think
Joel
that's really the
Edmonds,
most productive way to
Eric
get through
Almirola spotter
losing
says,
streaks are to
it rained on the
figure out
spotter
what's
stand
wrong
when
and
they're trying to
try
pack
address
him off
one
turn 4
problem
until
at
they
a
were
time
all
because
crashed.
it's so hard to
But we were
diagnose
outside on the roof,
and
not sitting
try
in
to
AC or in
give
into
the
the shelter.
right
The storm was coming from
direction
turn 11.
from
On turn 1 I was screaming it was
the
raining,
driver's seat,
my
and
guy.
you have to be a part of that process, or you can just make 2 or 3 bad decisions and push for those decisions, and the next thing you know, you're way down a road that you can't get back from, and you have to start undoing things, and it just takes time, and we made a lot of good decisions, and the cars have been running better.
And that speed really showed up on the racetrack, and when you get that speed, it just makes your job easier. It makes the decisions you make easier, right?
It makes it so much easier because then you're racing on offense, and when you can race on offense, it's much easier to race that way than it is to be on defense and backpedaling and just trying to trick them and with pit strategy and things like that. It's just when your car has the right amount of speed, you can go do the things that you need to do and be aggressive going forward.
So if we get this thing back going, you're not dressed for that anymore.
By the time you guys get back going, I'll be home.
Well, appreciate it, but best of luck here as we get towards the playoffs.
Thank you.
Rick?
All right, well, Junior, that was an interesting interview, and Steve kind of cleared up what we heard from Scott Miller there. Obviously, Kevin Harvick, he sees things exactly the way
NASCAR says that because Harvick was involved in the crash, he scored where he blended in, aka where he was after he left the crash. That's why he was scored in second.
That's the first check mark. You can't be involved in the accident. So all the cars you see spinning and all the cars you see wrecking, you have 2 in the wall. The 99 is going to come up in the wall. The 47 about gets upside down. We see the 17 right now. The 4. So if we stop right here, here's the 4 car right here. If we can back this up a few frames, I agree. He's not in the accident, right? Keep back. Right here, he's still clear. He's great. And it's as simple as if he somehow works through there, he's going to win this race.
But he doesn't.
But unfortunately, he doesn't. The hole closes up. He's now involved in the accident. This guy down here, he's the only guy not involved in the accident.
Yeah, when Harvick got out of the crash, he was in second.
Here's a better shot. Here comes the 4. So let's go through it. First,
just to clarify, right now the 17 is officially scored in front of the 4 based on the loop situation, but he's in the accident.
Doesn't matter. If you're in the accident, I don't care where you are in this mess right here. That makes no difference.
It's a mess.
If you are in the accident,
Frankly, I don't know what else NASCAR can really do.
You're in the accident. So then it is who wasn't in the accident of that group.
We're trending second on NASCAR is second on Twitter.
And then everyone in the accident is then scored by,
who is leading? Austin Dillon is currently the leader. Who could be our 16th different winner.
Under certain situations, it's all very different. But everyone in the accident has really.
Where's Landon Castle in all this?
Unfortunately, it's 90% of the field that's in the accident, which I think makes this, a little bit different. And there's this conversation about maintaining pace because
how come Cindric
you also,
fifth?
as you avoid the accident, if you just come to an absolute stop.
It's pouring. Are they really gonna wait this out? Like, come on! I'm not a. I'm not what. I think it should end soon.
There's a few check boxes that NASCAR goes through. This isn't the first time. Now, to defend Kevin, I've argued.
Reddick's up with Dillon.
Every side of all of these because I've been the guy spinning, I've been the guy missing, I've been the guy getting through.
I'm gonna go pee and be right back.
And Kevin Harvick, listen. That was a veteran move. It was a small hole, but he gasses it up. He accelerates towards that wreck because if he gets through there, I believe he is the race winner. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to do it.
Yeah, the key to all that is maintaining pace, right? I mean, that's the whole key to it. And if you can't maintain pace and someone doesn't, just go flying through a caution, right, going faster than you, then it's just about maintaining pace. It's no more complicated than that. So let's use the 4 car as an example. Here he goes. There's a hole right there. He gasses up. I'm going to go through this hole. The hole closes. If he would have gotten through there and just hit the left rear quarter panel, and damage the left rear quarter panel and come out in front of the 3, you still lead him. But he couldn't maintain pace. And that is ultimately what it's all about.
So again, this is the reason why we are under a red flag condition, because this accident happened in turn 1 and 2. There was rain, that just a brief shower that came, and the front cars got loose, got sideways. The carnage then happened. The 3 came through unscathed, and to Jeff's point, maintained pace, was not involved in the accident. And so that is why right now Austin Dillon is currently scored as the race leader. Dave.
Tyler Reddick was definitely involved in the accident. Talk us through what you saw coming through there, and ultimately how your day sort of ended.
My day hasn't ended yet.
Okay, well, how much you got left?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's in NASCAR's discretion, I guess. Part of me is okay with the day ending, so Austin can win. But I was really surprised. I mean, we were kind of sandwiched there for a while, but really, all that we really tore up was the right front corner of our car. The splitter's pretty beat up, and the nose knocked down.
Reddick currently in the 12th position
under the car, straight. So we got really lucky in that aspect. And when we were done sliding up on the banking and slid down into the grass, I just kind of got lucky. I was going backwards, and instead of stopping, I threw in reverse and backed out of the grass. Used my camera that they put in these new cars and drove it backwards to the back straightaway that flipped around. So lost a few spots being backwards instead of forward, but I mean, we're 12th. In the running order, but we're gonna have to drop to the tail if we do get back going for pitting under a closed pit road.
Okay. Hey, I want to talk to you about the beginning of your day, because early on you were talking about an issue with the steering not giving you the feedback. The kind of feedback
got a tornado. Okay, yeah. You don't spam my chat though.
What was it like driving it?
A bit of a handful. Yeah, just not really knowing what the car was gonna do. Getting side draft, the car would kind of take off, do its sort of thing. But later in the race, we got up front. We were getting pushed by like Kyle, Senhouse, Chase, Elliott. You know, our car was driving pretty good. It kind of got a little bit more manageable. When I have a car that's plowing and then free, it's a little hard to hang on to. But with some clean air on the nose, the steering kind of got a little bit more normal. I was definitely really loose. But I could kind of just guide the car along, and it was all right. So yeah, it was unfortunate early on there, about midway through the race. You know, I was struggling with steering, and Logano, McDowell, and myself were trying to stay to each other's bumper, and I was just in a weird spot there, and trying to not actually get to the outside of Michael, and I was trying to push and just hit him in the wrong spot and hooked him. So hate it for those guys. They didn't need that. They didn't deserve that. So that was tough, but yeah, it happened.
So the big crash happens. A lap before that, what was going on with the weather, and when did you first experience that shower?
About a couple seconds before we crashed. Yeah. That was the first warning. I mean, I knew it was getting close, but at that point, you're just trying to get to the front and be up front whenever the caution does come out or when the rain starts. I've seen it, throughout history a few times where it's come out of nowhere and started raining. I think back to that All-Star race back in the early 2000s, I think it was. It was pretty crazy, but a lot of drivers had a lot on the line today, and I was really glad Austin was able to get through there. If we can't win it, we want him to win. So we didn't really get to work with each other a lot today, honestly. So I was hoping we could, but glad to see he got through that deal clean and is in the lead right now.
Regardless, you are on to the playoffs. How strong is the 8 team right now?
Man, I think we're in the right. We're definitely, we've been heading in the right direction, and we've had a lot of the right things. The speedways for me was kind of a question mark. Atlanta, we've had the 2 Atlanta races we had a good car we were able to lead with. Talladega, we fell out early. In Daytona, we were here for the 500. I just really struggled with the handling of my car, kind of similar to the start of the day. But I knew if I get more laps,
sitting here for an hour,
used to what this
soaking in the views while we wait to see if this race will get started.
I've definitely accomplished that. So I mean, that was probably the biggest thing, even more so than
up to 944 views, because I'm sitting this whole race
experience when we go to Talladega
to the end
later in the playoffs, that I feel good about how to race these cars on these tracks.
Let's talk about first round, Darlington, Kansas, Bristol. What are you looking forward to there?
They're all really good tracks for me, I think. But I mean, I don't know about Bristol. We've been to the other 2. Bristol, we ran on dirt, obviously, and I mean, it's not even comparable to what it is on concrete. So, I mean, we'll see. Bristol's kind of the unknown, but we were really fast at Darlington, really fast at Kansas. We just had some issues at Kansas, so good round for us, honestly.
All right, so good to hear. Car not completely destroyed. In fact, kind of good shape. So we'll see what happens with the weather and what might hold for Tyler Reddick the rest of today, Rick.
Thanks, Dave. Again, we see the covers on top of the cars. The rain is picking up once again here in Daytona. But right now, Austin Dillon up front of the field under a red flag condition.
Someone asked Pockworth, is being scored where wrecked cars blend in somewhere in the rulebook? I would understand the thing. I don't see in the rulebook where being in an accident is specified as not keeping reasonable speed. It says reasonable speed is judgment call. And then what is considered being an accident? A bump, how much damage do you need?
Terry's cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there September 17th. Go to BristolMotorspeedway.com and get your tickets before they're gone.
It's Bristol, baby!
When your business is on its A game, the only competition it has is itself.
As an autonomous digital enterprise, you automate the mundane to focus on innovation. Become an autonomous digital enterprise with BMC.
I'm Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun to have family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Well, the rain delay continues for the Cup Series at Daytona. A beautiful day.
Showing the VIR race. Or showing the cars at VIR.
That will be on USA. So make sure to turn to the USA for the start of the IMSA WeatherTech NASCAR Championship race there. Again, the GTD classes, GTD Pro and GTD class will be racing at VIR at 2 o'clock on USA as we continue to wait out the rain delay here in Daytona.
And what a beautiful facility VIR is. At 20 minutes from my hometown of South Boston, Virginia, and it's just a world-class facility, great racetrack. A lot of us, Junior, went there to test some, trying to get ready for road course racing, and it's a really fun course, and it's just like a race course in the middle of the forest. It's really, really fun.
So again, the rain's continuing here. You see on the billboards and such, weather alert.
Hi, Indy. How are you?
Fans are still here in the area know that we're still under a weather delay and a weather alert here. And calm, cool, and collected. Austin Dillon still waiting it out. When the rains came yesterday that postponed this race until this morning, it was a minimum of 2 hours. Once the racetrack was completely wet all the way around, it takes the jet dryers about 2 hours to completely dry this racing surface.
Yeah, with 21 laps to go, I count about 10 cars that I think are, we'll say, damage-free. There's some other cars I think even with some damage they'll be able to repair. I mean, in the Xfinity Series race, we saw many damaged cars, still competing at the end. So at this point, if your car is pretty clean, I think you're only just kind of...
They really want to get this race restarted.
Lap run. If you have some damage, you're actually using this opportunity to come up with the best plan to repair it the best it can be. You heard Kevin Harvick. He said he's going to be home before we get this, so he feels his issue is terminal on the 4 car.
Oh, Harvick thinks his car's junked completely.
These wrecks are big and they're complicated, and like Jeff mentioned, it's all about...
That would take another... That would mean only 3 winners left in the top 15.
The wreck and how you blend back in, and I can see everybody's argument about where they should be, and this is why it's so important, because this system, these points are just so important. Now, as it currently 6, Truex is 13 over Blaney, so I think that's a pretty big window. That would mean one of them had to move 13 spots. But it all hinges off this 3 being the leader. NASCAR confirmed he is the leader. We heard Harvick's opinion. I would have the same if I was him, for sure, 0 doubt. But this happens. This happens at so many speedway races. That's what makes it very, very complicated.
I mentioned the rain and the length of time it takes to dry the racetrack. Well, as we take a look at the radar, it doesn't look like it's going to stop raining anytime soon either. So that's after the rain stops when they can start to dry this racetrack. And so you take a look at the radar. Again, these pop-up showers, this one, the cell pretty much sitting on top of us right now, and they continue to pop up all around the central Florida area.
Yeah, and all the drivers and crew chiefs and fans at home want to know how long are you going to wait. And
Yeah.
what NASCAR is looking at is, what does the future look like? Does it look like this cell could move out? If it moves out, is there clearing behind it? And if they see that, if they see the opportunity for a clearing, they're going to sit here and wait. The fans are here. They deserve to see a race. The fans at home deserve to see a race, so they're going to wait it out. If they feel like there's a clearing within a reasonable time, and the only way to do that is they're watching this cell that's coming through right now, and it's going to kind of tell what's going to happen. Take a while to drive the track, like you just said, Rick. But if they think a clearing is going to come, they're going to wait just a little bit.
I think it would be different if it was a Monday morning, right? But it's a Sunday. The fans have come back to the track, so I do think that it allows them a little bit bigger window of time as well.
The other thing is Junior, these are always hard times to, like, for me as a driver.
They can wait
not
for hours.
knowing, okay, if it quits raining, it's going to take 2 hours to dry, but when's it going to quit raining? And what am I going to do for the next?
Well, I got nothing else to do
What
today.
am I going to do? And how do you keep yourself in that game? Clearly, Austin Dillon wants that not to be a consideration. He wants this thing to be ended right now. But there's a lot of other guys that have a chance to win and are still in position. And how do they? What are you focusing on? What are you talking to your team about? What are you working on to make these last 20 laps the best they can possibly be? And you can't take yourself out of the game.
You're right. I mean, all these guys that went back to their haulers or back to their buses, speaking to crew chiefs or hanging out with their family, everybody but Austin Dillon, he's sitting there deer in the headlights wondering what his future is over the next several hours, because it's going to be a massive impact on his season, right? Other people want the opportunity to go racing again, try to win this race, but he's sitting there with the lead. If this thing gets called, he has to really kind of wait out. You can see the misery on his face. Not really, probably the guy having the least amount of fun right now in this problem.
I want to get.
If we
I
do
can't
go
even
back
get food
racing,
like lunch.
Ryan Blaney, I'm sure, would love it. Ryan Blaney would love to go back racing because that's the opportunity for someone who has already won this year to win this race. And that means that Blaney would be able to move up. Because if somebody new doesn't win, then Truex and
So
Blaney
fan
get in based on
camera
points.
Well, and even
from
if it's
the
a
rain
winner,
shows
we have a lot of cars that aren't going to continue.
rain
So
starting on
Blaney,
the front
who's
on the
a little bit trapped
tri-oval
right now,
about
29,
when the
6
drivers
laps
were
down.
going down the back
If we run
stretch.
6 more laps, all the cars in that accident, he's going to leapfrog, and there is a ton of them. We've seen the accident 20 times. I mean, there's on our timing screen, I see at least 9, 10, 11 cars in front of him. It's currently 13 points, so now he's within a point or two of Truex. Truex 6 and 6. He could lose spots, gain spots, so the whole outcome could change for
Because
Blaney.
the counterpoints are
This
making
is a
that the
driver that
rain
was
is
so
light.
close to winning
Or at least one
the
person
first
said.
race of the year here at Daytona. It's a race you would love to have back, or at least a finish you would love to have back. But to your point, I mean, a lot can change in 21 laps. Look how much changed in one set of corners. In 21 laps, anything can change. It's agonizing. I feel bad for Austin. I don't have a good suggestion on what he could do or should do, but it does look a bit agonizing sitting here. I like what he told Marty, though, right? He's staying in the race mode. I think that's the only thing he can do.
And again, a reminder, on USA at 2 o'clock, it will be the IMSA WeatherTech race from VIR. And so, again, at the top of the hour, at USA, that is the IMSA WeatherTech racing from VIR. We're going to stay right here on CNBC and wait until a decision is made on this race.
You might have heard of Carvana, and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying cars
Pretzels
should be
with
something
peanut
that gets you
butter.
hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness
On old school today.
and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana. There's a monster problem, and our hero needs solutions. So she starts a Miro to brainstorm. Shoot it, suggests the scientist. So they shoot it. Back to the Miro board. Dave says, feed it. And Dave feeds it. Just then, our hero has a breakthrough. Shoot it. Camera. Shoot a movie. And so our humble team...
Someone saying I was sitting in front of grandstand it was not raining until after the wreck.
285 covers that bunker. Love it.
Bumper run?
Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble, love it, or anything in between.
Love it, Mom.
Love every shot with the most complete ball and golf.
You so love it.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and crunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
They're replaying the beginning of the race.
Out this red flag condition from Daytona, the final race of the regular season to determine who the 16 drivers
Why?
will be.
I'm not going to commentate over the beginning of the race again.
Beginning next week, Austin Dillon in a position where he could win his way into the playoffs. If
No, I'm not giving you my Discord server. It's not a racing
He
server.
is currently up front, and there are only
I'm not
20
doing that.
laps remaining here from Daytona. And how did we get to this point? Well, we'll get you caught up on that. We will start from the beginning. And here is the beginning of the race here at Daytona earlier today. Getting ready to get the green flag.
They're showing the beginning of the race.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Already decided. It's the guy who's driving the number 9 on the outside of row 1. But how will he do in this one? He's won the most races. Green flag underway. And Larson in the 5 has jumped out to an early
This is
lead.
so stupid.
A lot of pushing and shoving.
You have to show the freaking beginning.
Track position.
No, please stop asking. I'm not comfortable. No, please, I don't. Don't ask again, please.
And that outside line sliding backwards just a little bit. They'll get that momentum going eventually, but really organized on the bottom. You see bumper to
Couldn't they
bumper.
just show us an old Daytona race? NASCAR sent the Air Titans back out on the track.
Welcome to 200 miles an hour.
No better way to wake up.
For decades, they ran this race in the morning.
A lot of learning going on right now. There was no practice, no qualifying. First time the cars have been on track. Drivers trying to understand what their car does well and what it doesn't do well.
This track was repaved years ago, had a lot of grip, really haven't had any issues.
This is
with
so
it,
dumb.
especially running
Why? Just why?
race. Tons of drivers complaining about balance.
I gotta do I have to relive the crashes that took out all my favorite drivers?
Be interesting to see if that affects the Cup cars today.
In front of the pack right here, you saw Joey Logano in that yellow car. He left the bottom just a little bit. And Christopher Bell behind him was looking to try to take that spot from him. Great angle here from the A-Shock Energy Cam. See, now Logano's got that thing pinned on the bottom much better. Not giving Christopher Bell a place to go.
Got the first 8 cars on the single file line on the inside. Then you got double file back there with Kyle Larson leading that outside line. And Suarez behind him trying to bring that outside line up. You see the momentum starting to build. Right on the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar camera with Daniel Suarez on the roof.
What Daniel wants to be able to do right here down the back straightaway is get to that rear bumper of Kyle Larson. If he can get to it and push him down the back straightaway, it would accelerate them.
Slowly but surely, they're inching up, car after car, all the way up alongside the 4th place car of Kevin Harvick.
Right now, the 22, Joey Logano, pushing the 9 of Chase Elliott on that bottom line. It has moved ahead by 3 car lengths, now 4 car lengths.
Big push coming from the 9 there.
Trying to get that outside line moving.
Now alongside the 20 car here, still working.
See Logano how high up he is. He's trying to get to the right rear quarter panel, that 9 to push him. But he keeps exposing that bottom. Eventually, Christopher Bell's going to take it
Morning
from him.
D-Bass and vocals.
Steve, in the past, these cars have had to peek out to get a little bit of air into the radiator to cool them off. Same situation now, or can they stay locked up for numerous laps?
No, they can't stay locked up. So the inlet to the radiators is the same location, but the other little nuance is it's also the inlet to the engine. So when you pull up really, really tight, you actually start to lose a little horsepower, which can hurt. Kyle Busch. We talk about agendas and strategies. I think this is a planned agenda. You see the hand out the window. You gentlemen go ahead. 5 laps into this race, he's going to fall back to a comfortable distance. With the draft, he has no problem keeping up with only 30 laps to go on this stage. He just doesn't see the reason to have the risk. You see right there the hood flap. That's all air, right? As you pull up into that wake, you know, the air pressure goes away and it pulls those hood flaps up. There it is again.
Oh, up there.
Man.
Looks like Larson had to maybe get out of the gas a little bit. Suarez with a big hit.
2013 Daytona 2012 Daytona 500 all over again.
And those big hits really often don't send you anywhere. It's kind of that, you got to ease up to the backbone of that car and barely connect and then start pushing. Then drop the hammer and start shoving forward and driving both cars in the right direction. If you go up there and pop somebody, both cars just kind of stop. Doesn't really send the guy out front anywhere.
And Jeff, is this a situation where the 5 might not be a good car to be leading? He might be a good pushing car, but that high line is not moving at all. Now they're 6, 7, 8 car lengths back.
Well, I would think that 5 car is a good car as far as speed. It's just sometimes the bottom lane works better than the top lane. We talked about it as soon as they dropped the green flag. There's a lot that you're going to learn today, and not every race is the same. It changes. The energy changes. You see now, as they enter the corner, you see a little bit of a run, and that's what has to happen. On that outside line, you hope to be able to kind of maintain a part of the racetrack, but then gain some advantages than others, and then just foot by foot get yourself back to the front.
Let's see, telemetry up to 190 miles an hour for Larson leading that outside line. Logano second in line on the inside. Following Chase Elliott, Logano, big news this last week. He signed a multi-year, long-term deal with Penske. That now matches what Ryan Blaney has done. So 2 of the 3 in the Penske organization with long-term deals as we ride along in the Advanced Auto Parts number 12 of Blaney.
They got a line on the top there forming out on 3 wide here. That should slow everybody down. Anybody that's 3 wide, they're going to be side drafting off each other whether they're trying to or not. It's going to kind of drag the cars down a little bit. Shucks the pull right there, looking through the right rear corner of the spoiler, looking forward. See how much he's out of the gas right here. You know, a little bit of party throttle on corner entry. I assume some of that is really just to make sure his car is nice and secure. I would assume corner entry is where the handling would be, entry and exit really would be the handling where would be the biggest issue when you're in that middle lane.
Yeah, that's Steve, and you can see, oh, a little bit of contact there.
Oh, it's 4 wide here. Chris Buescher in the middle. Larson dropping back here. He's Chris in the draft. There's no time to get Christopher. No time to say Christopher. No time for it.
Ryan Blaney, we talked about him at the start of the show, what he has at stake, and he is in the middle of this chaos. 3 wide. You know he's nervous right now. He's an aggressive driver. He wants to be in the middle of that. A wreck early could really be detrimental to his playoff hopes.
And you can see what 3 wide has done. All these guys have faded back outside the top 10. So the interesting one to me is Kyle Busch, right? So he lifts, weighs everybody by. As you see on the big replay right there of 4 wide, if you look at the last car in that 3rd lane, it is Kyle Busch. He's now right up in the mess again. Sometimes you can't help yourself.
And contact with the 17 and the 5. Both kind of fighting for the same piece of real estate.
Junior, I mentioned earlier about aggressive driving and how aggressive are you early on in a race. Does the potential for inclement weather, does that change your aggressiveness?
Not really until you get closer to halfway. I think, you know, you want, if you have weather in the area, you want your crew chief to kind of keep you understanding what lap it is.
Because it's raining in turn 1 and 2.
Sure is. And this track's so big, it can just start pouring on one end. That's quite a bit of rain right there in turn 1 and 2, and it'd be completely dry on the other.
Riding along with the lead pole, the 31 of Haley.
You see Haley, he had enough on that 3rd lane. All right, letting everybody go, going to get in line. It's a fight to the bottom. Big single file lane around the bottom, right?
Chase Elliott, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, the top 5 here at Daytona. Again, that was 4 hours ago at the start of this race. Now we're under a red flag condition for the weather that has gone through the area. Still waiting that out. They are trying to dry the track. Austin Dillon still scored as the lead. When we come back, we'll watch a little more of the race from earlier.
Now we just wait. This is so stupid. My lord. How much longer could I possibly wait? And they're still trying, but man. It's like, yeah, it's just dumb.
It's the NASCAR Cup Series from Daytona. A Coke Zero Sugar 400. The NASCAR Drive, that's your live race day companion. You can always get access to high-definition in-car cameras, current position trackers, as well as pit stop data. All you have to do is visit NASCAR.com/driver. You can download the NASCAR mobile app. And different agendas. The 12.
Going down. 220. It's going down. The water temp 220.
Getting a little hot, it sounds like. Water temp was way high.
Lightning hole has been lifted. Still drawing the track.
The pace on this car is concerning.
We listened to it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Sounds like some sort of issue. Looks like there's some smoke out that right side pipe right there. So.
Yeah, water's just going down.
Water's going down. Okay, so water's going down either because air is going through the grill or the engine failure has got in an area where the water's leaving the vehicle, right?
Yeah, Steve, and they're coming directly to pit road, and that's what Cliff Daniels is thinking, that something has gone awry permanently with the Daytona engine. And he said the water just keeps going down. Now it's under 200, Steve, so what does that tell you?
Well, yeah, I mean, it will cool very quickly because the grill's completely open, running by yourself, but the sound of it, I'm going with the fact that there's some sort of break internally that's probably leaking water out through the exhaust. Unfortunately for the two of Austin Cindric, Jeff, he was kind of behind the 5 car, had nowhere to go, and for that reason, he's way behind the pack.
And absolutely nothing he could have done. He was pushing, trying to push the 5 car, and he just got drugged to the back, trying to keep from being in a wreck. And now, look how far behind he is. And with this car, if you become the last car in this track, you can lose the draft, and that has happened. And now Austin Cindric has to hope that they don't come all the way back around and lap him. There's really nothing he can do. Stay wide open in the gas and hope he doesn't get lapped.
He's got 18 laps, and he's going to have to stay out on the racetrack and hope for that. The possibility of a caution is the only thing that would catch him back up right now. Parker.
As we ride on board here with Ryan Blaney, I just want to point out some masterful moves he's made here early on this race, considering that obviously he has to score stage points in this race, and he battles Martin Truex to make it in the playoffs. He was around 22nd place on the bottom when the top lane formed up.
He chose not to move. He then stuck to the bottom. That got him to about the top 15, and then as things settled down, he was one of the first cars back up the top lane, and has now driven himself into the top 10. Some really smart moves by Ryan Blaney, Marty. The Toyota onboard will give us the views from Bubba Wallace today, currently in the 16th position. He has been committed to that higher line. It's crazy to think that over 8,000 miles of racing, over 17 or 27 weeks comes down to one race for Bubba Wallace. But he told me before the race, we shouldn't even be in this position. We've given away so many races this year, but when it comes to my confidence, this is top.
It takes about 2 hours to dry the track.
Chase Elliott's still up front, but look at that push coming from Logano.
Oh, it can happen at any time here at Daytona, and it's getting good up here in front again. If you look on the inside line, though, back in the 2-4-6 position now is the red and black number 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Remember, 2 surefire ways to make to the playoffs: end the day with more points than Ryan Blaney, or win the race. Both tall tasks here, but Truex, for his part, has moved from a 13th starting position all the way up to 6.
It was a 25-point deficit that Martin Truex Jr. had starting the race, but the 12 of Ryan Blaney right there could almost reach out and touch the 19. So those two are staying close to each other.
This outside line's making some good headway, Rick. Look at this 11 car of Denny Hamlin. He was leading it. Eric Jones jumped up in front of him. So now Denny's going to have to try to push Eric forward, and they're making a little progress. You see, very slowly. But we have yet to see this outside line get up there and actually battle, take the lead, be able to move forward and take the lead. Not enough momentum just yet to really trust it. So a lot of guys are watching this. A lot of guys are still weary about jumping in that outside line.
5 headed to the garage after engine issues. It seems as though that end of the day for potentially the 5 of Kyle Larson. Locked into the playoffs.
Oh my God.
The other thing that's on the inside line is Joey Logano being the pusher of the lead car.
I don't know what I'm doing. I just want to see the race get restarted or something.
He is always going to get to that back bumper and push you forward.
Look at this outside lane, talking about pushing. Denny Hamlin giving Eric Jones a big push. Now he's alongside that 22. Now that's going to take some energy out of that 22. It's not going to be as easy for him to get up there and push Chase Elliott now that they're side by side. That's what that 43 car needs to do right now with Eric Jones. He needs to take advantage of that side draft, and now look at what's happened. It's a completely new game now.
Are you surprised Chase Elliott didn't jump out in front of the race?
It's a little early. I mean, you've got some exceptionally aggressive drivers, but a little early to be making that block at the speed that Eric Jones had coming at him.
Big push here. This little connection for both cars. Joey is trying his hardest to get that 9 car back up front.
And you see he's offset to the right. The reason he's doing that is because if he pushes somebody on the left rear quarter panel, it can easily spin them out. If you push them on the right rear, it's much less likely, Dave, for them to go get spinning around.
And as fans know, the 43 car there on the outside, he's one of the 13 drivers that must win, can win, and advance to the playoffs starting next week at Darlington. So there goes Jones to the lead. Crew Chief Dave Ellens was very confident when he talked about the race car and also his driver's willingness to be aggressive when necessary, but patient when necessary. I'd say with the weather today, guys, let's be aggressive early.
Lower left corner of your screen, you see the drivers that must win to get into playoffs. Well, Eric Jones right now surging ahead, trying to make his way into the playoffs. And again, waiting out this red flag condition, the Air Titans are working their way around, so track drying is in progress from here at Daytona International.
Some blue skies, some drizzle. No idea how long it's going to take to dry.
To go. If the weather stays away, we'll have more of the race earlier when we come back.
Here's to those with homework this summer. There's a buzz in the air in Kansas. Maybe it's the roar of the fans or the anticipation of the playoffs as drivers fight to move on to the next round and keep their championship hopes alive in the Cup Series and the Camping World Truck Series. Maybe it's the pulse of the heartland or grills sizzling at the campgrounds. Whatever it is, it will be a memorable weekend showcasing 4 races. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at KansasSpeedway.com.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, mamma mia.
Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, family, friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fence Line, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock. What's Peacock to a Premier League fan? Do you want me to tell him? It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
You can't take life for granted.
It's great to be back.
Oh my goodness! Flying high as ever!
This is my year.
We can do this together.
American Ninja Warrior, streaming on Peacock.
The NFL season kicks off next Thursday. That's September 8th on NBC and Peacock with the Bills visiting the Super Bowl champion Rams. Then on Sunday Night Football, Tom Brady and the Buccaneers take on the
Lordy.
Cowboys. Looking down on this 2.5-mile super speedway.
Do they have to show the commercials as well?
With the help of Joey Logano, Elliott in the 9, Logano in the 22, and Christopher Bell in the 20, keeping that inside line pretty tight.
Wait, hold on. So they might have changed.
Handful, Steve. He's been kind of all over the place with Denny Hamlin pushing him.
Yeah, there's a couple times that he's been very high on turn 2, which is surprising as the lead car in the back.
NASCAR rap might have given Bubba Wallace his lap back. They have.
But you wonder with 10 to go, now 9 to go in this stage, if Denny will continue to be that patient.
And Chris Buescher is also shown on the.
I believe you caught up with the driver of the
I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
difficult for the regular season points for the driver of the 5.
Right, Rick, we saw that issue where he pulled to the side, was talking about the engine water temp. So what was the issue here, and do you have any indication that it was failing?
I guess it was the timing belt maybe or something like that. So I didn't really have much of an indication. So I'm sure they'll dig through the data and see if it was happening earlier than when it really let go there. So bummer. I'm sure we'll drop a few spots in the points, so that'll hurt for the playoffs. But either way, yeah. I guess there's one positive. I didn't get caught up in a crash, so we're safe and get to go race next week and get our playoffs started.
Fortunate for the 5 car, right?
Yeah, and end of the regular season, the top 10 in the regular season points all get playoff points based upon where they are. So we know that Chase Elliott has won the regular season championship. He's going to get 15 playoff points. Second in the regular season points, they get 10 playoff points. So those 10 playoff points are huge as you rank the drivers to start the playoffs, Marty.
Rick, should we be surprised Michael McDowell up here in the top 10? He is one of those drivers. If he wins today, he would be in the playoffs. Former Daytona 500 winner, almost got the win at Watkins Glen last week. I asked him, why are you so successful at super speedway races? He said, I'm willing to say no mas. I'm willing to be aggressive when I have to. I'm also willing to say the pack energy does not feel right to me. I'm willing to jump out of the pack, but right now he feels pretty good. Keeping it up there close to the top 10 right now.
Michael always just does a nice job of managing it. There's something about it he can pack the field. And I think they're around these stage ends. 7 to go. You saw that big move by the 43 and the 11 to take control. Just another side note, we mentioned how the 2 lost to Cedric lost to driver in the 500 engine issue. Well, now he is only basically about 9 seconds in front of the pack. So in the next 2 laps, they will last Austin Cindric. 2 things, guys. Bad for Cindric, but now all this 2 wide of the pack instantly becomes 3 wide.
Yeah, it really does. And we've seen the energy change. Look at that inside line. Once Eric Jones and Denny Hamlin Blaney, once they got clear of that inside lane, they hung the left. And now they went to the bottom, and now they are driving the energy on that bottom lane, Dave, as the outside's trying to recover.
And Denny Hamlin in second there in the purple and white FedEx car, the number 11, three-time Daytona 500 winner. And why has he been so good at it? Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, tells me he reacts to the situation instead of trying to control all the chaos all day long. And when you think about what Denny's done, starting 19th all the way up to this position, yeah, he's reacted quickly to each and every situation so far as we come to the end of stage one.
Chase Elliott just jumped to the outside. He's trying to be the leader of that outside lane. Alex Bowman could not go with him. He got shoved up the racetrack. Now he is stuck by himself, completely 3 wide on the outside. He's going to the back.
And it's going to be 4 wide here if the 2 doesn't get up to speed or get somebody to help him. Maybe Alex Bowman is going to get behind him and help him stay at pace here.
Look at that front 2 there. Chase Elliott around the outside. Kind of flip-flop from what we saw earlier. Oh, 3.
Everybody goes the 11. The 20 also around. Ryan Blaney caught up in this in the 12.
They're wrecking.
Truex barely working his way through there.
Did Blaney get damage here? Yes.
Oh, yes. Damage to the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
The wheel is 180 degrees.
Oh, no. 180 degrees. That means...
Guys, look at the right front corner.
Oh, that means...
turned in and not rolling, Jeff.
Yeah, 180 degrees means the steering wheel is turned. The front tires are not aiming where they need it to aim. That means there's damage. How much damage, Steve? That's the question. Is this repairable? We won't know until he gets to pit road.
Yeah, we'll see if it's just a toe link, which is a simple repair for the front, or for the rear. But in the front, much more complicated because of the way the steering works.
Some haulers are already leaving. Probably the drivers that are out of the race.
In 6 minutes.
I gotta go see it.
Sticking out. Let's take a look at this wreck, though, and see how this damage occurred. Levicar's pushing the 43, just gets him loose. And then he gets very loose. Just chaos behind him. Guys trying to check up. And when you check up, you get ran into.
They got to go around it. Wow.
Truex drives all through this. Look at the 19 there on the right side of the screen. He works his way through all of this, I believe, without any issues.
Junior, he believes only flat spotting the tires, only tire damage on the 19.
Again, the 2 drivers fighting for points, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Blaney with damage to his car.
But then you got to remember, though, that when Blaney came in with a 25-point lead, so now Truex still has to find those points. This would be a great view. Let's take a look from Blaney's seat.
Really appreciate that. It's in for still to get stronger. Still pushing in front. Still pushing in front. Still trying to check up.
You mentioned that the handling issues with the 43 when he was out front of the top lane, guys. You know, I thought Danny kind of pushed him loose, but right now, board with Blaney, it seems like they all stack up. I don't know if the 43 had a handling issue and just had to breathe it, and Denny was just too close and they all couldn't react, or if it was a push that turned him sideways, but it definitely started with some sort of stack up in the bottom lane. We kind of saw some similar things in a Daytona 500 with Harrison Burton, Brad Keselowski, just pushing in the corner. Yes, we are late in the tire run. The tires are worn out. Cars are slicker. Handling's an issue. We've seen the 43 car chasing the back of his car a little bit. Then he pushed him a little bit as they're trying to transition off of 2. Then he sees it, gets him loose. Then he checks up. 12 pops to 11.
What's happening? Yeah, NASCAR, they're re-showing the race in the beginning as they're trying to drive the track.
Goodyear tires and a fill of fuel. He'll take all 4 here, and they'll fill it up as we have 3 to go on the stage, Marty.
Michael McDowell, Bubba Wallace also on pit road getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires here. A lot of guys saying they're a little more free than they expected to be. Bubba kind of left his stall maybe a little bit early. They wanted him to stay just a bit longer, but they didn't certainly get enough fuel here with 3 to go in stage 1.
So the decision here, all these cars you see on pit road, they're agendas. Let's talk agendas. They're thinking they have to either win the race or they don't care about the stage points. On the racetrack, though, Chase Elliott leads. Martin Truex Jr. trying to get those points to pass this man, Ryan Blaney.
Track grind continuing from...
Damn! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12.
This is the season finale, regular season finale for the Cup Series.
And like 15 or so air tightened.
We'll continue with the race earlier in the return.
They're going strong.
A good crew knows conditions can change, especially in life. That's why the correct Carvana gives you 7 days to make sure your car fits your needs. Triplets.
This calls for third row seating.
285 covers that bunker. Love it.
Bumper road? Love it. Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Whether you're playing on tour, a weekend scramble,
Love it.
or anything in between,
Love it, Mom.
love every shot with the most complete ball in golf.
You so love it.
TB5 and TB5X from TaylorMade.
Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun when you have family, friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
You can't take life for granted.
It's great to be back.
This is my year.
We can do this together.
American Ninja Warrior, streaming on Peacock.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
Do you want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
We're still waiting.
Alright, we knew there'd be wrecks at Daytona. Look right here, the 11 car gets into the back of the 43, but let's see what happens. 43 car's moving around, it's wide open. He lifted right there just a little bit as he got just starting to get a little bit loose. The 11 got into the back of him. Ryan Blaney could not react quick enough. Ryan Blaney and many others behind it got in this wreck.
Well, Ryan Blaney is on pit road trying to beat the damaged vehicle clock, trying to get off pit road. He'll do it. We'll see if he can maintain minimum speed to reset that clock on the bottom of the screen. Truex Jr. stays on the racetrack, currently fourth. A one-lap shootout for the end of the stage. Playoff points are important for Chase Elliott leading, but for Truex, it's all about just scoring points. He has to pass Blaney because therefore, if we have a new winner, you don't want to be the bottom between Blaney and Truex. So a big one-lap shootout for Truex there in the second row.
Huge playoff implications as we get ready for the restart, and it'll be a one-lap shootout as I think Geico once again for aerial coverage. Gives a great shot of this field here at Daytona. Back up through the gears they go. One lap till the end of stage one.
It'll be important for this 19 car to get in the back of the 22 and push him for as long as he can. That inside line traditionally does really well on restarts. Good job so far. Get that 22 out front. Now it's down to the bottom.
Yeah, now the car's on the bottom. Now they're hooked up. Logano, great job going to the bottom.
Now Truex hopes to get a great shove from Bubba Wallace in the 23.
But right now, the 9 is pushing the 22 way out front. As a matter of fact, he's going to take the lead. He pushed the 22 out front, then decided to try for the lead. Now what will the 19 do as they come through 3 and 4 for the final time here in stage one? The 22 right in the middle. He's going to block either lane, and the 22 is going to win stage one.
Truex looks like he's going to run in the 5th position. So a few points for Martin Truex Jr. That's good.
Still raining on parts of the track. Still to be determined how long it would take to dry since it is still raining in spots.
Fill that bucket. Playoff points so important here at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brad Keselowski no longer in the race. That accident caught him.
It is the 22 of Logano. Aggression early here at Daytona.
Ed Vance here, and I'm at my What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
You want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
I can take a nap. There's nothing happening. I don't like waiting.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
And I want to be here if it gets called.
Austin Dillon's Life on the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together two great American inventions, baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Lido, exclusively on Peacock.
There aren't words to describe this season.
This live show can make you or break you.
You put a real show into being in the finals.
DGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
Anyway, how are y'all doing?
Make sure to join us on NASCAR America Motor Mouse on Monday and Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's streaming on Peacock, as well as the Dale Jr. download streams on Peacock under a red flag condition here as we are continuing to dry the racetrack at Daytona International Speedway. And for more of the race that was run earlier, we want to get you back to the start of Stage 2. Credit One Bank and American Express are giving you the opportunity of a lifetime. Enter for your chance to win tickets to the Daytona 500 for 25 years. And the fans here enjoying this Sunday morning racing, and one person not enjoying it as much as they were at the start of this race is the driver of the 20, Christopher Bell Park, is with him.
Hey, Rick, and you just released from the infield care center involved in that accident just before the end of stage one. What do you see from your
God.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like the 43 just got a little bit loose, and then the rest of it was, along for the ride. But really disappointed for, looking at it just to stack up. Normal speedway race. Disappointed for our group. This Marine car was obviously competitive, started up front, was able to stay up there, and we'll go on to start the playoffs next week.
Seeing some really aggressive racing out there. Was it as aggressive from inside the car?
I mean, there's just moments, whenever you get out front and we are single file, everyone was taking it easy, and then the top lane starts going, and you got to start pushing to keep up. So, just a product of what Daytona, Talladega, and now Atlanta is today.
Super speedway racing, guys.
Dave. And the 19 Martin Truex Jr. among those who came to pit road now to top off the fuel. The comment to Martin was, we're in the back anyway, meaning that a lot of cars had pitted before them. And so when they came down pit road, they were kind of near the back anyhow. So Truex will now have a full tank of Sunoco fuel. Steve, how far would you like to take that into the second stage here?
Well, 56 laps to go. You think you could run probably 46, 48 laps. So now is a really quick, short fill at some point. That would be how this 19 gets her track position back, I assume. Plus, with the 18 car behind him had a penalty of removing equipment or running over equipment, so now he's back there with a teammate, Marty.
And you see Chase Elliott also among those cars who topped off Steve. Alan Gustafson making that same exact call. So, yeah, Alan saying, hey, I want to make the next stop as short as I possibly can. How much would that, even one lap under caution, buy then, Steve, on the racetrack under green?
Well, it all adds up. It's not a whole lot, but, you know, tenths of a second matter on pit road. Plus, you know, you wonder if maybe that got a little bit crazy at the end, and now that there's some guys eliminated, if they want to ride around the back, Parker.
Steve, just a shout out to Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief on this 12 team, who's expertly guided this team through a very high pressure scenario, though. After that crash, they were able to fix the right front. They went 2 laps down. They got off the DBP. Blaney had to do that on left side tires that are flat spotted. They changed those tires. They fixed the toe, and this may just keep them in a shot for the playoffs. So you see that badly bruised number 12 car.
Yeah, that 1 lap shootout got the 12 off that damaged vehicle policy.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone as we're getting underway now with stage 2 of Daytona.
Completely different look to the front of the field now.
And we got a lot of players up there. Bubba Wallace inching out front. A little side draft, though, from Corey LaJoie on the inside. Stenhouse trying to get the back bumper of that 7 car on the inside to be able to push him clear. Eric Jones still on the outside line.
And behind that, Joey Logano made it 3 wide entering turn 1, trying to lead that outside line. And the 8 of Tyler Reddick saw that coming, and he jumped up in front of it. Now the 48 of Bowman, he's trying to lead that outside line.
Mike McDowell jumps up in the outside line as well, right behind the 43 car.
You're like, there's no point in me talking about the race. It's already happened. I don't want to do it again.
Bubba Wallace leads them right here. The inside line's trying to organize. Not enough cars down there, Jeff. A little bit of space between them. The outside line all lined up bumper to bumper to bumper. Corey LaJoie and Stenhouse on the inside struggling right now to keep pace, and you see them dropping back.
You want to keep your eyes on the 43 of Jones. Remember, ill-handling car, and right now running up here in the 2nd spot as the outside line making a run. Here comes Christopher Buescher in the 17.
Dave. And Rick, the driver of the 43, confirmed to his team before that pit stop, very, very loose, so they made a big adjustment there to try to keep Eric in this show and on his way to the playoffs if he can win this race.
A lot of times you'll get loose in the Super Speedway races being the lead car like the 43 was. You got a lot of air on the nose. You got a car behind you taking all the air off the back of the car, lifting the air off the rear spoiler.
There he goes again. Eric Jones out front in the 43.
The other thing is, as all these cars are 3 wide, the cars do not drive as well. And the track temp, it's coming up. Sun's out. Track temps keeps inching up higher and higher and higher. That's going to make the handling worse.
It's pretty intense right here. Stage 2, and we're 3 wide in the 3rd row. All the way back. And I think it's a product of all the drivers that are up there. All these guys are win and get in the playoffs.
And you see on the bottom of the left screen, or the left side of your screen, playoff bubble. With Eric Jones leading, that knocks Truex out. And as soon as he's not leading somebody who's not a new winner potentially, that lets those 2 points drivers back in.
And that's really because of this remarkable job this 12 team of Ryan Blaney did. They repaired that car, they got back on the racetrack, and I thought this car was done. I thought the hit it took and the damage to the right front looked completely finished to me. Great job by the 12 team ending their day.
Outside line looked like there was almost a little contact there. Chris Buescher getting the shove from the 48 car.
Corey LaJoie going up the block.
All the way to the 3rd lane, Rick. Going up there to slow that run down. Marty.
Now look how aggressive Chris Buescher is willing to be up front. Something he has had to learn at these super speedway races. At the beginning of the year, he sat down and watched some film with his owner, Brad Keselowski, who kind of coached him through, here's how you need to manage a race. Buescher told me before the race, only one thing matters to us today, a win. I'm not worried about save points. I'm not worried about anything. If I'm in a position to keep it up front, I will do it. Right now, he's doing that and making that high line work. But also remember, his teammate Brad Keselowski now out of the race, so he doesn't have that drafting partner to work with him.
And a reminder, the reason Corey LaJoie right now is not eligible for the playoffs is he is not in the top 30 in points. That's one of the criteria, and he can't get there.
Oh, God.
Earning the most points you could possibly earn in this race and winning, he couldn't get into the top 30, so he's not playoff eligible. Listen in to Joey Logano's radio.
We can just see King Crazy with those guys. You know, just consider what's on the line for them, and if there's weather in the area, you'll get that.
That's great information. That tells you why this pack is so intense right now. These guys worried about the weather, racing to the end of the stage, racing to the halfway mark. 80 laps into the race. We're at lap 46 right here. This is pretty crazy. 3 wide, all bumper to bumper. A lot of cars moving around. Potential to have an accident any moment. Now that bottom line, thinned out a little bit.
It's thinned out, but they're 3 wide behind us, so there's no real major energy coming. The straight ride, Coke Zero Sugar Camp, Joey Logano. You can see what he's trying to do. He wants to push Denny Hamlin, but there's somebody right there in front of Denny Hamlin. He can't push him into that guy in front of him and cause a wreck. It's look at the visibility. And this visibility is much better than Joey Logano's got. It's higher than his eyes. You can hardly see. Once they get on the straightaway, you can hardly see who's in front of him. You don't know what's going to happen. Look at that. You have no idea what's happened directly in front of you. That's one of the most difficult parts about speedway racing. He wants to get up there and just push him, but he cannot push him into this wreck.
Chase Elliott, who led laps early on, 28 laps. He's mired back here in the field, running 18th right now.
That inside line with McDowell, or that middle line with McDowell dropping back slowly. That's frustrating for all those guys in that line, not to be able to figure out how to get that line moving forward.
Tyler Reddick diving all the way down to that inside line to get in front of Chase Elliott.
And that was interesting. He saw 2 cars, only 2 cars in front of him. Just felt like there wasn't going to be enough power up there. But now that outside line is starting to form up just a little bit.
Dave.
22-year-old
I can't concentrate on
Gilliland has a chance to get into the playoffs with a win here in the black number 38, and he could do it. Seth Barber told me this morning.
I can't believe people are still sitting here watching. Kudos to you watching me just stare at my iPad. I don't know what to do. So I want to stick around in case they announce something.
Remember, he did the same thing last year when he was playoff eligible, and I had a long conversation with him yesterday about this race and how he would tackle it not being playoff eligible if they won this race. He said, I'm going to evaluate my car, but if I've got something I feel like can be up front, I'm going to keep it up there, and he's done that so far in this race.
Eric Jones is on this list. He's out front. Win and get into the playoffs. That's what quite a few drivers are hoping to do today.
And win the lawsuit, but everybody...
Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun to be a family and friends.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's life on the fast lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
What's Peacock to a Premier League fan?
Do you want me to tell him?
It's magic. From Harry Kane and Harry Potter. It's exclusive live matches and so much more.
There's actually a lot more.
That is a stunner!
There aren't words to describe this season.
This live show.
Race at the Milwaukee Mile is starting soon, so I can watch that.
You put a real shot at being in the finals.
AGT, live Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC.
Get up, people, for a new Sunday tradition. Because Peacock's bringing together 2 great American inventions. Baseball and brunch. MLB Sunday Leadoff, exclusively on Peacock.
So I think with 9 cars out of the race in that wreck, there are only 20 cars, only half the field is left. And I think 20% of that's not on the lead. At least 20% of those cars aren't on the lead lap. we're still trending second.
The new NASCAR docuseries on USA Race for the Championship is going to give you an all-access pass to the world of NASCAR like you've never seen it before. And again, that premieres Thursday at 10, 9 Central on USA. For a taste of what you're going to see on Thursday, here's a better and closer look at Daniel Suarez as part of that docuseries.
Very good, how it looks.
Oh, sweet! A taste of the documentary.
There is
Docuseries.
drivers out there that I have respect for, and they're good. But I work hard to beat them, you know, and I work hard to be better than them.
That red dot is the only thing that exists in your world right now. Don't let it escape you. Nice.
The next gen car is changing everything. The most important part of the next gen car is level things out.
Full focus. Stay with it.
Win races is the
See what they're showing him like doing like reaction and concentration
I'm
training.
just excited that I'm gonna have exactly the same stuff that every single guy out there. I love it. To be honest, I don't feel pressure.
Oh, that's such a great
As you will
snippet.
see in that race for the championship, it's a bumpy road, even for drivers like
Turn one looks
Suarez.
pretty good right now.
Here,
Suarez is out of the race.
Earlier today, and right there, hard hit to the outside wall for Suarez. Involved in this big wreck. And now the track grind continues, still under a red flag condition, with 20 laps to go when they come across the stripe. But they'll continue to dry the racetrack, or attempt to dry the racetrack. No weather has come back in the area, so we're going to go back and watch a little more from stage 2.
Did they really just say there's more rain?
44 laps to go in stage 2 of NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 field will cross the start-finish line. NASCAR Mobile, the official live app of NASCAR.
This racing's been crazy. Usually we see them go to the top of the racetrack, ride around single file. And I went to the Talladega race and worked that race, and I was blown away by how intense they ran through stage 1 and stage 2. Still doing it today here in Daytona, giving us some great action. And these are the guys that got to win to get in the playoffs, and they're up there trying to make it happen.
Might as well
Chris
update
Buescher,
the view count.
Corey LaJoie always finding his way up toward the front in these super speedway races. Even in Atlanta, gets everything he can out of that 7 car for Spire.
Todd Gilliland also playoff eligible if he could get up front, win this race.
Eric Almirola back there too, Rick. We know he's great at super speedways, always up front. Has a new sort of lease on his racing career, signed a new deal. Extend, he's going to retire, decided not to retire, coming back for a couple years. Dave.
And Junior, he said that Smithfield was excited about it, and SHR was excited about it. The kids were even excited about it because they've grown up here at the racetrack. The only downside is young Abby may not get a pony for another year or so. 16th season now for Eric Almirola in the Cup Series. Pony on hold, Rick.
Well, suffer through not having a pony for maybe another 2 years.
I played a little NASCAR heat with his son yesterday. He said he was thrilled that his dad's going to be going back to the racetrack. He loves being here, watching his dad race.
You buried the lead, man. Who won?
I did, of course.
So, I don't know if you got to pick on the kid. I mean, you know, okay.
Alex Bowman up front, really pushing that high line. Earlier he was pushing Chris Buescher. There he pushes Eric Jones out to the lead. He has been committed to that line and being aggressive all day long, which is something Greg Ives, his crew chief, has really worked with him here on the super speedway races. Earlier this week, Greg Ives said, I'm going to hang it up after 2022 as a crew chief. He is really a terrific mind in the garage area and has really guided some great drivers like you, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Greg Ives saying, hey, I want to spend more time with my family. He is missing his daughter's 16th birthday to be at the racetrack today. He said, that's a perfect example of why I'm ready to be at the shop and not at the track.
those are the moments. I mean, I had to make that same decision, and I remember it was those moments that you miss that you love what you do, but it gets to a point where you have to make a shift. I was happy to see that Greg got to make this decision and stay with the company. Hendrick has so much going on. Sure, he'll be a very vital asset to that organization, even moving forward when he gets off the pit box.
Denny Hamlin in the 22. Joe Logano got the outside line running. They're pushing Bowman up toward the front. Jones is going to try to go up there and block this run. Going to try to take that momentum.
We were talking crew chiefs there moments ago. A tip of the hat to Dave Ellens, crew chief for the 43, coming over to Petty GMS and really bringing this organization back up to where it's been. Richard Petty wanted this
4 minutes,
10 times, and it's familiar to see a 43 running up front here, but now it's Eric Jones behind the wheel. It's that inside line with William Byron challenging for the lead.
Yeah, Byron's worked his way up through this pack a little bit at a time. Now nosing out ahead of Jones for the lead off of turn 4. He's getting a little help from Busher behind him. Just incredible racing. I mean, this takes so much concentration, so much focus to push the guy as hard as you can without wrecking him. And as these guys get more and more laps on these tires, the cars are going to start to have handling issues, as we've seen in the first stage.
This pack rocketing around the racetrack at over 193 miles an hour average. And now it's side by side for the lead between the 24 of William Byron, who's getting a push from Chris Busher, and the 43 of Eric Jones, getting a little help there from Alex Bowman in the 48.
It was so Eric, his car not handling well earlier in the race, but up the racetrack, it may actually drive a little better. You don't have to turn the steering wheel quite as much. So those handling issues may not be as bad. Of course, they had a chance to make a chassis adjustment as well, but ultimately, sometimes your car just drives better when you don't get that thing on the left side, on that yellow line. It just doesn't make you have to turn the wheel, the car to get planted the same. And you see, to me, this car just looks like it drives better than it did early. That's great for the guy pushing him, right? When you are lined up to the guy in front of you, and that car is moving around, you're very reluctant to push him, Dave. But if it's steady and calm, you have a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you're talking about the 24 there. No confidence moving up in the first stage, and now much better. They made an adjustment on that 24 car. And William is very good at this discipline. He knows how to get it done on a track like this. But it was interesting, the last radio transmission to Byron from the pit box, keep being smart and just ride when you can. Well, Marty, I guess riding at the front is something you can do here as well.
Chris Busher has been the pusher, Dave. First on the top and now on the bottom, trying to make both of those lanes work, but he's trying to push William Byron to the lead. And Steve, I don't know if you're surprised a little bit. I'm surprised how much the tandem is working. Butcher's made it work twice, working with Alex Bowman on the high line, now working with William Byron on the low line. And Mike Herman, the spotter, will say off of it. So he gets on for about 3-4 seconds. He'll push the 24, and then he'll hop off of it. That's what they're doing on the high line right now with Eric Jones and Alex Bowman.
Well, the concern with that tandem is if you look at these cars in the garage area, the bumpers are anything but square. They're very curved if you look from above, so it's very easy to get offset while you're shoving and get a guy turned around. Yeah, so that was a 24 radio. You saw a little bobble from Byron off of turn 4, and he's saying, stop pushing me in the turn. Do not push me in the banking or the transitions. The car is uncomfortable. Only push me when we're absolutely on the flat. And he ain't the only one out there dealing with these type of issues.
And that's okay when you got the same guy behind you for lap after lap, but when this thing starts getting mixed up, and you got a new guy behind you, you don't have time to give that information. You see they're lapping Blaney, Vance Auto Parts Cam. They fix that car, but he still does not have the speed to stay with these faster cars. Get lapped again.
Well, some of it I think was my choice. Look at the hood right now, and he gets around another car. This hood goes crazy, right? This thing moves up and down. By himself, it's a little bit calmer. NASCAR's let this 12 car know next time you come to pit road, work a plan. We want to see that more secure. We're not going to black flag you because it's been riding around. It hasn't come off. But in the draft, it's crazy. I think he's almost better off to be riding by himself, even though he's losing time.
It's Eric Jones out in front of Daytona. Again, just 34 laps to go in stage 2. Track drying continuing from Daytona International Speedway. Again, trying to get the final 20 laps of this, the end of the regular season.
It's looking good on the tri-oval.
Who will be in the playoffs. Superstars Kevin Hart and Mark Wahlberg they joined forces in Me Time. It's a comedy about a stay-at-home dad who finds himself with some me time.
Yeah,
for
the
first
track
time in
looks
years.
really
The film
good.
Is out now on Netflix, and NASCAR buzz Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney. Well, they've got something to say about it.
NASCAR's best buds and
The night race. It's as American as Uncle Sam deadlifting 350 while drinking a Busch Light outside his camper in a national park.
It's now 3 o'clock. Time for the ARCA race.
Cage. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And it's a cutoff race in the NASCAR playoffs. You remember what happened last year, right? Be there September 17th. Go to BristolMotorspeedway.com and get your tickets before they're gone.
It's Bristol, baby!
You might have heard of Carvana, and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up. That you should be empowered to shop when you want, where you want, wearing whatever you want. And that your new car ought to come with newfound happiness and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right, we'll put you in control, and all of us will stop at nothing to drive you happy.
Alright, while we're waiting, we got an ARCA race going on.
285 covers that bunker.
Sammy Smith, Brad Smith's 400th start.
Become a deputy.com cam. We're going to be a lot of fun to follow him through the field today.
We talked about those points, the championship. All three of our point leaders actually were in this race 1 year ago. Daniel Dye did the best of them, finishing third, so he has that hope and that drive going forward to get some more points on leader Nick Sanchez.
As you see him approach turn 3, let's take a look at some race info as we get you ready for this great race at Milwaukee Mile. 150 laps brought to you by Lucas Oil.
Combination between
miles.
East and regular.
Lap 50 and lap 100.
Two 50-lap sprint races to figure out what the last 50 is going to be like. They'll have pit stops at those lap 50, at or around, and lap 100. Great racing here.
ARCA Menard Series returned to Wisconsin last year after a 14-year absence. The drivers, the fans, the series loved it, so they're back today for more. And the tap is about to open on the Sprecher 150. The green flag is out. Hello, Wisconsin. Sammy Smith out front quickly. Taylor Gray tucking in behind in that number 17. It's going to be a great battle for them all year long here and all day.
Traditionally, the bottom group here at Milwaukee has been the preferred, but Sammy Smith, for the 6th time this year, leads us from the general tire poll. He had choice of lane. He chose the outside. It's working instantly.
Look at these teammates, the 15 and the 20. Those are teammates for Venturini Motorsports side by side.
Jesse Love won last week at Springfield. He had a teammate in Buddy Kofoid racing in his shadow throughout the day. Now it's number 15 of Landon Pembleton, his young teammate, racing for third, continually off the backstretch.
Never heard of Pembleton before. They had the Phoenix racing car.
He really made a splash, and his 5th place finish there.
Something Finch, Jake Finch, I think. There's Daniel Dye. He's I think 19 points back of Nick Sanchez, the point leader.
Coming out front, Jesse Love, last week's winner at Springfield. He's going after Taylor Gray.
Daniel Dye has the same race car. He raced the 3rd here. He's racing the inside, a little too wide there. That's Landon Pembleton, his first time here at the mile.
Rev Racing's Roger Caruth not far behind.
How are we going to get on the track? How are we going to get to qualify? Landon's learning this racetrack. Daniel's got some experience here. We saw how quickly he went to the bottom, and Landon really went a group and a half too high there. He'll learn from that moment.
The yellow flag is out. Our first
For what?
here at Milwaukee.
03, the Alex Club car. Alex Club himself.
Alex Club, that sort of blue-collar team, does everything sort of himself.
And the hood's, you're going to see, is cracked open.
That team is like a win.
And this is the same car. They really
the 0 car did not even start the race.
Going back to Morris, Illinois, not far from here. This is a home track for Alex and his dad, Brian. A lot of work, and unfortunately, looks like that car got in the wall early here in the Sprecher 150.
I went down, made sure to find him this morning because I know that 11th place really means something on the dirt. See, the window net is down for Alex Club in that 03. Again, the first yellow of the day here at the Milwaukee Mile for the Sprecher 150.
making his 9th start here on the season. The full-timers, here we go. Krista, we got our hands full on the championship chase among those 3.
Well, and for so long, we were talking about Nick Sanchez, Raja Karuth, teammates there, the number 2 and the number 6. They were neck and neck. It's starting to spread out a little bit. Daniel Dye now in the 2nd position. Raja Karuth just 4 points behind.
And that dirt mile we had last Sunday really was a difference maker. Daniel Dye gained some on Nick Sanchez. Got 2nd position for Raja Karuth after the race 2 races last weekend. It's really jostling now, and Daniel Dye coming into form. Sanchez and Karuth were here last year, but they were non-factors, finishing 12th and 13th. And they never raced on the dirt before last Sunday. We're going back to a dirt mile this Sunday. So there's a lot to play here in Daniel Dye's favor, just 13 points out now.
And if you watch the last 3 races, you watch them all within the span of a week, because we went from a road, the Arkham and Archers went from a road course to that dirt track you talked about at Springfield. Now back to what I guess we would call the normal of being a flat 1 mile oval.
Lots of racing left on the schedule, but it's inching away now. This is event 15 of 20, and Sammy Smith, this young driver, he's been really special in the races he's run this season.
Well, let's hear how special. Let's join Mike Massaro, the 3rd member of our broadcast team, downstairs.
Well, hello. Yes, I wanted to talk about the dynamics of the last week or so. Of course, we had a road course in Watkins Glen, then a dirt track in Springfield, and in between that, there was one driver who also ran a super speedway, Daytona. That was Sammy Smith, your current leader of the race. He ran the Xfinity race there. So a lot of learning, a lot of different styles of racing. I spoke with Sammy before today, and he said he was really excited to get back to quote-unquote normal racing. Quite the education over the past week. Required quite a few mental gymnastics, if you will. Had to go through various techniques, road course, dirt track, and of course super speedway driving. But now he's back to it. Real excited about it, and obviously one to watch here this afternoon. Started on the pole in a car that was dominant a year ago with Ty Gibbs wheel every lap here 1 year ago.
It's an early check here. This early caution gives these drivers the ability to say, wait a minute, we qualified just a while ago, couldn't touch the car on impound. What do you have? These crew chiefs want to know more. Mark McFarland, the common thread here between that dominant run last year by Ty Gibbs and Sammy Smith, he's got his entire team intact to bring Sammy back to the mile in their stuff. Last year, Sammy raced here as a teammate to Ty Gibbs.
And we talked about the race, or their practice this morning was shortened by that weather. So these 5 laps that they've now had under their belt, a chance, like you said, to just sort of take your breath, just sort of take a breath. Because if we're up on the chip up here,
I might have miscounted the number of drivers that actually still have a chance. Wait, so
I did a lot of hand movements up here, but
the only driver who has the only driver who has won this season that has no damage at all is Austin
I'm really
Cindric.
doing a lot of work, and I need more seat time. Not iRacing time, more seat time. He settled in here in the 6th early on.
Well, they're going to get the seat time today here, 150 laps at the Milwaukee Mile. We talked about Daniel Dye and that number 43, the same car he had also at Phoenix, another flat oval. There you see Daniel Dye's car.
Meanwhile, I'll get the next round started on the
rookie spotlight driver.
I want to win a lot of races. I think that's in anything I race in, whether that was quarter midgets when I was a kid or late models over the past couple of years, and anything moving forward. I want to win races. This year I'm full time and I have an opportunity to win the championship. I think being able to call myself an ARCA champion would be really, really cool. I think it'd be really, really cool for the GMS team too. So I think that's our end goal for the year, but the last couple of races we've had a little bit of trouble just doing a couple simple things, just get rid of those mistakes, and we're in great shape. It's really cool being able to race Nick and Roger for the championship. Those are 2 of my buddies here that I talk to at the racetracks, and it's cool being able to race against those guys. Obviously they're having a good year, both of them. Just gotta run up front just like they are, a little bit better, and hopefully get a couple wins ourselves, and hopefully be right where Nick is right now and take the championship lead, and hopefully by the end of the year.
This stream might go on longer than the last one.
Finished 3rd to Ty Gibbs and Sam Mayer. I love that place. I have a little bit of something figured out there, so I'm really excited to go back. It races really, really cool. I like racing around other cars there, and it's super fast, so I'm excited to go back.
That is our Bounty Rookie Spotlight driver, Daniel Dye, taking a look at the Bounty Rookie Challenge points, and he loves racing and bowling, 2 things that fans here in Milwaukee love as well.
Oh yeah, we have the American Bowling Congress headquartered here that oversaw all league sanctioning for years. It's now in Texas, but
There's a lot of kegling going on here in these parts, I can guarantee you that. Daniel Dye has taken over this Bounty Rookie Challenge lead because he's at 8 straight top 10 finishes. The other two are bouncing around 10th and 11th on occasion, but he's been really consistent getting that Bounty lead with a separate point system.
If the race continues, they're going to put 4 on a tow truck.
Greg
It's going to
Van
be scored
Alst
in
in that
6th.
number 35, a veteran of the ARCA Menard Series. He is also a contender in the championship battle, trying to stay in those top 5 in points. As we continue to bring you racing from Milwaukee, the yellow still out. We'll get you back under green in just a bit here on NAV TV.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get in and get away. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $239 a month, or Santa Fe for $289 a month, or get up to $500 bonus cash. Hurry in.
Remember that? That was your thing. You loved that, but your knee didn't. But what if you went here and saw this guy? Fixing knees is his thing. He's as good with knees as you were with the 7-10 split. And his team makes joints better, the way your team used to bring home the bling. So do that one thing you did better than anything at the one hospital in Connecticut dedicated to orthopedics, Hartford Healthcare's Bone and Joint Institute.
The rain has let up all the way around the track. Hold on. I don't know if this is from the race, if it's from the I don't know if this is from the replay of the race or if it's now.
NASCAR docuseries again on USA Race for the
It looks really dry out there.
Thursday, 10-9 Central, and yes, track drying continuing. As a matter of fact, some of the crew members out here are going to work on the pit stall. So while they continue to do that, let's go back to the race, which was run a little earlier today.
Green flag pit stops about to take place here. NASCAR Cup Series racing from Daytona. The Coke Zero Sugar 400 Toyotas coming to pit road. Parker.
Hey, Ricky, you see just fuel going in that 18 car of Kyle Busch as these Toyotas trying to have the minimal time on pit road. Dave.
Looks like it's going to be the same for Denny Hamlin. Sunoco fuel only. And for the 19 Martin Truex Jr., who was back on the grid, but it was such a tight pack, he didn't lose much time. He got right with his Toyota teammates, Marty.
Rudy Clark saying 5 seconds of fuel for Bubba Wallace. We're right on board as he goes back out on the racetrack to see the Toyotas coming one lap earlier than everybody else. We do expect several teams coming
Anyway,
down
what am I
the road
doing?
on this lap.
Yeah, the Toyotas have now shown their hand, right? They took gas only, which tells me they are trying to win the stage. They'll pit again at the end of the stage.
We were talking on the backstretch in those houses, and I thought, how cool it must be to live where you walk outside and that's your view, is the racetrack.
Yeah, I've been coming here since the early 70s, and I'm telling you, you see people hanging out of trees. You can't get enough of it. The history here. Victory Lane itself has been named after A.J. Foyt, who raced here more than any other track in his lifetime. He raced midgets, he raced sprint cars, he raced Indy cars, and USAC stock cars for a lot of years here in the mile.
with Sprecher Root Beer that is lining victory lane for the Sprecher 150.
Right on the podium, you see that stacked boxes of yellow. Those are actually cases of Sprecher Root Beer. For the second straight year, Menard stores nationwide have allowed you, if you bought a case of that Sprecher, that got you redeemed for a race ticket here at the mile this weekend. Their sponsored race.
That is an awesome promotion. You know what else is awesome? How to get around the Milwaukee Mile. Jim, do you have your keys for us?
We've got a few glances thus far, but I think are key components here. When can you get back in the gas? These corners are as long as the quarter mile straightaway, so you really need to figure out when you can get back in the gas. I think turn 2 is really important here. Main reason, you need to be good off of 2 to make a pass into turn 3, and you need to get in a rhythm here. As big as this track is, and as flat as it is, there's a lot of turning going on. You need to get in a rhythm, not be tricked by how far that car wants to lean over to the right-hand side.
See the pace car dip off the racetrack onto pit road. That rhythm has happened for about 5 laps of green until now. We are back racing in Milwaukee. The 17 of Taylor Gray taking a peek underneath Sammy Smith in that 18. Sammy Smith was your pole sitter. Taylor Gray says, I want it. Sammy Smith says, not so fast, as they dive into turn 3.
Taylor Gray this time, nice and even. They're up above that repaved strip. It's got grip up there, but Sammy Smith's trying to say, hey, wait a minute, I need some more racetrack to run, not the high groove. I don't want to be above into the marbles.
Sammy Smith takes the edge across the line. That's an 18-year-old in the 18, racing a 17-year-old in that black number 17. Could that be a Reese's sweet move? This battle is going to continue.
These are racing lines, not just because the bottom is where you want to be, but really you can't run the middle and up. We just saw how able Sammy Smith was to take this lead back from the outside.
Talking to drivers today, they said it's deceiving because there's a lot of room here in Milwaukee, but you can't really use all of it.
Anyone remember good old Gen 4? I've got Platinum, and I've been playing Diamond and Platinum kind of simultaneously. I'm treating Diamond like the economy run, using more common Pokemon. Like, so far my team has, besides my starter, which is Piplup, Staravia, a Luxio, a Bronzor, and what was the other one? I had my 5th team member as well. I had my 5th Pokemon. No, it's Stunky. Meanwhile, so far I have, besides Turtwig and Platinum, which is Brattle, I have a Gibble, a Togepi, and a Rotom. And I may or may not have used an action replay to get the secret key.
Not a full schedule, but great to see Jake on the move forward in that number 1 Toyota. Jake's got a lot going for him at just 17 years of age.
Do you have more, Mike?
Anyway, looking at Jake Finch. Sammy Smith leads, and it's Taylor Gray in 2nd, 3rd Daniel Dye, 4th Raja Caruth, 5th is, now 5th, 4th is Jesse Love, 5th Raja Caruth, 6th is a guy named Pembleton, 7th Nick Sanchez, 8th Jake Finch, 9th is the son of Phil Gould, and 10th is Greg Van Alst.
There's just so much history, not just here in Milwaukee, but for race fans in Wisconsin in general. And talking to drivers, that's why a win here means so much. You don't have to be from the Midwest to understand it, but someone like Sammy Smith, who's from Johnston, Iowa, he certainly does. Midwest racing, so important to so many race fans, I know, all across the country, but they really love it here in Wisconsin. Sammy Smith is a 2-time winner this year, back-to-back wins in the ARCA Menard Series.
And for as busy as he is with the Joe Gibbs Racing in the Xfinity Series, he's only 4.5 hours from home. A lot of folks have been paying attention to this young cat since he was 11 years old, running Bandoleros at Oco Speedway.
And we're watching the battle for 4th here between the number 20 of Jesse Love. That's Raja Caruth, and that's 6 trying to hunt him down.
I like Jesse Love's attitude. I really like the fact that he won a race. Now he's sitting in 4th in Yahoo Toyota, but last weekend at Springfield, he led all of the laps of the 73-lap race at Springfield last Sunday on the dirt. He ran really well the year before there. He also has lap times here, right with the leaders at this point in the race.
Let's see if we can hear from Mike this time. Mike, what have you got on Jesse Love?
Jim says he loves Jesse Love's attitude. Well, his attitude is just taking it up a notch after that incredible victory last week at the Springfield Mile. I spoke with him moments before he got in the race car today, asking him about what that win did for him. He said it gave him his swagger back, and that swagger
He finished top 5 at Watkins Glen. He won at Springfield. We're going back to a dirt mile. He has a chance to win some big money if he wins both dirt mile races. There's a lot going positively for that young driver that's been on the eyeballs of Toyota Racing Development since the age of 10. He's now 17 with a great opportunity.
So we're going to talk about that, but yeah, it's sort of a contingency, a race within the race for those dirt races.
Yeah.
So Jesse Love is eyeing that. He knows he has a chance to win $50,000 next week at DuQuoin. But first, he wants to win here at Milwaukee. Right now, he's holding off that 6 of Raja Carruth, but Raja is hungry.
And I'm watching the groove. So the patch in the turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 is symmetrical. But we see how the drivers are coming across that darker portion of the racetrack. We're going above that now. The left side tires dancing.
A 2004 Penske chassis.
To the older asphalt, to the outside, the grayer asphalt. And Jesse's really doing a nice job keeping the outside running. But Raja, he is right there.
They are door to door coming out of that turn, Jesse. Taking the slight edge over the 6 of Raja Carruth.
It's not about how low you can go in the corners here in Milwaukee, how much speed you can carry through the corner. Carruth again trying to steal something off the rear left fender of the 20 of Love.
Jesse Love, just 17 years old, a ton of racing experience, as we were talking about. Raja Carruth came into racing a little bit late compared to some of the pipelines that we talk about, but he is not wasting any time learning. Look at him dive down to the inside, trying to take the lead from just that could be a Reese's Sweet move. This is the battle for 4th, by the way.
And there's owner points implications for these two teams as well. Raja Carruth's team is full-time with 1 driver. Corey Heim has split time with Jesse Love, but that team and that car number accumulates points throughout the year. And the big payout at the end of the year, yeah, the driver gets the championship trophy, but the big check goes to the owner champion, which they're fighting for as well, these 2 cars.
And we have been stuck like glue with these 2 on the battle for 4th because it's just that good. We do want to remind you that Sammy Smith in that 18 is still out front, where Raja Carruth able to take the advantage away from Jesse Love for that 4th position.
Getting around the 44 of Mike Gowdy, Toronto, Ontario racer. Good to see him back after 1 race last year, back here in the Arkham Menard Series Radio.
Got the leader on the left, Sammy Smith in the 18. The battle for 4th on the right. We don't see him in your screen right there, but Jim, are you seeing something on the racetrack?
I'm seeing Sammy Smith pull away and gain a 1/10 of a second even through traffic on this duo. He's got a 2.4 second lead. As Raja has figured it out, he's now ahead of Jesse Love, who's now changing his line a little bit. A shallower exit off of turn number 2 this time to get some grip down the backstretch.
What a summer it has been for Sammy Smith. He has those back-to-back wins. He wanted to win in Iowa, his home track. Wasn't able to get it done there.
Oh, let's see, we're back at the track, looking great.
In the summer, and really has been racing Xfinity Series. Has been racing anything he could do once he turned 18 this summer.
Track looks great.
So while they're getting a little bit closer, let's go to the end of stage 2 of race.
I can't believe it, man.
Keep in mind, this kid also finished third in Watkins Glen after racing the Arkham Menard Series the day before, so this is really part of that development for Sammy. Now
26 of 150 laps completed at the Milwaukee Mile.
Smith, and here we look at the 17 of Taylor Gray. This is what they do. You ask them, what do you guys do away from the racetrack? What are your hobbies? They don't have time, first of all, to have them, but they don't want to do anything else. If they're not racing, they're studying racing. If they're not studying racing, they're thinking about racing. This is not just a job for them, it is a way of life.
Daniel Dye running 3rd right now, that number 43. Really good job, the BecomeADeputy.com number 43. Dye racing for GMS Racing. This is the same car, same team, same crew chief Chad Bryant that finished 3rd here a year ago while he was racing.
All right, the track should be ready in 40 to 60 minutes.
Just 13 points out of the lead. He's running better than his points combatant. Roger Cruz back and forth. Sanchez, the leader, back in 6th right now.
As we watch Daniel Dye, 43, on that preferred bottom groove here at Milwaukee. We introduced you a little bit to him. We got to learn more about him in our Bounty Rookie Spotlight feature. He talked about, they've had some bad luck at the beginning of the year, but really it does seem like they have found some consistency these last few weeks, Jim.
Jeff Burton update real quick. Also,
He's 18 now, but he never raced at Daytona, his home track, before he raced there in February.
Hey everybody, a little update from Daytona. The sun is out, the track is drying, still a little bit of drying to go, but it's looking more promising than it was even an hour ago.
Hey everybody, for Rev Racing here at Milwaukee, trying to chase down Daniel Dye. Daniel Dye starting to close in on Taylor Gray in that 17.
Haley.
Sammy Smith continues to lead. Here's the 20 of Jesse Love. Jesse Love in the 5th position, and he has Raja Carruth's teammate Nick Sanchez starting to hunt him down.
And the 20 team is actually leading the owners' point
is that number 2 of Nick Sanchez. So there's a battle within here. 11 points separating our 2 loaders points leaders. So it's another thing to keep those Intermediate Rev Racing teams close in contention here. Nick Sanchez again has had the point lead for the last couple of races. His teammate Rajat Ruth in his first full season had the lead for the majority of the season, and now we're getting down to it. It's looking like Jesse Love with that maturity, that confidence now. Racing with Nick Sanchez and a whole new opportunity for him. The car is nothing like it was a year ago when he finished 12th.
And Nick Sanchez is only about 2 tenths behind Jesse Love. He is coming, and he is coming fast.
These long straightaways can lull you into entry into turn number 1. We saw Love go high and around. Rajat got back by him on the inside. Now Jesse's running that upper lane, dipping into the bottom of the yellow line in turn 2. Nick's just following suit. A reminder, we have 2 race breaks built into this race. We're 20 laps away from the first race break, so they're not indicating their team. This long green flag run is important to get a handle on things.
And they're dealing with lap traffic, too.
And Sanchez, you were right, Krista. Sanchez is coming. He's just kind of pacing and giving himself some time to get this car right. So when they make that race break, they get it right with the Scritchy, that Busher.
31 laps complete, so that first race break will come in about 19 laps. Jesse Love, our winner last week on the dirt in Springfield, now racing on the flat 1 mile over in Milwaukee. And he actually said he raced on Friday at Davenport, down in Davenport, Iowa, pretty nearby.
Yeah, that was in a midget. He's getting more dirt midget racing, which I think is just part of his wheelhouse. That kid ran 70-some races a couple years ago, Jesse Love did, before getting more attention turned towards pavement stock car racing. Racing for a team here in Wisconsin, run by Chris Wimmer, with Toyota's involvement. He's run a lot of big races in super late models, so he's getting more comfort, more confidence. He ran here back in June of 2021 in the super late model Father's Day 100. So there's a lot of things to where do we race, how do we race, and Jesse's getting some more opportunities now back in the dirt car after a couple of years.
And I love it when we throw in names from the past or just names that Wisconsin fans will recognize. Wimmer, certainly one of those, for sure. As we continue to watch Jesse Love and that number 20, everybody is trying to chase down that number 18. That's your leader dealing with the lap traffic. That's Sammy Smith in the 18. He's 18 years old, a 2-time winner so far this year. Hoping number 3 is going to happen this afternoon here in Milwaukee on NAV TV.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway sales event. With new cars arriving daily, now's the time to get in and get away. Lease an all-wheel drive Tucson for $239 a month, or Santa Fe for $289 a month, or get up to $500 bonus cash. Hurry in. Now those were the days you rocked.
NASCAR looking at 4:10 to resume the race.
Until your back did.
So the cars that are listed as running: Austin Dillon, Landon Castle, Cody Ware, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., BJ McLeod, David Reagan, Noah Gragson, Harrison Burton, Tyler Reddick, Ty Dillon, Eric Jones. So then you have Bubba Wallace, 1 lap. Let's see, Dillon, Castle, Ware, Cindric, Kyle Busch, Strickland, McLeod, Reagan, Gregson, Burton, Reddick, Ty Dillon, Jones. Then Bubba Wallace 1 lap down, Gibbs 2 laps down, Logano 2 laps down, Bowman 3 laps down, Custer 4 laps down, Blaney 6 laps down, and LaJoie 23 laps down. So 20 cars will be left in the race.
Welcome back to the oldest continuously operating speedway in the world, the Milwaukee Mile. Such an awesome place to race, and the ARCA Menard Series is doing just that today here in Milwaukee. That's the battle for 5th that we're watching because it is so good between Jesse Love, number 20. He currently holds it. Nick Sanchez in the 2 wants it. And there's a whole lot of mix going on here, Jim.
That could have been a big moment. Rajat Ruth was trying to look to that kid picked off a Sanchez in the 2 and the 20 of Jesse Love. I didn't think Sanchez was going to get this close to him. I thought he was going to get stuck behind that lap car. No way. Sanchez is on it.
Well, and Landon Pendleton in that 15 is hoping that some sort of mistake is made by one of those two, because he is just sort of like a cat pouncing back there waiting for his chance.
And Landon's used to racing late model stock races, 100 lap situation, same 4 tires. So this is really coming into him. And then number 15, just his second ARCA Darn Series start in the Mobile 1 Toyota. But for him, getting it figured out comes in laps. And those 100 lap races and having used tires in one set for the entire race.
Charge of the cars at 350.
Mike Massaro, what else do we need to know?
This should not be a surprise the way Landon Pendleton is approaching the race. Spoke with him earlier. He told me this is the biggest track he's ever raced on. But then again, Martinsville at the time, about a year ago, was the biggest racetrack he's ever been on at that point in time. And he went to victory lane there. That's where everyone took notice.
13 cars on the lead lap.
He tells me because there's so many unknowns, he's still learning. He said he's going to use the first 50 laps to go to.
Now they're showing us the restart from hell. Or one of them.
Let's go ahead and take a look at an auto park replay on the pass that we just saw. Jesse Love in the 20, Nick Sanchez in that 2. Landon Pendleton close behind, but Nick Sanchez makes it stick.
I was kind of wincing because that 9-degree banking feels awfully flat when you're racing side by side.
On again.
Great job by Nick, and look how much he capped him right away. Good job by Sanchez to get that spot.
Nick Sanchez running 5th, just behind his teammate Raja Caruth, currently in the 4th position. They're all chasing down the number 18 of Sammy Smith. And we are just 8 laps away from our first race break, the first of 2 today here at Milwaukee. 150 laps in the Sprecher 150. I have actually not opened my Sprecher root beer that Jim Fredo was nice enough to bring me. It's too exciting. I've got too much to watch.
43 laps completed at the Milwaukee Mile. Sammy Smith, I believe, has led every lap. They're showing the replay of the the restart with 27 laps to go. Which I believe there was another crash at this point.
He's now doing a lot more sales in the soda category than he is in his wonderful Sprecher beer, which is brewed here in Milwaukee.
I feel like we probably wouldn't turn down either.
No.
You know?
Yeah, Schlitz passed the Miller with a big 3.
Right.
Other than St. Louis with Budweiser, this was the brewing capital of the world with all the 3 breweries at one time, really making it a staple called the Brew City for a reason.
Nick Sanchez, we're riding on board with him, the General Tire onboard camera. Nick Sanchez, one of the few really old enough to drink any of those beers that you just mentioned. He's 21. Let's go ahead and take a listen at what's going on inside his race car. Riding on board with Amber Balkin, she has the Sioux Chief Showdown camera for us in that number 30 machine.
And she wants a caution. You can tell she's off the gas early. These are the leaders getting by her. She went a lap down, now losing that position to the car currently running at 6th. And Amber Balkin in her first year, 14th race, 14th new track for that young driver out of Manitoba. And that Canadian has a lot going, but she needs to get some good luck going right now for this season.
Well, there are 5 laps to go until that race break. Here you see what's going to happen. We'll have 2 of them at or near lap 50. That's the one coming up. And then again around lap 100. Teams have 8 tires available. Amber Balkin really just hoping for a clean day. She has had a lot of bad luck, bad results in these last few races.
She's doing a nice job here. This team with Mark Pratt actually ran Matt Gutierrez last year here at the mile. So they have decent notes. He races the full ARCA Menard Series East. This is an ARCA Menard Series East points race as well as the ARCA Menard Series. So current notes. Not a lot of track time. Amber's got a lot going for her. She came in here last, I think it was Friday night already. Got a nice big tour at the Sprecher Brewery to kind of get settled into the culture here in Milwaukee for a day. Went high there in turn 2.
Anyway, the replay. I want to listen to the rec without my commentary.
Hold on for 4 more, now 3 more laps as Sammy Smith crosses the start-finish line until we get that race break in and teams can make some changes, get some fresh tires on those machines.
One thing Mark Pratt keeps telling her, you got to improve it. She finds speed during races. Just the results have been horrible for her. Crashing out, not over as long as Milwaukee's led. 2 that come to mind.
And here's where the field just dies.
So she's had speed, just a matter of getting that confidence in finishes and getting those maximum points. And she's now back in 6th.
We talked about some of these drivers wanting to treat this like school. Sammy Smith is taking
And Dylan just slides right through.
His first 48 laps here at Milwaukee. He has about a 3-second lead over Taylor Gray in the number 17. Daniel Dye in the 43 running third.
Eccentric slowed down dramatically. Yeah, Harvick's car is busted. Castle's car. Okay, Castle's the car keep confusing for Todd Gilliland. Okay.
Sammy's communication to Mark McFarland is still evolving. Ty Gibbs, I want to say, was more to the point of what he wanted in the car. And Sammy's helping make calls. Mark's even told me, even on restarts, we're letting Sammy decide you want inside or outside on restarts. They're giving him more input, but in return, he's learning how to communicate with his team. Ty Gibbs, I think, had a better language of what he wanted on the car, so it's another way for Sammy to develop. I bring that up because if we come to this point in the race where the car may not be as fast as the second segment begins, it could be because Sammy asked for something that may happen later in the race that he's asking for now, and it may not be the right move. They have another shot.
Well, and sometimes you don't know what you don't know. Sometimes knowing that, having that confidence of knowing what to ask for, I would imagine, is what a driver and crew chief sort of work for. And knowing the tone in their voice, too. How badly does he need that? The caution is out. Again, this is for the race break that we were expecting right here at lap 50. 100 laps to go in Milwaukee. There you see the yellow flag.
The good news is there's overcast. The track conditions haven't changed a lot in the first 50 laps of this race. The crew chiefs like Mark McFarland, with all that success he's had, he is talking to Sammy about changes that will likely be consistent with track conditions and track temp. It won't be a drastic change for these young drivers, including Sammy Smith. As good as his car is, if he asks for no changes, that still might be the right move. You know, it's kind of cool how they can work things out here in these race breaks.
All right, we're going to find out what these teams ask for, what these drivers want in their car. Sammy Smith continues to lead over Taylor Gray, Daniel Dye, Raja Caruth, Nick Sanchez. This is the future.
Now those were the days you rocked. And you never stopped until your back did. But now you can go here because this guy's a rock star too. He performs robotic spine surgery the way you perform epic drum solos. And his team owns backs the way your band owned the stage. So do that one thing you did better than anything at the one hospital in Connecticut dedicated to orthopedics, Hartford Healthcare's Bone and Joint Institute. Remember that? That was your thing. You loved that, but your knee didn't. But what if you went here and saw this guy? Fixing knees is his thing. He's as good with knees as you were with the 710 split. And his team makes joints better, the way your team used to bring home the blame. So do that one thing you did better than anything at the one hospital in Connecticut dedicated to orthopedics, Hartford Healthcare's Bone and Joint Institute.
break. Lap 52 laps turn of 150. This is the Sprecher 150. Jim Trano has been singing the praises of Sprecher Root Beer sponsoring the race.
I think the man in charge, Sherrod Chana, said, you know what, I need to come over and see if he's really giving a good sale. I'm selling a lot of root beer for you, Sherrod. It's great to see Sprecher.
About 10 minutes, the drivers returning to their cars.
Jim, thank you so much for having us back. We are honored and we are so great to give back to the community and sponsor the Sprecher 150. We're very excited. Thank you.
And the activation
dedication, I'm telling you, Krista, I see the Menards boxes. I bought one myself. It's really cool to see that Menards has embraced that too, and fans get the ticket just by buying a case of Respect Root Beer.
That's right, that's right. So you buy a case and you get the case for the race, and we make the best root beer in the world, as ranked by many companies, the Taste of Tasting Table, New York Times, many others. And of course, I'm biased, but we put real Wisconsin honey. We brew our root beer, which is unlike most of the companies out there. It's just cold liquid mixed together. Ours is really brewed and cooked in the same kettles. We're the oldest craft brewery of Wisconsin, as you know, since Prohibition. So we make a great soda, just like we make a great beer.
Thank you so much, Rob, for coming up and joining us. We see the root beer cases in victory lane right there as we continue to watch the teams down in the pits. This is the race break here at Milwaukee Mile. So go ahead, pop the top on a Sprecher root beer wherever you are watching ARCA Menard Series Racing at the Milwaukee Mile.
The Tezos blockchain is designed to be different. It's built to be powerful but flexible, allowing even the most rigid of frameworks to evolve and update over time. It's a network built to last, designed to seamlessly adapt to the mysteries of tomorrow. Stronger today than ever before, and even stronger tomorrow. When great new ideas emerge, Tezos will be ready. And so will you. Tezos, designed to evolve, built to empower.
Now those were the days. You rocked. And you never stopped. Until your back did. But now, you can go here, because this guy's a rock star too. He performs robotic spine surgery the way you perform epic drum solos. And his team owns backs the way your band owned the stage. So do that one thing you did better than anyone at the one hospital in Connecticut dedicated to orthopedics. Hartford Healthcare's Bone and Joint Institute.
Driver's going to get to their cars in about 7 minutes. That should be ready by 4. The rain cell is dissipating.
They're finishing up that drying of certain areas around the track. You see a different driver's suit for the driver of the 3, Austin Dillon, getting ready to climb back into the 3 car, which has very little damage, which is a big thing when you get ready to race the final 20 laps here, because you don't know exactly what everybody else has as far as
20 cars remain in the race. 13 on the lead lap.
To go around the racetrack until pit road is open, and then they can come in and assess all the damage that they need to work on.
And that's really the question I have, Rick. So we know Austin Dillon looks reasonably in one piece. Behind him, we have the 51 that looks like he's in pretty good position, but like the 4 of Harvick.
And they towed that away once they took the cover off.
I mean, this wasn't even going to be possible to continue. So we kind of got to do a little reassessment. It's going to take a couple pace laps to see who has what. Remember, and I say this because there's a lot of cars.
Yep, Harvick's out of the race. So that moves Castle up to 2nd position.
The 51 is not. The 77 Landon Castle is not. So we'll have to kind of reset this.
The only undamaged cars are the drivers that have the back markers.
The 2 of Austin Cindric, he won here.
And it's the end of 2.
His car being a lap down. You see Truex with the right front fender missing. Now, the one thing that's going to change is Blaney will get a whole bucket of points very quickly because there are a bunch of cars damaged. And even out of the race, like Kevin Harvick, who just looked for a record, he's still scored in front of Blaney because Blaney is 6 laps down. But once we run, say, 7 laps, Blaney will move up the running order. I have 9 or 10 points he's going to gain. Truex is currently 14 ahead, running in the 5th position. So you know, even if we have a new winner, the points battle is serious. If we don't have a new winner, the points battle doesn't matter. But there's going to be a lot that goes down in these last 21 laps.
Yeah. As soon as they cross the stripe, which they're parked just behind the start-finish line on pit road, once they cross that, it'll be 20 laps to go. They'll have to go all the way around until they open up pit road. The cars deciding to come back to pit road to do any work will come at that time. I want to get a few more updates before the drivers.
Hold on, I'm going to take this call.
Let's really give you a damage assessment of the cars here up front. Just saw Austin Dillon a second ago. He said, see, that's why I never left race mode. He calculated maybe about 15, 16 cars that should be good. His car looks fairly good. You move on down the line here. Cody Ware, his car looks fine. Landon Castle, his car looks pretty good. Kyle Busch a little further down. They have all this nose damage. They're going to come in. They're going to cut out that section right there, Steve, trying to get some clean air to that nose of the 18. You can see how damaged, though, it is. But they think, hey, the way this race is going, we're going to continue on. And you mentioned Austin Cindric. His car looks fantastic. They've got to clean the grill clearly to make sure they can get air to that engine for the 2-car. But Austin Cindric, his car looks outstanding. Right behind him is Martin Truex Jr., where Dave Burns is hanging out.
And Marty, that right front fender of Truex's car damaged, but not undrivable. In fact, Martin said after they came in and made an adjustment to that car on one of the pit stops, it was better. He says it's just not fast, and the left rear of that car is a little bit of a parachute right now. But I want to show you behind him a couple of cars that are completely in one piece, intact. B.J. McLeod's number 78. Not a lot of damage there, if any. He has been waiting for his opportunity at the end of the race. And also former winner on this track, David Reagan in the 15 car. His car looking very, very good in one piece, ready to go. And that may be the key, Parker, to getting to the front at the end of this race. A car that still races well and drafts well with no damage.
Right, just having a clean car right now, Dave, is an anomaly. This is the 22 Joe Logano. They've got a toe knocked out, so they have to come down pit road and get that fixed. A little right side damage. Here, he's also 2 laps down. As we go down the line here, you have the 7 for Joy, who was also involved in a wreck. Behind him, the 48, which has major front end damage. Bubba Wallace with major front end damage behind him. And a couple cars back, though, flies the 62 of Noah Greggs, who's some right front damage, still on the late lap. Could be playing spoiler here. And then behind him, the 12 of Ryan Blaney, who we've shown how beat up this car is. On almost every corner, it's got some form of damage, but they say it's driving straight right now. He is 6 laps down, but as you noted, Steve, he's going to gain many positions while the cars are out. So if they keep this thing running, it could keep the points close and maybe they'll make it in the playoffs.
I want to know, Parker, what they would say if we get Talladega in the playoffs, not just unload one to look like that.
I was going to say, I'm
just going to start like this and see how it goes.
I've seen salvage yards that have better looking cars than what we were seeing on pit road right now.
Yeah, you see the 8 right here. Currently scored on the lead lap. Looks pretty decent on this side. Yeah, let's come on around to the right side.
What is?
Let's see what we got going on.
See damage yet? A caked in right front and the right side. Reddick damaged.
Flush for sure. Looks brand new.
Dave, I just spoke to Randall.
There's Reddick. Don't adjust it. Don't pull a Sterling Marlin.
Body damage now, so we might have something on the lead. I love it. You know, we talk a lot about the playoffs, but back to Dave's point, right? David Reagan, Landon Castle, McLeod, Ware. I mean, these are guys that, you know, we talk about winning at Daytona. Forget the playoffs. If they could win at Daytona, it could be a career moment for them. Harrison Burton, this car, and it looks okay from the outside. Now, this car was not. The 43,
Aaron Jones.
That's,
they got a lot of damage.
That's used up. The 21, I think we're hearing, has a little bit of suspension damage. So they're going to have to maybe
man.
Fix the suspension.
Darn it.
The 42, Ty Dillon right in front of him. I wonder about that particular car. And what kind of damage that one might have. Because I think Ty always believes.
Right, Ty Dillon does not have he's got a circle on the right, but otherwise, and circles on the left.
Could be a guy.
I mean, he's definitely got some dents in that car.
Biggest damage we see. We don't know if he's got any suspension damage.
So for my count, guys, eligible drivers for the playoffs that need a win, that I still think have a car, is Austin Dillon. Looking down the rundown, I believe Harrison Burton, we think there's some suspension there. Eric Jones looks pretty wrecked. I agree with Dale Jr. Ty Dillon's car looked reasonably straight. Bubba Wallace sits a lap down, but the nose is pretty damaged. I think it would be a lot to get Bubba Wallace's car back to race winning, but we've seen crazier things. I mean, we've seen crazier things today. 4 or 5 guys still have playoff hopes alive. Sure.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Hey, well, until it's over, it is not over. Why not?
Yeah, 21 laps to go. Don't assume we're not going to see another caution.
Right. Or 8. Yeah, you were here Friday night, right?
And Saturday.
I mean, the Friday race, right, Jeff? I don't know how many yellows we saw with only 6 or 7 cars with straight, pre-overtimes, straight sheet metal.
So the drivers are climbing in and have climbed into the cars that are still here and able to race. There are quite a few drivers that don't even have cars on the grid anymore. And so the ones that are still able to race are their cars working.
Well, guys, I want to give another damage update here for Ty Dillon. Actually, the left rear totally supposed to be broken there on the 42. So it did look fine from the outside, but it put upon closer inspection. And then also for Harrison Burton, he's got some major left front suspension damage. You can see here the left front sort of caved into the wheel well right there. So I think these 2 cars are maybe a little bit more wounded, obviously in the suspension category, than they show on the outside.
And Parker, right behind the 21 of Harrison Burton is Eric Jones, leader earlier in this race, but look at that front end damage. Boy, oh boy, what a crunch job that is. They're going to have to bring it to pit road to see what they can tear away and safely get this car back going before they really know how straight it is and how fast Eric Jones can race.
So we've seen Ryan Blaney repair front toe issue after big contact with rear wall. We just got a report that the left rear toe link is broken on the 42 of Ty Dillon. But this is the part I believe that this team can change. Let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car in the rear toe link. What is it here? What does it do? Well, remember, independent rear suspension, which basically means it has an upper control arm, a lower control arm to travel up and down. So
engines refired.
In theory, can turn, which is good in the front, not in the rear. So if we take the right rear tire off, see that yellow part right there? That is the right rear toe link. If we remove this part, just like it was bent or broken, we're going to show you what it does, right? As this part moves out, look what the right rear tire and brake assembly can now do. It can point to the left or to the right, which is not what you need for the rear. Basically, the limiting factor is either if that's bent and still in place, or the axle itself kind of bottoms out. So they're going to come in, remove the bent one, put a new one in here. It's just 2 bolts, both on the inside and both on the outside. Listen, I thought Ryan Blaney's car, 0 chance they can repair it, yet here it is. Only it's run 3 laps in today's race. So I think the 42 car, they've had a red flag to talk about how they're going to do it. They probably have a good plan. Why not? Let's give Ty Dillon a shot at this thing.
And you heard the crowd. The cars that are on pit road fired back up again. And that's what this crowd has been waiting to hear, so that we can get to the final laps. Here from Daytona.
Logano, show us Logano. He's 2 laps down.
Talking about how he had to stay in game mode. Well, you better be in game mode. It's only 21 laps to go. And we know how crazy these restarts get with only a few laps left. That's what you're going to have. So you're going to go from this complete calmness that you've been experiencing the last several hours to complete chaos. And you better be ready for it, Marty.
Well, you better be ready, Jeff. The sun out and ready to go here at Daytona. And I just chatted with Austin Dillon and with Justin Alexander, his crew chief. They do not have any damage they are worried about. And Justin told him before he climbed in the car, he said, listen, I know for the last 3 hours we thought we maybe have won this race. Now you got to go earn it. And I will say, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, those are the 2 cars with the speed that we think can win the race. That look the best to me. We'll
The
see
3 and the 2 battling it out. Just like the early 90s, 93, 94, those 1993, the 2 championship contenders.
It's crazy. The radar looks awful. But this is the moment, right? This is race 26. You run an entire regular season. The fans have come out. I know we had a rain delay and are racing on the next day, but it's not Monday. It's still Sunday. It was a Saturday night race. If you have a elimination game in baseball, you want to play 9 innings. You don't want it to be called at 7 just because it's official. Well, this is the final elimination race in my mind of the regular season. It will eliminate cars from the playoffs or chances to enter the playoffs. So I'm really thankful we're going to get a chance to see these final 21 laps.
It's great that it started at 10 a.m. this morning because they had time to get out there, dry the track after the rain and the inclement weather went through. So now the sun beating down on this racetrack once again as they're doing some final touches to the racetrack. As soon as the cars roll, they'll come down pit road and they'll dry the area where the cars have been sitting.
I haven't rolled out Truex. Why can't Truex? I know that fender looks bad, and I don't think he can lead a line lap after lap after lap. But Jeff, you know, if you're in the picture coming to the start-finish line and they start beating his banging, Dale, you said at the top of the show, right? The big push, chaos every time we see them finish one of these races. I think that car can poke out and lead for a few hundred feet if needed.
Yeah, I certainly think that we're going to see some intense action, even with the limited cars that we have. These guys all feel like, hey man, it's opened up an opportunity for me, and I didn't really think I had to win this race.
Marty.
Hold on, I'm going to exit the app and come back in. I feel like I might be way behind.
A good crew is efficient. That's why Carvana's crew of experts created a 100% online experience, turning 8 hours of pounding pavement into 15 minutes of shopping from home.
Smells like I'm getting a new car. Bet your sweet rump roast you are.
Language? And be a winner here, and be a repeat winner, that might just help Ryan Blaney get into the playoffs. And Austin knows that the team has instructed him throughout the race about that situation. Even before, about 3 or 4 hours ago, one of the restarts, he was instructed that they needed a repeat winner after what had happened to the 12, so he fully knows what's at stake for his Team Penske teammate, Dave.
So one of the very smallest teams in NASCAR Cup Series racing is Beard Motorsports. They only compete a couple of times each year. In fact, this year, one employee, Darren Shaw, he is the only employee for Beard Motorsports, received and put together this car, made the Daytona 500 with this driver, Noah Gregson.
Is he going to go a lap down now?
He's still in one piece on the lead lap, and we know Noah, mainly from the Xfinity series, he is not afraid to race up front of these plate races, and so we'll see what they do. A little work there on the front end, just making sure everything is square and ready to go for Noah Gregson. Marty?
So one of the things that's clearly becoming an issue here early is when do you fix your damage? Look at Ty Dillon dog tracking right there. So Steve, their plan right now is they wanted to do a lap at speed, but there's no way they're going to be able to make that happen. They have to fix that left rear damage. Originally they were like, can you make a lap at speed, reset the vehicle policy clock for us?
All right, we'll see if this works.
We're finally in. Yeah, as I see Ty Dillon's on the apron. They're about to go to turn 4 so he can go fix it. Is that where you are?
Ty Dillon is pitting right behind McLeod and Busch.
Oh, yeah, so you're actually a little bit ahead of me now. So okay, that's where we are. So,
he still has all 6 minutes.
all right.
So that's the most important part right here. We're going to see Ty come to pit road.
So anyway, now I know. Anyway, okay, so McLeod, Kyle Busch, and yeah. So from where they pitted, from how many cars are left? Kyle was in 5th, McLeod was in 7th, and Ty was in 12th. Gregson was in 10th, and he'll probably restart. Restart in 10th. I can't believe that this. I think about Spa 2021, the race where F1, it rained for 3 hours. They did 2 laps behind the pace car and called it a race, and they didn't refund anyone's money.
Speaking of Spa, you heard that they are coming back to the F1 schedule next season, right?
I couldn't care less. Today's race was terrible. It proved that it doesn't matter how far back Verstappen starts, the combination of him and Red Bull is going to destroy the field every day. He won by 18 seconds. It's boring as shit. Even the F1 fans that I saw thought the race was boring. The only thing that was saving the race from being completely boring was the fact that Ferrari was being stupid. Like their speed sensor burnt up on pit road.
Jesus.
So Leclerc ended up speeding on this final pit stop by 1 km/h, and he lost he lost 5th place to Fernando Alonso. And then he got a 5-second time penalty.
I see.
Cooling and power. If that gets shut off, you start the engine for clean, fresh air. That'll kill your horsepower.
I guess I'm a little bit curious about the cars that just went straight to their pit stalls. When did the clock start for them?
So the only undamaged winner so far that's in the field, I mean, as in this season, not overall, is Austin Cindric.
They'll let the teams know, hey, there's a 20-second, 5-second addition to your clock. I would be shocked if they found an advantage by turning left. As a matter of fact, when Scott Miller was over here during the rain delay, he had mentioned that he expected the team to have to rejoin. So there's definitely going to be some time.
Well, I've been streaming for the last 6 hours straight.
Look at the day for a few drivers, starting off with Ryan Blaney.
So you're almost there in terms of it being as long as last week.
Yeah, I think this might be longer than the Coke 600. From
Oh
2020.
boy.
Remember that? Remember that? It was like due to the rain delay that extended for 2 hours. This could be the longest race in NASCAR history. Well,
oh my God.
Unless do you include the Texas race from 2020?
That's true.
Or the one from Richmond where it snowed. From the 90s, 1991.
Dylan's still on pit road, obviously, because the cars are moving straight.
Yeah, you're 1, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're probably about 15 seconds ahead of me.
Oh shoot, okay.
Types of service. So work continued there, Steve, on the 42. Sorry, Timmy, to step up into the 42. 3 minutes left of their crash clock. I was going to let you guys know over there, the 21 of Harrison Burton, unfortunately, his crash clock has expired, so he is no longer going to be allowed to join the race. So that's one of those guys that needed to win. He doesn't have a chance. It's 42, though. 3 minutes to go. I think these guys right here are just trying to repair it now, maybe just driving back to the garage. Good work. There's the DVP clock, 2 minutes of time. Remember that.
All right, Ty Dillon has 2 minutes left. So if he can't get it going, then only 19 cars are left in the race. Oh, yeah. You can see his car looks a little cockeyed. A little, I think.
Maybe an issue with the upper control arm on that car.
We'll see though.
So now the strategy is.
We'll see if he gets in a turn. We'll see if his car is all cockeyed.
So the question is, you see that car go around?
Car's a little screwed.
Turn 1 sideways. I'm not sure if that's possible, Marty.
Oh, geez, where'd the smoke come from?
Smoke as well. That's Speedy Dry on the racetrack.
Okay, Speedy Dry.
It's from all the dry stuff that they were putting down on the track.
I'm going to exit the stream and come back in. I'm going to exit the race, the app, and come back into it and see if that catches up anymore. Well.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. Gaming with your knees has never felt more intense. What does this button do?
No, don't! The fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, only from Xfinity.
In the history of 2311, that both of the owners are sitting on the
Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan sitting in the owner's booth. Unfortunately, Bubba Wallace is in 14th place, a lap down on his own. So, or now he's in 12th place, huh?
He is going to watch the end of this one from the pit box.
That's weird. The scoring says there are only 11 cars in the lead lap. Oh, Harrison Burton went a couple laps down. Alex Bowman's, wait, he was already a few laps down.
Truex Jr., Castle, Reagan, Cloud.
Okay, they're lining up, so they're probably 1 to go. We're going to restart with 16 to go.
Yep.
Alright, hold on a minute.
Gregson, a lap down is Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon. Well, those are the 13 right now.
Alright.
Wallace a lap down.
Wait,
nah, what a shame.
2 laps down.
Okay, yeah, Bubba's... Oh, wait, my thing says 10 cars in the lead lap, and I can't... Okay.
And the cars are
Dillon, Castle, Ware, Cindric, Truex, Busch, McLeod, Reagan, Gregson, Burton's now a lap down. Okay, so with Harrison Burton and Eric Jones with Eric Jones a lap down and Harrison Burton 3 laps down, only 10 cars on the lead lap. Dillon, Cindric, Ware, Truex, Castle, McLeod, Kyle Busch, Tyler Reddick, David Reagan, and Noah Gregson. 10 cars on the lead lap. 10.
Cindric is not going to be out there trying to help Austin Dillon win this race. He's not going to do that because that will hurt his teammate Ryan Blaney.
If someone's saying it reminds me of the... So, Kyle Busch has damage, Reddick has damage, Truex has damage, Cindric and Dillon are the only pristine cars that should have a chance. But then you got Gregson, Reagan, Ware, Castle, and McLeod, who because in virtue of being typically slow, like just haven't been involved in crashes. Back marker gang. Okay, Truex is in 4th. Blaney is now listed in the he's gonna get a crap ton of positions back, but he has to finish. But Truex has to finish 11 points ahead of Blaney to ensure he gets in, assuming there's a new winner. Oh my God, this is really happening. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binaries, it's time to get this race back going. We've waited so long for this, and here they go. 10 cars on the lead lap. Let's go. 16 to go. This is so stupid, man. Austin Cindric getting a push from Martin Truex Jr. And of course, literally the 51 cannot keep up with Austin Dillon. He's getting shuffled back because ow! Oh, it's Speedy Dry, and a car nearly hits the wall. Austin Cindric way out. He won at Daytona earlier in the year. Can he do it again? Behind is Martin Truex Jr. In 3rd place is BJ McLeod. Next to Austin Dillon. Behind him is the left car of Bubba Wallace. But the 2 and the 14 are just so freaking far out there. It's unbelievable. Oh my God. Cody Ware, as long as he doesn't fall. Here comes Austin Dillon. The 77, the 78, keeping that car going. Austin Dillon to 2nd place. Landon Castle now in 3rd. BJ McLeod surging up to 4th, something I never thought I'd ever say in my lifetime. Okay, now he's falling back to 6th. The outside line is fading a bit. It's going a little single file with 15 to go. Tyler Reddick with damage, making his move on the outside of Kyle Busch for 5th position. This is so pathetic, my God. But I'm just glad. It is, though. Only 10 cars. This has to be a record for the mod. This has to be a record for decades. When was the last time you saw 10 cars on the lead lap in a points race? Dillon looking for the pass on the 2. Top 4, except for Cindric, the current leader, have not won a race this season. Castle has never finished higher than 4th in his career. That's where he's running. Top 10 as they run is broken. Cindric, Dillon, Castle, Truex, Busch, then Reddick. No, I can't because it's broken. It says McLeod's the leader, but he's not.
McLeod, Reagan, and Gregson.
Cindric, Dillon, Castle, Truex, Busch, Reddick, Ware, McLeod, Reagan, Gregson. But the top 4 have scooted away, and I don't know who's going to be able to make a pass.
I'm for Talladega 2018.
Who is that? Hi, D Racing fan. My God. Cody Ware looking at 7th place right now.
Alright, I'm at the back straight for 13 to go. Where are you?
I'm 13 to go. They're in 1.
I'm 13 to go past turn 4.
Right, so I'm behind. So wait, Dave, where are you? Now they're a backstretch.
Going for 3 and 4.
Right, I'm behind you guys. So keep that in mind. All right. Who would have thought Landon Castle could get his best career finish with Spire of all teams? And then again, I got 4th place with Circle Sports, so we'll remind it that.
Yeah.
They're single file now. It's from 5th through 10th. Kyle Busch, Ware, Reddick, McLeod, Reagan, Gregson. Ooh, McLeod just got shuffled back. You see, Dillon keeps poking for a move. What is the best finish for Beard Motorsports? Noah Gregson up to 5th position. Dang, a good push from Reddick to get him ahead of Kyle Busch. Right now, Truex leads by 4 over Blaney. I'm going to check Beard Motorsports right now.
All right, let's listen into the 3 radio of Austin Dillon.
The team's best finish is 7th twice. The fall race at Daytona in 2017 and the 2020 Daytona 500. And now Gregson's running in 5th, about half a second behind Truex. 11 laps to go right now.
Oh, now a 6-car pack.
Yeah. Wait, now I see Gregson's catching up. Gregson and Reddick working together to catch back up. Oh my lord.
Getting up to the high side, trying to make something happen.
Don't wait. Oh, I can see how close they're getting now on my scoring monitor. Yeah, they caught the 62 and the 8 have caught up. No spoilers, please. Gregson, yeah, Gregson is. They're moving to the high side. He's in line with Truex. Reddick pushing Gregson to 4th position. Now, oh my God, Truex hung out to dry. He's gonna fall back a few positions.
Now Truex, he's got to work hard here to stay in this draft. If they clear him with the damage to his car, he might lose the draft in this front.
Those points matter. Now Truex 2 points over Blaney once again.
Yeah, see,
We have a new winner. Yeah, it's your point.
And now the other 4 cars, the back markers plus Kyle Busch are about almost 2 seconds behind the other guys. And Truex is falling back now. He's lost the draft. So now it's 5 cars that are still in it.
Yep.
Gregson, he's trying to look at a big move on Castle with Reddick behind him. Can't make that move yet. Gregson's got a pristine car. Almost pristine at least.
For the most part. I think he was involved in the wreck earlier, but didn't do much damage.
He's still going. 9 laps to go. This is going to be the craziest top 10 in history. And I didn't think anything could beat the 07 Coca-Cola 600. I could be wrong. Here they go. Castle hung out to dry. Not going to get his best career finish. Noah Gragson up to 3rd with Reddick in 4th. Castle drops back to 5th. Can he keep the draft?
It'll be interesting.
Yes, it will. Reddick, Castle's lost the draft. And now they're coming up in the left car of Eric Jones, currently in 15th.
I mean, the 77-19 could catch back up together.
God. I'm going to rewatch these last 20 laps. Oh my God. This is, this reminds me of like the 90s restrictor plate racing, where it was just a few cars. And they had to figure out how to make the right moves. Truex catching up to Landon Castle.
Who's going to be left out to dry now?
We'll see. I think that if the 62 and 8 try to move, 3's going to go with them and try to get around. If
Dylan passed Hendrick, then Truex is only 1 point above Blaney now.
I mean, actually, I don't think Reddick would help Gregson anymore, considering that then because he would be leaving Austin Dillon out to dry.
Yeah.
We got a 50-50 shot of a first-time winner. 7 laps to go.
43 is pulling off.
Yep.
Blaney is behind Truex by a point. Eric Jones is pulled off track. He's out of the race.
Well, that means
that's going to be another point for Ryan Blaney. That's going to put the 2 even in points, and Blaney wins by would win on tiebreaker. Yes. Blaney has a 3rd place finish. Truex has a 4th. They passed by another lapped car. 6 to go.
Let's often go with wins. Oh.
Shh. Don't spoil it.
Let the man love the live reactions.
Oh, Custer has a problem. Custer blows. Of course he does. Get to the apron. Of course Custer blows up or blows a tire. He gets to the apron. He's on the backstretch. Is he gonna? Great. Are we really gonna have debris? Are we really gonna have a green-white checker to this madness?
No caution yet.
That will be a great advantage to Austin Dillon because then Reddick will line up behind him.
Only the top 10 are on the lead lap.
I paused it, slowed it down some with you, Drew, now in terms of time.
Okay. They're going through 1 and 2 right now with 5 to go.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, they're coming to 4 to go now.
Yeah, no spoilers, please. I beg you.
I won't.
I'm gonna turn my computer. I can't look at my computer. I'm just gonna change my screen. Truex is falling back. Now he's fallen. He's gotten passed by Castle. The other cars have got passed by Reagan, passed by Ware, passed by McLeod. Kyle Busch has lost the draft. He is 20 seconds behind McLeod. And now Truex. Logano in 12th, 2 laps down, and Truex has fallen behind him. We have 4 to go now. This is insanity. And it's like the cars with damage. Oh my god. When are they gonna make the move? Is Cindric set to win his second victory? Well, he could be the first driver to sweep Daytona since Jimmy Johnson in 2013.
2 seconds behind.
Has it been that long?
They should catch him right around the white flag line.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, people don't sweep Daytona normally.
Okay, something happened. The playoffs happened.
Shh. They passed by the lap car of Alex Moore. Don't hint at anything, please.
3 to go.
3 to go. Oh my! The cars are closing in. They're 1.2 seconds behind. Oh, Austin Dillon by. Cindric loses it. And now it's 3-8-62. Austin Dillon retakes the lead. Here comes Landon Castle on the outside. Damn, the draft is coming in. Landon Castle moves back to 3rd. Now, my God. Oh my God. And now up front, it's RCR looking for their first 1-2 finish since 2020 at Texas. Austin Dillon's last victory. Unbelievable. Landon Castle back to 3rd. Both Rick Ware Racing cars in the top 6. So now it would take a really crazy charge for a non-winner. Okay, actually, I'm gonna deafen from now until the end, an undeafen at the end. Okay, 2 laps to go. Austin Dillon looking for career win number 4. 80 races since his 80 races or winless races, I don't remember, since his last win, which was Texas of 2020, and as we just said, was RCR's last 1-2 finish. Here comes David Reagan on the outside. Gragson about to get shuffled back. The Rick Ware Racing looking for top 5s. Here they go now. Gragson falling back to 7th place. The white flag is out. 1 more lap around Daytona. Can RCR do it? Or even can Rick Ware get it done? Something done. Here we go. Austin Dillon leads. At this point, Truex would be knocked out of the playoffs. He was leading at the time when the race was red flagged. Now he has 1 1/4 miles to go. Cody Ware up to 3rd. Unbelievable. Cindric in 4th. He slides up. He's got the 77 and 62 behind him. McLeod and Truex have caught back up. All 9 of the lead lap cars all running in a gaggle. Here they come to the checkered flag. As they make it to the line, Austin Dillon wins at Daytona. Cindric makes it back to 2nd position. So Dillon, actually no, I don't know, but the way they run, Dillon, Reddick, Cindric, Castle, Gragson, Ware, McLeod, Truex, Reagan, and Kyle Busch.
Yep, there you have it.
And there we go. As I just said, I'm going to repeat it again. As they run, that's a checkered flag. Austin Dillon wins. Reddick 2nd. Cindric 3rd. Castle 4th to tie his best finish. Gragson with his and the team's best finish. Cody Ware in 6th. Beat with his best career finish by a long shot. 7th place goes to BJ McLeod. 7th place goes to BJ McLeod. And Liv Fast went towards his and the team's best finish. Truex in 8th. Reagan in 9th. Meaning that that is the only position he's never finished in. And 10th for Kyle Busch. And Martin Truex Jr. loses out in the playoffs by 4 points. The 3 car returns to Daytona for the first time since he won 4.5 years ago.
Yep.
I'm glad they got the race going, because now I'm just glad it ended like this. I gotta think. Landon Castle getting Spires, like, what's their second best ever finish?
You get yourself stuck in the dirt. Trying to do a burnout.
Yeah, and then Cody Ware finishing 6th. Like, both Rick Ware racing cars in the top 10. This is just like MBM. McLeod getting his best finish. Reagan finishing the L40. It's wow, what a freaking race.
Yep.
But that was 90s style.
Damn.
Win your way into the playoffs.
Yeah, Truex misses the playoffs for the first time since 2014. Back when the Furniture Row was still sucking. And our 16th different winner.
Imagine sitting there for 3 hours and 19 minutes. That's how long the red flag was when you were out front, and then coming out and rate.
And now my stream breaks. You know what? I'm all for it. What a way to end the race. Cody Ware 3rd, come into on the last lap. I'm like, holy crap. My God. Austin Dillon looks so excited. This if only the cameras were there. Well, they better put this on the next season of Austin Dillon, Life in the Fast Lane.
Oh, too.
And for the first time ever, we have 16 different winners to enter. No, wait, no, we don't. Well, we have 16 different winners. Well, except Kurt Busch is out. But if Kurt Busch hadn't relinquished his spot, Blaney would have been knocked out of the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm sad about it, but, gotta do what you gotta do to keep the recovery going.
Frankly, hey, don't hate me with this. I think he might retire.
I think he'll go one more year, then he'll retire. Just because I think it'll line in perfectly with Reddick going to 23-11. Alright, well, I'm a hop out. It was good to hop in for the finish there.
I'm going to hop out as well. Great race overall. What a way to end it. Thank y'all so much for watching. I'll be back next weekend for Darlington. The ARCA, I don't know how the ARCA race is going, so let me find that. It was at the Sprecher 150 at the Milwaukee Mile. Last I checked, Sammy Smith was leading. Second stage break. Taylor Gray leads, then Sammy Smith, Daniel Dye, Roger Carruth, Nick Sanchez. Alrighty. We also got Jake Finch in the field, which makes me happy because I like Phoenix Racing. 12 laps led for the 3. Awesome. Alright, thank you all so much for watching. See you at Darlington next week. This is BowserJrXD signing off. Have a good one.